My lovely, 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 lovely imps. That audio is still a little too loud. Let's turn that down just a tiny bit. It's still too loud. My goodness. Turn it down just a tiny bit. There, that should be much better. That should be more at the proper level. My lovely, lovely imps. VCCTV, Carbon Cold, Sprotman, Uncle Gumbald, Spitfire, Trans Girl Jade, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Polaire, Proud Platypus, Emily V1, Fortnite. Almost said Fortnite. Just like the normal game. Wouldn't that have been funny if I said Fortnite instead of Fortnite, which your name is so close to? Palm Dad, Mika Meow, Ether, Slide to the Left, J Spoon, Rapti. Looking forward to talking to you later. Lady Kelgana, Marker 84, Maki Pocky, June, Buggy, Windleby, Beano the Amoeba, Electo, Nasty, Redacted, Felsinforma, Antoine Bastard, Ix Drums, Telly Out, Vines, Exelar, Krauter Hex, Fish Sneeze, Little Morphine Annie, Allium, Uncle Gumbald, Posadas John, Windleby, Nerodia, Slothdus, Erika, Joey Ravioli, Agent Mad Hat, Jade Monkey, Light Rays. My goodness, we have so many people here tonight. Peppy Toaster, Undead Collective, Voucho Marks, Comrade Zola, Evelyn Scarlet, Minus, Electo, Mesmerized, from the YouTube chat, Good for Gabby. Hope you're doing wonderfully. The Dark Canuck, Trickster Jackal, Andrew Blood, Ferret Girl, Neb, Mr. Anderson, Valhalla Vidya, Boink, Maddox, Elson Jackson, Sanji, Amorphous Blob, Vegan Ranker, Fudiggity, Luriat, Alt Femboy, Loud Have Mussy, Ice Devil, Andrea Evans, Let's Draw, Fairy Guts, Sky, Sup I Like Cats, Brittles. Hey, look, Brittles. I'm gonna show off two of the things that you sent to me. The painting is in a very safe location right now, so I'm not gonna show that one off. Chainsaw, Cash, Coffee, and Chaos. By the way, I have to show off real quick. First of all, welcome to the stream. Please, if you are here, press like on the stream. As you know, our first stream, for some reason, exploded. I'm actually going to take the fixed out of the title, and I'm going to put the reacting to @JimSterling back into the title, because everybody who was here is here now. I think that my capture card actually just died, which means I am back on the single computer setup, for better or worse. My goodness, that was very annoying. It's either the cable burnt out, either the HDMI cable that I use has completely burnt out, which would be very odd, seeing as how it doesn't move at all. It just sits there. Or the Elgato finally gave up the ghost. But yeah, when I was trying to start stream, everything was busted, so I had to move back to my one computer setup temporarily. Yeah. How annoying. Well, you know, isn't that computer pretty new? Yeah, my computers are pretty new. My streaming computer that I like do all my gaming and stuff on needs to upgrade soon. But the computer that does all the encoding, the one that sends out the stream, the Mac is like a year and a half old. It's not that bad. It's just the cable. I don't know. The thing it's not the computer. The computer itself is fine. It's the capture card. The Elgato, I think, is the problem, because while you guys were just getting bleeps and bloops and all that nonsense, what I was hearing was crystal clear audio. So everything was fine all the way until the point when it was going through to the capture card and it was dying on the other end. It's actually a lightning or a thunderbolt, that Mac really fast thing. It's I don't even know if they call it Thunderbolt anymore. That's what they used to call it. Whatever it is now. The zippy zap speedy cable that Mac uses. Yeah. It could be that. It could be the Thunderbolt cable. It could be something with one of the cables. I'm gonna check the cables, but I don't have time to do that now because I have to stream. And I've prepared and done work for a stream. Conservatives are getting mad at the Barbie movie. Well, did anybody expect any differently? I hope it's a cable and not the whole damn card. Well, Me too, but also, to be fair, that card has been put through the ringer. I run it for like how many 10, 8, 9, 10 hour streams have I done since I bought that capture card? It's probably fried, right? Yeah, cables would be an easier or cheaper fix, but whatever. I'm gonna spend what I need to make sure that this stream keeps going because it's my job. So, will I be watching Barbie and giving a review? Maybe. I'll be completely honest. It looks like a novel, movie, and I've heard fun things about it. I've heard it's a fun film. But I don't know. What the hell? Why are you beeping at me? Don't beep at me. Don't you beep at me. Why are you beeping at me? That's out of line. You know what that was? That was the new Steam beep. Steam did an update, and I don't know how to feel about it. But the newest update to Steam, it beeps again. I didn't realize that it was beeping at me until just now. No, whatever. What was I gonna say? Barbie. Yeah, Barbie. I don't know. I might go see Barbie. For those of you who don't know, I'm going to be taking a medium-length vacation very, very soon. I will likely be updating some things to the channel. There will likely be slightly less videos than usual, and there will definitely be less streams than usual. But I intend to stream at least once or twice while I'm on vacation. Yeah, I'm taking like an actual vacation, like an actual vacation. And I'm pretty excited for it. It's also really intimidating because it's a big trip. We're going camping and stuff. It's going to be pretty major. We're doing a lot of different stuff. Where are we going? We're actually doing a big road trip. So we're going to be hitting a bunch of different locations. One of the places I'm most excited for is we're going to be staying in Yellowstone for a couple of days of our trip. And I'm really, really excited to go to Yellowstone. I've never been to Yellowstone. I have only ever seen Yellowstone in videos. So I'm really, really excited to go see everything there is to offer in Yellowstone. I hear that there is just so much wildlife that it's like a genuinely legendary experience. So I'm really, really excited for that. I will definitely be keeping an eye on my picnic basket. Yogi Bear will not be stealing my peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or whatever he likes to eat. Don't end up in missing 411. Well, thank you. I'll do my best. Thanks. Jesus Christ. Make sure you yell at any bad tourists. Well, I'm going to be a good tourist, hopefully. Isn't there a dormant volcano in Yellowstone? Arguably, there's like a super volcano that could blow up the entire planet under Yellowstone, but I don't know if that's actually true or not. People talk about it, but it always seems very sensational to me. I never really believed, I don't know, I never really felt like that was true. Maybe it is. If it is true, it's not going to matter because we'll all be obliterated within like 20 minutes, so it won't really matter. But I've watched a documentary about like 100 years ago. Not really 100 years ago, but it was like 10 years ago. I watched a documentary about the supposed Yellowstone supervolcano, and I don't know. It can blow up half of the West Coast, not half the planet. Whatever. Probably not in our lifetimes. Yeah, some people say it could go off in our lifetimes, but I don't know. You can visit the caldera of Yellowstone's volcano. It's in the park. That sounds awesome. It sounds really cool. Yeah, so I'm going to be going to Yellowstone, and then we're going to be going further east. We're going to go see some of my family, and I'm going to be on the road for a while. So I wanted to let everybody, we got 300 people here, which is amazing, by the way. Smack that like button. I'm going to be away for a little while, so don't be worried. I will still be posting lots of stuff to the community tab. I'm going to be posting, like, I'm actually taking a photo camera this time, so I'm going to be getting some really, hopefully really legendary photos that I will be sharing on the YouTube community page and on some other social media, so you'll get your fill of Demon Mama. And like I said, I do intend to do a stream or two on the road to give you guys like a life update, to talk about some political happenings that might be going on. But I guess, when am I leaving? The end of this month. I'm going to be leaving at the last day of July. So you're going to get another stream or two out of me before then, including this one. But the basic thing is, I've been working really hard this year, and I need some time to like sit down and think about things, to get away from the daily grind of work, and to get some time to actually make some stuff that's really important to me and take care of some life stuff that's really important to me. So, yeah. So that's what's going to be happening. Don't worry, I'll be back and there'll be tons of new stuff. I also plan on making some changes to the stream when I get back. I'm going to be rebuilding the soundboard, getting new soundboard sounds, maybe changing up the set a little bit. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, so that's going to be pretty cool. Old School AJ says, I read a few years ago that the hotspot under the park is moving under thicker and thicker rock and basically has no chance of ever erupting again. That's good to know. So this is the last stream before break? No, there's going to be at least one more stream before I'm out of here. Maybe two. When's the Sopranos review? When I finish the Sopranos. I still have a long way to go. You guys forget, the Sopranos is really long. For those who don't know, I've been watching the Sopranos for the first time ever. I never watched the Sopranos before, so I decided to finally sit down and watch through it. It's really long, but it's also really good, as in like probably my like the best, highest quality TV show that I've ever seen. It's actually amazing watching the Sopranos. There's so much stuff in Breaking Bad that they were like trying to that it seems like they were trying to draw inspiration from the Sopranos in like some very direct ways. And I'm actually just super impressed with how incredibly good the Sopranos is so far. I'm in season 4. I'm like halfway through season 4, I think. So yeah. Breaking Bad wishes it was The Sopranos. Well, there's something really cool about The Sopranos, which is the fact that like it does side characters way better than Breaking Bad does. Breaking Bad has a problem in that it kind of buys into its own illusion a little bit, which is funny because actually Jack Saint talked about this too. And I didn't even think about it, you know, well, now I have a different perspective having watched The Sopranos, a show that has some very similar themes. The thing about Breaking Bad is that even though there are other side characters, the side characters always feel like they exist to basically service the storyline of Walter White. And part of that is because like Walter White being a narcissist is a huge part of the show, and they want you to see from his perspective. But The Sopranos has a similar theme going on with Tony Soprano having like really severe narcissistic characteristics. But The Sopranos does a better job of giving the characters their own agency, and that means that you actually have something to like reflect. You see Tony not just like, they're not just there only to reflect Tony. You actually see them as their own people in a way that doesn't happen to the same degree in Breaking Bad. You get that, the strongest characters that you get that with in Breaking Bad is Hank and Jesse, of course, because those are the characters that you spend the most time with outside of Breaking Bad, but they don't get half the characterization that like Meadow and you know Junior and Carmela or Chrissy, like all these side characters in The Sopranos are just so well fleshed out. They're such full characters, and it feels really good. Yeah, I loved Hank too, and I love Jesse, and I love Breaking Bad. Don't get me wrong, but there's definitely on the theme of like how the main character is treated between Walter and Tony Soprano. Even though they have like the themes of their story are similar in some ways, and I think The Sopranos does a better job letting you see Tony as a full person. And also, and I think that part of that is just, there was a problem with Breaking Bad where like a lot of people ended up idolizing Walter White, like, and like thinking that like all of the people in Walter White's life are like pieces of shit. And people go, well, you missed the point of Breaking Bad. And that's true. People did miss the point of Breaking Bad in a lot of ways, but you have to ask why. And I think that's, while there are definitely people who try to be Tony Soprano and whatever, I feel like there's a lot less. And the reason for that is because the show itself gives you the ability to truly sympathize in a very deep way with all of the other characters, even though obviously Tony is the main character. He's the protagonist, and you find yourself rooting for him even when he's a giant piece of shit. It's just that extra amount of depth. Also, there is an incredible organic nature to The Sopranos that I just don't think really reflects in basically any other TV show that I've seen yet. The Sopranos has this a true to lifeness to it that is just like, I don't know, there's a willingness to take time. There's a willingness to depict the mundane alongside the extraordinary. And I think that it just adds a next level of depth to the show that I really, really appreciate and I think is good. Aren't the dream sequences a trip? The dream sequences are genuinely incredible. Like, also, The Sopranos is hilarious. It's hilarious in a way that you would not, like, that you wouldn't really expect. That show is so funny. And it's so consistently funny while being extremely serious, very, very, very dark. It's also really fucking funny. You should definitely take the time to watch The Sopranos if you haven't seen it. It's really worth it. I've been watching it so much and I really, really enjoy it. It's constantly been giving me like food for thought, basically. Watch The Wire next? Yeah, The Wire is actually on my list of shows to watch next. I'm planning on watching The Wire. On my watch list is Strange New Worlds, the Star Trek show, the new Star Trek one. I saw an episode, I was shown an episode of Strange New Worlds by Gayfesh recently, and it was really, really good. It was like fantastically good. So I really liked it. So also, I guess, you know what? Should we do a little review? We should do a little review. I watched a movie that a lot of people have been talking about, and I think I'll do a little review for it real quick, because I think that would be valuable. Okay, actually, before we do that, I want to show off two things. First of all, is this beautiful little piece of jewelry. Do you see this really, really pretty piece of jewelry? This was handmade by a fan. An imp made this and sent this to me recently, alongside a... what's this thing called? Why am I blanking on the term? A thing that you put your drinks on. I keep wanting to say a beer koozie, but that's like the thing that goes around it. A coaster. A coaster. Thank you. Why did my brain blank on coaster? This beautiful Demon Mama ashtray. It's so cool, and it's got a really firm text. It's got a lot of texture to it. It's custom made. It's beautiful, and I absolutely love it. I was also sent a painting. However, the painting is incredibly fragile. So I'm gonna have to try and get a nice picture of it and post it to the community tab, because I did not want to bring it up to show it on stream. I did not want to damage the painting. The painting that I received is a painting of a Demon Mama, like, you know, a fantasy version, a Demon Mama that is all in cosmic purple, and it has a butterfly pinned into the painting. It is incredible, and I would love to show it off, but it's very fragile, so I couldn't bring it up. I just want to do a huge shout out to Brittles, who sent me this wonderful handmade jewelry and these amazing crafts, as well as a really, really kind letter. Seriously, you guys have no idea what it means to me. It is the fuel that keeps me going when I receive like handmade art like that. It's the most inspiring thing ever. It's the most touching thing that ever happens. When people take time to make something for me like that, I am so thankful, and it is so kind. I can't even begin to say it. So thank you so very much. You have no idea how much it means. Hello, Call Me B. Did we get a a Keffels raid? Hold on a second, Mr. Krabs. If we're getting a Keffels raid, welcome to the Keffelites. Great to see you all. And regardless of whether we're getting a raid or not, Call Me B, good to see you. And thanks for coming by. I don't think Keffels streamed today. Okay then, maybe I just misunderstood. I could be wrong. Somebody said greetings from Keffels and the community, so I said hello, and I figured that was the case. Maybe I'm wrong. Regardless, we're getting all the wigglers in chat and all that. Okay, so real quick, everybody. My lovely imps. I watched Nimona yesterday. For those of you who don't know, let me see if I can get the movie poster for you. Nimona is a new animation that was recently published by Annapurna Pictures, which was really surprising to me. I didn't know that Annapurna was in the movie business now. They're the people who published, not Echoes of the Eye, The Outer Wilds, which is a really amazing and beautiful game. I didn't know they were doing this. Now it's a movie based on a novel by N.D. Stevenson, who some of you will probably know. N.D. Stevenson is pretty well known in these spaces. Nimona, here, let me get that image for you so you guys can all feast your eyes on the extremely cute and charming cover of the film. Here's the cover of the film. A little auntie, a little hero. And here you go. You got our guy, you got our main character Nimona. Yeah, the showrunner for She-Ra. Yeah. They published Stray as well, yep. I watched Nimona yesterday, and I really liked it. I really liked it, like, a lot. I think it's really good. Not only is the 3D animation extremely charming, it has a lot of quirk, which I imagine that like high quirk TV shows can get under some people's skin, but I assure you, give it a chance anyway, because they really put their love into that. The characters are very they're extremely blobby. They go like I guess off model like a lot. They make like lots of weird faces and they change a lot. And it's really impressive. And the cool thing about Nimona, and I don't want to get into too many spoilers here. I just want to give a little review for it. But it's an actually, not kidding you, an actually unapologetically queer show in more ways than one, okay? To the degree that apparently Disney, like, stepped away from it because they were too uncomfortable with how much queerness was in it. It made me really happy to be able to watch a show that is like, and it is definitely like targeted towards like young teens. It would be my guess is who this movie is like mostly targeted at. But like basically a family friendly animation that is so unapologetically queer, and it really is. The movie opens with the unequivocal establishment of a gay relationship, which is something that basically no animation will ever do. They just don't. Most animations will simply never do that. If there is going to be any sort of gay people in it, it will be a very quick aside later in the film because they don't want to offend people. But this movie does not care. It opens, like I said, unapologetically with a gay relationship, and that is really amazing. And there's not just one. There's actually multiple throughout the film. But what's even better about that aspect of the film is that the queer messaging isn't just a prop in this film. let me try and explain the basic summary of the movie. The summary of the movie is that the world's first commoner knight, a person who it was not born into nobility, has risen to knighthood, and on the night of their knighthood, on the ceremony of their knighthood, they are framed for a terrible crime. And shortly afterwards, they make friends with a weird street urchin by the name of Nimona. And this sort of disgraced knight and this weird street urchin by the name of Nimona are sort of forced to rely on each other in order to survive. They don't get along very well at first, although Nimona is certainly trying. But, you know, throughout the course of the film, they have a very combative relationship that slowly leads them to understand one another. And the thing about Nimona is that she is a shapeshifter. That is like advertised on the thing, so I'm not spoiling anything. Nimona is capable of just like changing her shape at will, basically. And that aspect of her character becomes a vehicle for so much commentary, not just queer commentary, but basically they do such a good job of making her just sort of intrinsic ability to change shape become a metaphor for so many types of societal marginalization that exist in a way that I think is most films that do this type of thing do not succeed at. There are a lot of movies that make attempts to comment on social issues like this, but this movie really goes there, and it goes there because because, like I said, it's unapologetic. It doesn't have to pretend that it's talking about anything else. The movie is talking about the way that people treat people who are different. It is talking about a society. The society that they live in is extremely rigid. It has a sort of obsession with fear of the outside, the fear of people who are different. It is a highly conformist society, and that becomes the core struggle of the film. And it's really impressive in the way that it decides to tackle this. And it also doesn't come off as preachy because, like I said, they just decided to tell a story that's about that unapologetically. So instead of getting like these sort of like saccharine speeches about the way that you're supposed to act, the movie just sort of demonstrates that. And I really like it. I think it's really impressive. Throughout the film, there is a tension on sort of trying to understand. One of the characters is trying to constantly understand why Nimona is abnormal. And it is handled so well. I just have to say, you got to see the movie because I think it does, like, it communicates like how that sort of otherwise seemingly innocent curiosity, well, why are you different, becomes something malignant in the certain context in a society that is constantly angry at and distrustful towards others and distrustful towards any sort of difference, or you know, that actively cultivates disgust towards certain types of difference. It actually stomps out the ability for there to be healthy communication between people and healthy curiosity about differences between one another, because all differences have to be filtered through the lens of what is normal and approved and what is disapproved and abnormal. It deals with slurs. It deals with well-meaning but hurtful loved ones. It deals with isolation from being different. It deals with pride in your identity in the face of adversity. It is a really impressive film, and I really like it. It's actually just an extremely fun film on top of all of that. Wild Hawk with the incredibly generous $5 super chat says, the commoners in Nimona straight up act like Americans on a steady conservative media diet. Yes, that's actually a big part of the movie. A lot of the like jokes and gags in the movie are based around the media that is consumed by the people in the movie. And I don't want to spoil too much, but let's just say that it only needs to slightly cartoonify the American media diet in order for it to drive its point home. For example, there is an obsession with combat in all of the types of media that are consumed in this society, and it's constantly reinforced. Everything from commercials to toys to video games, even to like children's amusement park rides are sort of themed around the fear of the other, even in what would otherwise be seemingly innocuous ways. It does a very, very good job of critiquing the sort of especially American media diet. Yeah, it was very good. And not only that, not only do I think that the messaging is great and that the writing is fun, but it's legitimately extremely funny. Again, it's a very quirky movie, but not in a kind of, oh, well, that happened. It's like, there's actually like there's a lot of jokes. There's a lot of visual gags. There's an incredible amount of care going into every single scene in the movie. And they really just pack it full of fun animation, and I really, really liked it. I gotta say, it's one of my favorite animations I've seen in a long time. I want to say, like, there are some comparisons to be made to well, maybe this is a little too high praise, but I wanted to draw some comparisons to Avatar: The Last Airbender. Avatar: The Last Airbender is, in my opinion, like perhaps the best animated children's series, and it's a show that can be enjoyed a lot by adults, even though it's clearly designed to sort of teach children. Most of the messages are aimed at children understanding things. And Avatar: The Last Airbender does this really good job of taking really serious and potentially emotionally distressing topics and not shying away from them while still making them understandable to a young audience. And I think Nimona does a good job on that for queer issues. While there's not as much of like queer issues, there are some, but not as much in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Nimona takes that sort of thing. Avatar: The Last Airbender, for the record, for those who aren't familiar with it, deals with death, war, genocide, racial discrimination, caste discrimination, class discrimination, nationalism, and parental abuse. These are some of the big extremely emotionally distressing themes that are handled throughout the entirety of Avatar: The Last Airbender. And of course, Nimona is just a single film. It's not a whole TV series, so it doesn't have as much room to breathe. However, it very directly addresses some otherwise incredibly distressing topics in a way that is not distressing, in a way that makes it understandable to a younger audience. While Avatar is aimed, I think, a little bit younger than a movie like Nimona. Nimona is, like I said, I would guess it's probably aimed at like young teenagers. I think it does a phenomenal job of tackling those issues without looking the other way. It doesn't pretend that there's like not bad things going on. It doesn't go quite as far as Avatar, but it still does a really good job with that. If I was gonna rate it, I don't know. I don't usually do ratings, but I would say I would give it like maybe a 4 maybe like a 4.25 would be my rating overall. I think it's a very good movie, really, really strong, incredibly entertaining. Maybe my, I don't know, maybe my only complaint would be certain aspects of the soundtrack, but otherwise, really, yeah, out of 5, yeah, out of 5. See, this is why I don't use number scales. But yeah, I think it's a really fantastic film, and I highly recommend you to go see it. I would really love to hear what my viewers have to say about Nimona. I know I have a lot of queer people in my audience. I have a lot of trans people, a lot of gay people, a lot of non-binary people in my audience, and I know a lot of you have seen Nimona because a ton of people have recommended it. So if you have thoughts about Nimona, when this goes up as a video, please put your comments down below, because I would love to read those and hear what people think about it. Critical or praise, either way. Regardless, I really do recommend it. It's about 2 hours, so it's a very easy watch, and you will have a fun time with it. Like I said, the animation is a blast. It's incredibly funny. It's got a very upbeat tone throughout the movie. I should say, and the voice acting is phenomenal. That's another thing I didn't even mention. The voice acting is like top notch. All of the actors were putting their all into the roles, and I really recommend it. Again, the movie is Nimona. It's a fairly new movie based on the comic written by N.D. Stevenson, who also was the showrunner for the new She-Ra show. I really, really think people would appreciate it. It's on Netflix, so it's pretty easy to watch. And yeah. So I highly recommend Nimona. I'd give it about a 4.25 out of 5. Very top-notch animation. It handles queer themes really, really well. Does not make any apologies for its gay characters. It is totally unapologetic about having gay characters, which is so refreshing to see, given that in American media, gay characters are basically relegated to adult media only, or else it has to be basically entirely hidden, which sucks. And Nimona doesn't care and tells you. I should also say, I don't want to spoil too much because this is like a core part of the plot, but some pretty amazing just general political approach as well. I was not expecting a movie that was, I'll just say, I was not expecting the movie to be so radical in its interpretation of general politics. The vision of the world that Nimona puts forward is not one that plays nice with authority, and it is not one that plays nice with sort of like austere proceduralism. I'll just put it at that, okay? My anarcho friends might appreciate this film more than they expected. I certainly did. So I recommend Nimona. Please go check it out. And if you like this review, please subscribe to my channel. I do media reviews all the time, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm a bit of a political-leaning variety channel. Talk about media all the time, video games, movies, and of course I talk about political topics. So subscribe down below, and please tell me your thoughts on Nimona in the comments. See y'all later. All right. That was a fun little review, see? Do you guys appreciate my review of Nimona? Hey, High Progressive, good to see ya. Nimona, the character, definitely says ACAB. Like, hardcore, okay? I don't want to spoil. But yeah, Nimona definitely, I mean, the movie, listen, I'm just gonna say, it's definitely that type of movie, okay? Yeah. All right, let's do a quick meme. Gabrielle thingy, I haven't eaten in a day. I should really go to the grocery store. Well, why are you telling me? Go to the grocery store. You can listen on your phone if you need to, or you can take a break and come back and catch the VOD later. Go eat. Mr. Josh says, what are your thoughts on Georgism? Wait, hold on. Let me remember Georgism. Georgism? Isn't that distributism, basically? Yeah, that's like libertarian. Wait. Oh wait, no, that's libertarianism with natural monopolies. No, I don't think very highly of that. I mean, that's a general statement. I am not like, I have not done extensive reading on Georgism, but no, I don't tend to agree with free market libertarianism. That type of thing, I think, functionally, in basically all cases, leads to a sort of corporate despotism. It's just capitalism, basically. Yeah. Non-anarchist mutualism. Yeah, it's basically the idea that like you should be able to form yourself into any corporation you want, and that restrictions on like alliances of people in that way should basically be fought against. And I don't know if I agree with that. Anarcho-capitalism. I do see there's some overlap with that. For those who are asking, by the way, for those who are asking in YouTube chat whether I check YouTube chat, I absolutely do. I do check YouTube chat. Speaking of which, Ron's KFC, thank you very, very much for the $5. The Wild Hawk, thank you so very much for the $5. Maddie Kitten for the new membership, thank you so much. And Bogey Fan for the $2 super chat, thank you so very much. I really appreciate all of your support today. I will be getting to all of the donations from the site that I may have missed at the end. I needed to focus on my review. I do read YouTube chat. I absolutely do. I just don't always respond immediately because I'm in the middle of things. I look at YouTube chat more than basically anybody else. Anyway, let's watch a quick meme, shall we? This is a Kinnikuman meme. Let's see it. Whoa! It's fucking, it's Mr. He's a corn pop. What the? Oh my God. Actually, no, he's a 3D Dorito. Does anybody remember those? Doritos 3D? I do. Holy moly. He became the mountain. What the? What is this madness? That's deranged. That is the most over-the-top special ability I've ever seen. Even in the Kinnikuman stuff. The mountain, that's absurd. Getting like born out of a giant mountain to become an even bigger giant. He's like tiny or something. What the hell? It's awesome. His name is the Mountain. Okay, that makes sense. That actually makes so much sense. Sophie Bliss with the $6.66. You're a demon mama, so this seemed appropriate. Well, thank you so much for supporting the show. It means the world to me. Thank you so much. What will be the next Star Wars review? Oh, I need to do the Han Solo review. I still haven't done the Han Solo review because guys, can we just take a moment and talk about how busy it's been on this show recently? We have had back-to-back crazy content. It's been off the rails. So much stuff to talk about. So many absurd events. I've been behind on reviews. We haven't done any gaming streams since the myhouse.wad one, which was amazing, to be fair. Man, we've been going so crazy lately. I miss doing gaming streams. It's been so long. I feel a little bad about it. I guess this is why I need to take a vacation. I need to take a vacation. I need to clear which I'm doing, but this is why. I need to clear my mind. I need to realign and figure out what I want to do when we get back, because we're going to be going into the colder months of the year soon. It'll be a great time for some cozy gaming streams and stuff. Yeah, we've been doing just so much. Oh yeah, if you're here, please press like on the stream. Niana, for some cuties to ascend beyond the white name power limiters. True! Thank you for the gifted 5 tier 1 subs, Niana. Thank you so much. It means the world to me. Save that one for next stream, Mr. Krabs. I gotta get through a lot of stuff. Show me that one next stream, okay? We can't overdo it, Mr. Krabs. Keep it for next stream. Sorry, but we got a lot of stuff to do, and we gotta get through it, okay? So here's what we're gonna talk about next. Let me just real quick, okay? Real quick. Let me just give you a rundown of what we're gonna be talking about today, okay? Because we've been going for over an hour. Didn't you just get back from a vacation a couple of months ago? I went camping for like 3 days. I guess that counts as a vacation. And then in February, I went to visit family. Was it February or January? I don't remember. I went to visit some of my partner's family, but it didn't end up being much of a vacation, unfortunately, because we got really bad weather, which made the roads really treacherous, and my partner got really sick. So it kind of turned into not a very good vacation, unfortunately. So that's why I'm taking a good one. Hushasha Bega says Georgism was actually socialist adjacent, not ANCAP at all. Henry George basically thought landlords were the root of exploitation under capitalism. He ran for mayor of New York City on a Labor Party ticket. Is that true? This is why I said I don't know. I prefaced what I was saying by saying I haven't done like deep research in it. Maybe from what I can see from the from just like looking at the Wikipedia, it does seem like ANCAPism. But maybe it isn't. Maybe you're right. I'm certainly open to yeah. I'm certainly open to learning more in the future. Prosy Rosie says he's right. Oh, okay. That's certainly interesting. Agent Mad Hat says, would you ever do a gaming stream of old school Mario or Donkey Kong Country, or is that not your thing? I'm open to it. But that would probably be something I would do in the future. Right now, I spend a lot of time doing segments like this, like where, not like this, but like what I just did, where I choose a topic, I get my thoughts out on it, and then I send it out into the world. And I want to do more gaming stuff, but I'm not yet a gaming personality. So maybe if I do more over time, I would do things like that. I'm certainly not close to it. I really do like playing through old games. For example, I would genuinely love to do a playthrough of Super Metroid on stream. One of my favorite games from the SNES era, a game which I've beaten like 3 or 4 times in my life. I would love to play that on stream at some point. It has just incredible music, and it's a quick game. It's a game you can beat in, I could probably beat it in like 2 stream segments, which would be very fun. But I am not known as like a gaming personality yet. I talk about politics mostly, so, you know, for right now. Luscious Lucia says, I just finished Signallis. It's amazing. Yes! That makes me so happy. I recommended Signallis to my audience in a review a couple of months ago, and 3 or 4 imps have come and told me that they played Signallis based on my review and that they loved it, which makes me really, really happy. Signallis is a absolutely amazing horror game. It is I can most describe it as a true spiritual successor to Silent Hill, specifically to Silent Hill 2. It is amazing. The aesthetic is top notch. The music is genuinely next level. Can I? Oh my God, I can play the music from Signallis. Let me play a song from Signallis real quick. Can I? I totally can. Let me just play a song from Signallis. Oh my God, it's so cool. Here we go. I can play the whole track. It's so goddamn good. It's such a good game. It is like, the soundtrack is like this nightmare dreamscape. Signallis is so scary. It is such a scary game. This is the track Minor from Signallis. I downloaded. I like the soundtrack of Signallis so much that I like bought it off of Bandcamp and have it stored on my computer. So good. Oh man. Beautiful. Do we have the whole thing? I could play some of the coolest tracks. So good. So Signallis, I don't want to go over it all over again, but basically, it's not like a jump scare horror type game. It's the type of horror game that crafts an environment that is just genuinely upsetting. Like, I mean, I don't know. I found myself on edge throughout basically the entire time that I was playing Signallis, just thinking about like being trapped in the facilities that you're trapped in, how it forces you to move through horrifying locations over and over again in order to stay alive. It's just a great game, okay? Really scary, very, very upsetting game, but also just incredibly beautiful. Plus, you get to see a bunch of gay anime robots, which is actually, I'm not kidding you, they're actually gay anime robots. It's pretty cool. It's always the music that makes me play games. Oh, you won't regret it. Nasty, just Signallis is straight up your alley, like in more ways than one. So it's a psychological horror thriller? Absolutely. I thought Signallis was PC only. I don't think it's... No, it's on PC, PS4, Xbox One, Game Pass, Switch, everything. It's on everything. God, the OST is so incredible. Trying to think of one of the other tracks that I love. There's a piano album, a piano cover album that was done of Signallis that I listen to like on a regular basis. I listen through the track. So good. Where's the one I'm thinking of? It's the one that's named after the Island of the Dead. Oh, it's not on this playlist. The Promise? Is this the one? So good. I'm at 400 viewers. Wonderful! Welcome to my lovely, lovely, amazing imps. Thank you for being here. We're well past the warm-up period, but today's stream is just gonna be a little more Demon Mama-y. So get comfortable. Thank you for being here. Make sure you press subscribe. Also, the musician for Signallis it follows me on Twitter, which is so cool. I shouted out that I loved the Signallis soundtrack, and they ended up following me back on Twitter, which was cool as hell. Prosy Rosie says, Demon Mama, would you ever change your name? Like my real name or the Demon Mama name? I don't think I'm interested in changing away from the Demon Mama name. I've spent a lot of time building that up, and I really like it. Why? Do you not like it? Alice Payne with the $5. I've almost beaten Amnesia the Bunker. It's so terrifying. I wish there were more horror games that nailed atmosphere like that. That's high praise. Maybe I'll give it maybe I'll give it a chance. I have not played any of the Amnesia games since the original, and I do remember the original Amnesia game being pretty scary, though kind of in like a... that's not the type of horror game I usually like. Although I did have fun with it, I won't lie. Yeah. I just realized I don't know your real name. You've done a good job hiding it. Some people know my real name, but I don't have any reason to. I don't do that. I don't try to do things under my real name. I'm just Demon Mama. It's fine. There's nothing. That's what I'm known for. Okay, that's what I'm known for, is for being Demon Mama. So that's you're getting more by just knowing Demon Mama than anything else. Revan777, thank you very, very much. Longtime lurker, first-time chatter. Well, thank you for being here. Very happy to have you in chat. Everybody, welcome Revan777 to the website chat. We are very happy to have you. Bogey fan with the $2 super chat says, thoughts on Off? Signallis' music sounds like it. I don't know Off. What's Off? Oh, a band. Oh, I don't know. I'll have to give them I'll have to check them out. I've never heard their music. That sounds super interesting. If their music is like the soundtrack of Signallis, I'll probably like it. Thank you for the recommendation. Off is a game? Oh, it's an old video game. There's a band named Off too. It's a game. It's a very weird French game. Oh, not a band, not a band. Oh, okay. It's an RPG Maker game. All right, let's go take a look at this. What is this? Oh, okay, I see it. Oh, this looks spooky. This looks cool. It looks like it's got like Earthbound type energy, like creepy Earthbound. That sounds cool. I've never played it, but that sounds very interesting. Was RPG Maker horror games? Yeah, I think so. It's a precursor to Undertale. There's a lot of precursors to Undertale. Creepy Earthbound is best Earthbound. Yeah, it definitely looks like some Earthbound stuff. Anyway, okay. So real quick, everybody, let's bring in, I'm going to bring in the focus just a little bit real quick. So here's what we're going to be doing tonight, okay? First off, I want to talk about environmentalism. I have been waiting to do a segment on it. Not waiting, it's just kept getting delayed. And there's a video that I want to react to share with you, and I want to do a general talk about environmentalism. So we're going to open with that. Then we have a DramaMama to do. That's right, we're actually doing a DramaMama tonight. It's going to be a smaller DramaMama than usual. Which is not saying much because the last few DramaMamas have been so big, it's actually unbelievable. But we need a change of pace. We're going to be doing a DramaMama on the accusations of trans discrimination at Bethesda. That's right, the company that made Skyrim and Oblivion and the Elder Scrolls generally, and is soon going to be releasing Starfield, has found itself under some very serious allegations. So we're going to be reacting to some coverage by Jim Sterling, also known as James Stephanie Sterling, also known as the Jimquisition. We're going to be reacting to that, and we're also going to be reacting to receipts provided directly by the accuser, which is going to be pretty important. After that, someone you may all recognize from chat, Rapti, is going to be coming on to talk to us about some major and very important changes that have been made to trans healthcare law in Oregon. Okay, so this is very important for a lot of people who either live in Oregon or who perhaps are thinking of moving to the West Coast in order to find more friendly environments for trans people. We're going to be having Rapti on. It's going to be a short segment where we talk about what happened. It is very good news, I assure you. It's extremely good news, okay? For once in your lives, we actually get to have good trans healthcare news on this channel, and that is very exciting. So we're going to be having Rapti on to do that. And finally, we are going to wrap up today's stream by doing some Cooking Mama. We haven't done Cooking Mama in a while, and I wanted to make sure that we do Cooking Mama because, you know, obviously we've been really busy with other things. And I might take a little bit of time to talk about the fallout of the Soul Bunny and Shark conversations that I had, because I have some thoughts on that, which I'm sure some of you would be interested in hearing. Did you see Dave's been stealing your Cooking Mama drip? No, what do you mean? Dave's been stealing my Cooking Mama? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I'll get it back. He's been watching actual Jake's cooking and shitting on it. Hey! Oh, that's great. I heard Dave fell asleep on stream recently. Somebody sent me a link and it was like the stream had been running for an hour and Dave was like literally just passed out in his chair sleeping. And then he deleted the VOD immediately, which is extremely, extremely funny. He fell asleep for several hours before noticing it. Oh my God. Dave did. Dave's cooking show fell asleep on stream for like multiple hours. Which is really funny. I can't imagine, I mean, personally, I can't imagine falling asleep on stream. Like my anxiety levels when I'm on camera are way too high. So maybe, hey, credit to Dave for being that comfortable in front of the camera. Was he drunk? Ooh, he might have been. Ooh, he might have been. He drinks so much beer, it's unhealthy. Ah, so it was a beer pass out. So he passed out. He didn't just fall asleep. He was definitely drunk. Ah, damn. Ooh, nightmare. Nightmare. People do sleeping streams, but that's usually intentional. Jade Monkey says, wait, you feel anxious on camera? Oh yeah, no doubt. I have to overcome my streaming anxiety in order to stream. It's taxing. Like this type of work doesn't come natural to me. I've had to learn how to do it. Yeah, it's just true. It's just how it is. Are you anxious right now, like stage fright? No. The thing is, usually once I get going, I'm fine. But the build up to it and the usually the beginning of stream, part of the reason why I do warm-ups is so that I can give myself a little bit of room to ease into being back in front of the camera, you know, without any major expectations. I have sort of set over time a cultural expectation in my chat that people know that I do just like a chill warm-up segment at the beginning of stream. But no, like I would be lying if I didn't say that like I don't get nervous. It's not like usually it's not overwhelming, but it's definitely something that I deal with, and it's definitely something right before stream is usually when it's the worst. Like 30 minutes before stream time is when I'm like I feel like I can't sit down. I'm like, you know, I have to like really get myself in the zone. But yeah, it's just you know, you practice and you get better at it, and over time it's not so scary. But I don't know. I didn't used to be like, I don't know. I think people get the idea that I'm like you know, like I was like a theater person or whatever. I wasn't. like I was a very quiet person most of my life, had my nose in a book most of my life. Yeah, I had to learn a lot of this stuff, and some of it I like no doubt I love streaming, and it appeals to me and I have a lot of fun, but there's still a lot that I have to overcome with it. Is that why you schedule streams? You mean like that's why I like, well, I don't, my schedule is like questionable. I kind of, I like decide the day before whether I'm going to stream or not. Yeah. My schedule is questionable, but I don't think I'll ever change that. I just think that that's just, you guys just got to come to love that about me, okay? My schedule will always probably be chaotic. I hate, I hate feeling like I'm obligated to turn on the camera and say something when I don't actually have something to say, if that makes sense. And I would rather take like a stream slightly less frequently and actually have something to say to you all than like try to invent something on the spot because I feel like I need to meet a schedule. It's something I've changed a lot. I used to stream super regularly, and then I would basically burn out because I would feel like I was stressing about what I was going to say on stream each day. But I don't want to do that anymore, so I don't. Something, I know that this is like, again, I'm rambling off onto another topic, but whatever. I think that's actually something that is that's going to have to be grappled with in the streaming industry eventually. The levels of burnout in this space are really, really outrageous. And I think the expectations that like a lot of like super, super big streamers place on themselves and also on others are actually untenable. Like I think about the life of streaming that that like Hassan and Moist Critical and some other and like even like people like XQC. Now these people are making so much money that they're very incentivized to do it, but they live their lives on stream like almost all day, every day. And while I'm sure that there are some people who are just happy to do that, maybe they just truly find all of their joy from being on stream, the vast majority of really, really talented creators are not going to be able to live that type of life ever. And they shouldn't. That is not like, it will only lead to forcing content that is not actually enjoyable to the viewers for the most part. Hassan does like 8 hours a day, doesn't he? Yeah, I think he does like 8 to 12 hours a day, which is terrifying. And yeah, I don't think that, I think there are some people maybe who can live that type of life, and more power to those people, sure, if that's the way they want to do. But people, there's like a perception among other streamers that I know that that's like the goal. But I actually think that that's a really horrible, unrealistic, and bad goal to ultimately aim for. People shouldn't do that. It's not good for you. It just isn't good for you. Streaming isn't a job like clocking in and doing a certain set of tasks every single day. Streaming is an insanely intense performing and creative job. Now, there are all kinds of ways that you can sort of make it less intensive on various fronts, but there's a cost to that. You know, like for example, if you just do React content constantly, if you're just reacting to other people's work, but then you're not actually doing much, you are basically just leeching off of other people's hard work. If all that you do is just react, if all that you do is just sort of go, huh, interesting, wow, interesting. And the truth is there's only so much room for people who can interestingly react in that way. And it won't last forever. So if streaming is going to last and grow, people have to have more realistic expectations. Viewers and creators alike need to have more realistic expectations for what streaming actually is. Yeah. Biceps and Bikini says, Hassan recently was freaking out that he was behind in streaming hours, which explains why he was just sort of watching a California car pursuit the other day. I mean, all right. Like, no hate. If that's what you want to do with your platform, that's fine. But that's not what I want to do. I don't want to ever get to that point. In fact, I think it's kind of terrifying and unsettling to live your life to that level of constant observation. Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine being chained to this desk 8 hours a day, even if it was for a lot of money. That sounds like a bad life to live, you know? It sounds like a really bad life to live, even if you get a lot of money. So, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I've been spending a lot of time thinking about streaming and the viability as an industry. Oh, I scratched myself there. Ow. I've been thinking about streaming a lot and the state of the industry and what it's, where it's going and what it's going to do. And I think I am making a personal gamble that like the current style of streaming won't last forever, and also will become increasingly inaccessible. People streaming for 8 hours a day in the desperate hope that because that's what you're supposed to do just isn't gonna fly. Especially, and it's especially true if you're not even making money for it. There are people who, I'm a pretty heavy grinder, okay? But like, I don't know. I feel like I've been rewarded with growth at consistent margins. I can't imagine just putting in 8 hours, regardless of viewers, regardless of topic. Yeah. I don't know. It's, it's something. There's a lot to think about. Steamboat says, just getting started has been so daunting. Yeah, it was terrifying. When I first started, I had my expectations set very, very low. Uncle Gumbald says, I don't know, DramaMama. Once you get to the 9th hour delirium stage, you become a whole new streamer. About that, I made myself sick like 2 separate times recently streaming. I didn't mean to. I just lost track of time. I'm going to tell you this. It's not worth it, okay? Not worth it. It is just not, okay? The last stream, I don't know what happened. I think my stress levels just reached like maximum, and I got really sick the next day, and it was like agony, I was miserable. I was completely out of commission. So I don't know. And it didn't I'm happy that I did the things that I did. I'm happy that I've done, important, things that are important and valuable to people. But also at the same time, it's like my biggest bangers are the ones that come from passion, not from just raw grind, Yeah, true, Steamboat. It's really easy. People I saw Moist Critical, one of the biggest streamers recently, talking about streaming being a dream job recently, and how he was like, no, it's like the luckiest job ever, and like you got to be super appreciative of it. And I was like, I hear you to a certain degree, dude, but also the vast majority of streamers aren't making as much as he is. So for him, it's like, maybe it's like the perfect super dream job. And for a lot of people, the idea of like getting to perform for an audience is indeed like a dream job. But as we're gonna see a little bit later, the dream job aspect is often like an illusion that is conjured to exploit you, It's designed to make you think, well, I I mean, I'm the luckiest person on the planet to get to do this type of work just because you enjoy it. And it is awesome. Like, I don't want to mislead. Like, I like streaming, obviously. I think it's great to be able to turn on the camera and entertain people, to be able to, if I want to, talk about video games and people are willing to pay me money because because I'm entertaining them and whatever. I think that's really awesome in and of itself. But it's still a job. It's like a lot of work. There is an incredible amount of physical, mental, and emotional toil in this job. I mean, God, I don't want to like ramble for too long here. God knows I already have, but like, people are fucking crazy, okay? People treat streamers like shit, all right? They treat you, if you're on the internet at all, and you have any sort of fame or whatever, it is like a license for some people to just treat you like horrible. And it's so hard to escape sometimes because it's a part of your job to engage with all of that. Not to mention, that's even without even getting into the algorithm mental torture that happens. I should save this for like a more structured segment. But basically what I'm trying to say is this shit is still work. This shit is a lot of work, and the idea that like it should be that the sort of golden ideal of a streamer is somebody who puts themselves performing on camera 8 hours a day for their entire life is insane and unreasonable. It's insane. It's unreasonable. It will never happen. And so people should just stop believing in that nonsense because the only people who will ever be able to do that are the most rich people, the most rich. And also, who wants to live that type of life? Who wants to live a life where your entire existence is desperately scraping for something to show on stream to somebody else all day, every day, living your life as a constant puppet to the whims of an unaccountable crowd? I don't think that's a good way to live. I think it's much better that people take their time, that they build things that they want to say, that they find cool ways to dazzle the audience, instead of this like expectation to basically just film yourself in real time, doing whatever you might be doing on a social level with other people, you know? Oh yeah, Steamboat mentions, this is not even mentioning that getting started is a net loss. It's a massive net loss. That is one way in which I am genuinely very lucky. I would never have been able to become a streamer if I didn't have, you know, a certain level like of financial stability. We're not rich by any measure at all, but we had enough that I could stay afloat while I took time to start putting together my channel. While I had enough of a little extra money to be able to get the basics. You guys know I used to stream on my phone. I used to take my phone and I would put it up here, and it would be in a little. It was in a little thing that held it like this, and I used to use my phone as the camera. And I had this little Yeti microphone. That's how I used to do it. Been a long time since that, but that was how it used to be back in the day. But even that costs money. You got to be able to have an iPhone in the first place. You got to be able to buy a microphone and whatever. Yeah. So anyway, so streamers are monks and the audience is God. More like the algorithm is God, but yeah. Yeah. That's the way that some people want it to be. They want it to be a lifelong, your entire life is devoted to this thing. And again, I've worked a ton. You guys know, it's like almost a meme in my community how many jobs I've worked throughout my life. Like I've worked years in retail. I've worked in sales. I've worked as a runway a technician, where like I would bring in planes and unload luggage and drive those little little things around and marshal in planes. I did that for like a year and a half of my life. I've worked as a camera person. I've worked as a production. I've done so many different jobs, and I can say without question that the single most like overall taxing job that I've ever done has been this job. It's also my favorite job that I've done. It's been an incredibly amazing experience, but it also completely transformed I had to completely change my life around being able to work this job. There's no other job that I've ever worked that required me to transform my life to that degree, where I had to change everything about the way that I do my life in order to work this job. And I think people forget that. That the performance, like the fact that you're performing in front of, I mean, there's there's 450 people watching me right now, and I'm aware of that every second of this stream. I am always aware that there are 400 human beings with their eyes glued to me right now, watching me and expecting me to entertain them. You know? It's a lot. It's a lot. And while that is an abstract thing, I can certainly say, I mean, as an example, I did not love my job working on the runway, you know, loading and unloading planes and all that shit. It was hard work. It was extremely tiring. But that job, I had one person expectations to manage, and that was my shift supervisor. My shift supervisor would say, all right, here's what we got to do. Let's do it. And then you did it. And you had a set of very simple tasks that you needed to follow. They were, you know, sometimes physically strenuous, but they are fairly simple to understand. Very little variation on a day-to-day basis. You did not, I was not expected to like, you know, engage with a whole bunch of, you know, customers and things like that. So that job, while it was stressful and, you know, I didn't get to decide my hours, you know, that was annoying. In fact, the hours was what ultimately made me leave that job because, you know, a plane getting delayed could sometimes mean that you had to just sit there and wait for like 4 hours. You know, it's like, you know, that sucked. Like having a totally, a schedule that was completely out of your control really sucked. It was a bad thing, but also I didn't have the expectations of, you know, anywhere from 400 to 800 people on me at any moment, all of whom could decide to just say, I'm out of here, and then you don't get paid. If I showed up to work and I vacuumed the floor and I moved the luggages and I, you know, marshaled in the plane like this, and, you know, I had the training to do whatever, as long as I was careful and didn't do anything wrong, you know, you get your pay and it's good. And it will happen again the next day. So there's like a totally different dimension, but people need to understand that even this type of work is work, and it's not the type of work. It's not the type of work where you follow a set list of things to do. I have to summon what I want to say to you out of thin air. I'm doing it right now. You know, I have to make executive decisions constantly as to what I'm going to do, as to how I'm going to appear to you. There's so much that goes into it. Not to mention, of course, all of the technical stuff as well. There's so many layers to this job that people don't understand. And what I'm trying to say is all of this is not to complain about the work or anything like that. It's to bring up the fact that the expectations that streamers have for one another, and sometimes that even audiences have for streamers, what I really mean is that algorithms have decided are appropriate for maximal levels of engagement, are untenable. They are untenable, more untenable than most strenuous workplaces. Most workplaces will try to overwork you. Pretty much every workplace in the world tries to overwork you. But this industry basically says, they imply or they try to claim, if you don't live your life on our screen, you deserve to die, is what they basically say. And it sucks. And that's not healthy. And we should fight against that, you know? And so I do. Anyway. Paige Punkcorpse asks, Demon Mama, what was the most uneventful job that you've ever had? Like you did almost nothing and got paid for it. My sales job during the winter, during the dead of winter, by far. The sales job during the summer was unbelievably chaotic. But when it got to the dead of winter, there were days that I worked where during an 8-hour shift, there were 4 customers, some of which may not actually come in. And they just needed somebody to be there because somebody was going to need to be taken care of at some point. And that job was quite uneventful during the winter. Now, of course, it was not like that all the time. There were, you know, when the holidays came, it would get crazy again. When the summer came, it was crazy. And of course, the type of work that you had to do, like constantly selling to people, fixing their problems, bearing the brunt of their anger, which was so common because it was in the travel industry. You know, you would get people who were pissed off because their plane ride was bad. They wanted to go do this. They were mad that that their vacation was over and they take it out on you. There's a lot of abuse from customers. But in the winter time, I would basically go in, I would, you know, pop open my laptop, and then I would read or write or, you know, play a digital card game like Hearthstone or something. Yeah. And I got paid a decent amount for that job, although the pay went way down during the winter because obviously if you don't have customers, you don't get as much sales revenue. So, yep. I'm trying to think. Probably the most intense job I had was, well, the most physically intense job I ever had was doing sports camera work. That was like so physically intense. I was on my feet for hours in the hot sun, constantly moving a giant camera to try and catch fast moving action with a guy yelling in your ear. That was really difficult. Obviously when I was working on student films and small films, that was really hard work too. Freelancing was very difficult but that was like, it was because it was precarious. With freelancing, I had to juggle like 8 different clients at once in order to make enough money to pay for the month. And then I'm trying to think. Oh, I think the single most like intense overall experience was when I worked in IT. I worked at an IT call center for a hospital, and let me tell you, that was a lot of pressure. I actually liked that job a lot because the people that I worked with were really awesome, but from the moment that you went in to the end of the day, your phone was ringing constantly, and the person on the other end could just be some like old ancient nurse who has no idea how to turn on or off her computer, or it could literally be somebody who was like, I have a patient who is going to die if you don't fix my problem right now. You need to fix this immediately. Help me fix this. Oh my God, this patient isn't, like, it was so insane. It was like, and again, from the moment you sit down at your desk, the second you sign in, your phone will ring. It was like constant. It was, oh God, it was so stressful. It was so stressful. I remember just in the morning sitting there, like watching the clock and going, oh my God, I'm gonna have to turn my phone on now, okay. All right, here we go. And then ring immediately, just the second you turn your phone on, ring, 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 and you got nothing. You gotta fix their problem, fix their problem, fix their problem, next problem, fix their problem, next problem. You gotta type, and you gotta move faster. And you got your boss saying, hey, you got 4 people on hold. Come on, speed it up, speed it up. It was like, oh my fucking God. Whew. And I did that for like two plus years. Oh my God. Yeah, call centers are pretty brutal. I think I would I think a call center would be like probably, and that was a call center that had a high requirement of expertise. I had to do a lot of training, and I had to have a lot of former knowledge in order to do the IT stuff. I used to know a lot more about computers than I do now. I've gotten rusty as fuck over the years, but yeah. Were the problems hard to solve too? Most of them were not. Most of the problems were pretty easy, but some of them were really difficult. In fact, there was one issue that kept happening. There was basically a system-wide printer issue that would add, like, I'm talking hundreds of calls to our call center per day. And that escalated to the point where we were constantly having to work with other techs to fix the problem. It was really important because obviously a hospital prints out tons of stuff constantly. That was like a huge thing. That one was really complicated, and we ended up actually having to sit down and work with people from Microsoft and Hewlett Packard, the printing company. We actually had to have like their traveling technicians come in and sit down with a bunch of us to finally fix the problem, because the issue kept happening so much that it would like I said, it was adding hundreds of calls per day to our overall call center load. Insane. Just insane. A lot of the call center was simple stuff like password resets and my monitor isn't working. What do I do? Okay, look on the bottom of this monitor. Check and see if there's a button there. Did it turn on? No? Okay, look at the back of your computer. Do you see any cables that are just hanging there and haven't been plugged in? Oh yeah, okay, probably whoever was moving the computer last unplugged it and forgot to plug the monitor back in. Okay, so do I just plug this in? Yep, go ahead. Okay, I think it's coming on now. All right, are you satisfied? Is everything done? Is there any other issues I can help you with? Nope, okay, and then you have to type up what happened. You have to do that really fast so you can get to the next call. Yeah. I've been ranting about this for a while. Did you ever work with Epic? Epic. I feel like we used a different one than Epic. I remember that name, but I feel like ours was called something else. I can't remember. I think it was called something else. I think it was called fuck, what was it called? I can't remember. Whatever. All right, everybody, it's time. It's time for us to talk about the subjects of the day. All right, everybody, enough talking about my history of working. Anyway, all I wanted to say with all of this rant is people need to have more healthier expectations for the streaming field. The streaming industry is a new one, and it will not be sustainable if everybody, streamers, viewers, platform runners, expect people to live on camera 8 hours a day every single day for their entire lives. It won't work. People will stop doing it. It will lead to a bubble and a crash of the industry, and that's bad for all of us. So instead, we should acknowledge that streamers are human beings who are working a very strenuous, creative job that requires active living performance. Anyway, if you like this incredibly ranty segment, please make sure that you press subscribe down below and share me your thoughts. I know this ended up becoming me rambling about work and all that nonsense, but that's what I do sometimes. So if you liked it, press like and subscribe. Whoops. Boop, 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 boop. Drop something. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we are going to talk about something that is near and dear to my heart. And that is the topic of environmentalism. Now, I've told this story before, but a lot of you probably have never heard this. My actual first introduction to any sort of lefty progressive thought was environmentalism. I grew up in a extremely right-wing Christian environment. I was raised in a cult. I have a whole video about it. I talk about it pretty frequently on this channel, but it was a very, very strenuous and scary and terrible experience all in all. But my first like real introduction to leaving the sphere of sort of mainline conservative thought was environmentalism, and also feminism to a certain degree, but that's a story for a different day, and that's a little bit weirder. And I can explain it like this. Growing up super Christian, you will find yourself in an environment of people who, at least in fundamental evangelical Christianity, they don't have a lot of respect for the environment. Fundamentalist evangelical Christianity has a lot of overlaps with, you know, fireworks and guns and trucks and support your businesses and never, you know, you don't want to be a commie, do you? There's a huge overlap between hyper-capitalism, consumerism, and fundamentalist evangelical Christianity, which might seem weird to you. But I assure you, that's true. They're like, they love that shit, okay? And it's really weird because that's not really how the Bible is. Like, as a book, the Bible itself is not really all about the money and the big cars and the performative masculinity. It really isn't. But it's a big part of fundamentalist American Christianity. And so when I started to leave the cult that I grew up in, one of the things that I first noticed, this was like before I became like critical of Christianity as a whole, and was more just critical of the branch of Christianity that my family was like a part of. I realized that there was a lot of hypocrisy about the environment. Now, in the Bible, there is a really, really pivotal verse. It's in Genesis, and the basic, I'm not going to read it out to you one for one, but the basic gist of it is that God is speaking to Noah, and he commands Noah to be a steward of the earth and to have dominion over it. And it's really interesting because some Christians really fixate on the stewardship part, and a lot of Christians, specifically the American evangelical type, really fixate on the dominion part. Now, stewardship is a word that basically means that a steward is somebody who is caring for something that belongs to somebody else. A steward is like somebody who you leave if you're traveling and you need somebody to watch over your house while you're gone, you could appoint a steward to watch over your house. Stewardship is a job that implies guardianship. You are protecting something that is not yours, that trust is being put into you. Of course, we all know what dominion means. You know, we all know what that means. So it's interesting to me because when I first started leaving the Christian cult and became critical of that environment, this was one of the things that I found myself grappling with. Was that they always fixated on this idea of having dominion over the earth, where the actual Bible says both you are called to be a steward and you are given dominion over the earth. But the Bible says the stewardship part first, which was interesting to me. So when I went to college and I encountered environmentalism, I went, hey, wait a second. Why are so many Christians against environmentalism? Why are so many conservatives against environmentalism? It says right here that God calls us to be caretakers of the planet Earth. And there you have it. Like I said, environmentalism became one of my first ways of connecting with a politics beyond what I had been taught. I think environmentalism is really important, and not just because of my personal how much it affected me in challenging the way that I had thought about the Christian worldview. I think environmentalism is a school of thought that encourages people to pay attention to the world that they exist in, that calls people to look beyond themselves in a way that we are actively discouraged from doing in American culture. In American culture, people are fixated on possessions, things that you can own, things that you can lord over other people. There is a incredible, people call it bootstrapping, you know, the idea that you got to lift yourself up by your bootstraps. That is it creates a very insular and inward looking culture where people are obsessed with their own achievements, where people are obsessed with their own goals and their own things. It's a very self-centered worldview. And I think environmentalism challenges that. But more so than all of that, we need an environment to live in. So does every other living being on this planet. Humans cannot exist on sterile tiles. We cannot exist in a world of concrete. We simply cannot live. We can't live in a world made purely out of tarmac. It's actually not possible. Our physical organic bodies need an organic environment to thrive in. We need water. We need air. We need, vegetation. And more than that, we need other living things around us in so many ways. And I think that environmentalism has somewhat fallen by the wayside in recent memory, in a lot of left-leaning spaces, in lieu of this sort of very, how do I describe this? It's hard to describe. It's like maybe you guys know what I'm talking about. Maybe my chat will understand what I'm talking about here, and maybe my viewers will. People talk about urbanism a lot. Like a lot. Like right now, that's like a trend in like lefty progressive spaces to talk about urbanism, talk about urban design, to talk about better city design. And this is no hate on those things, because I completely understand where people are coming from. A lot of people live in really big cities, and American cities are completely overrun with roads and whatever. However, most of the world is not a city. Most of the world will never be a city. Unless like maybe in some very distant future, the entire planet has been hollowed out and turned into some kind of like mega city, which honestly sounds like a dystopia. And so I think that while there has been while it is completely understandable, and I actually like a lot of the things that people have to say, in these sort of like urbanism focused, conversations, I think a lot of it comes from a deep level of doomerism, and it makes me sad. I think a lot of people basically gave up on environmentalism. I'm talking about older people here, younger folks. You guys, hey, that's why I'm talking out there. I'm hoping that we can change minds. But I think a lot of people gave up on environmentalism because there was a perception that there's no chance of anything changing, that the road world is the only future that we will ever have. And I think a lot of this comes from sort of the underpinning assumptions of American life, that, as Americans, the idea that anything will ever affect the consumer position, that people will someday perhaps buy less products, that perhaps people will own less cars, or whatever, is like that flies counter to the mentality of a lot of Americans. The idea that any of these things could happen, that's like forbidden, because then you're just saying, oh, what are you? Like, what, you think that we shouldn't have iPhone? What, you think we shouldn't have computer? You want to live in a cave and clap two rocks together? And of course the answer is no. Nobody wants to live in a cave. Well, maybe somebody does. And clap two rocks together. But this type of assumption, the idea that you can never talk about a world that isn't firmly and eternally urban, I think it's bad. I think it leads us to it doesn't actually deeply challenge a lot of the things that I mentioned before. I really want to encourage people to think more about environmentalism, to think more about the natural world, to think more about the beauties of the world beyond the urban. Because there's a lot of reasons. One, it's beautiful. Guys, life, the unfathomable diversity of life that exists even in a single forest or in a single river is beautiful to a degree that is almost impossible to capture in words. In fact, it is impossible to capture in words. It can only be experienced. A picture, a video, a summary is not, it doesn't even come close to the experience of existing in a place that is teeming with life. Most of you have experienced this at some point or another in your life. You have stepped into a place like a forest, or you've gone swimming at a remote lake, and you have been astounded by the amount of vibrance around you, the just sheer unfathomable amount of life, where you look in any direction and there are so many different species of plant in that direction that you wouldn't even be able to name them, even if you were an expert, even if you spent your entire life studying all the plants in every book. If you're just looking at a patch of forest, you would never be able to categorize all that is there. And that in and of itself is something beautiful that should be encouraged, protected, and preserved. And I think that this gets lost with the current sort of flavor of the moment fixation on urbanism. And again, I want to reiterate, that's not me thinking that, like, people who are talking about making bike-friendly cities and public transportation and all of that and criticizing cars and whatever, stuff that I myself have done. I don't think those people are bad. I just think that perhaps there has been a little too much of a tight focus on that and forgotten the broader question of why and what else is important beyond the city. A lot of people don't live in cities. A lot of people will never be able to live in a city. No matter how much of a, utopian urbanist you are, there are always going to be people who, for one reason or another, live in a remote area. And if those remote areas are destroyed because of environmental damage, because of pollution, because of whatever, not only will it make life in cities impossible, because, of course, all cities, every single city in the world relies on rural areas for almost all of its resources. That's just a simple truth. Cities do not have the space to produce large amounts of food. They rely on other areas to produce food. They rely on other areas to, be able to create, large amounts of plants, whatever. These things are connected to one another. And I think it's really important that people rediscover a holistic environmentalist view, which can include critiquing the structure of cities, which can include the reliance on, critiquing reliance on cars. I really want to encourage people to embrace a full view of environmentalism. And to this point, I want to share an experience with you all that happened very recently. The other day, I live in a big city. I live in Seattle. I grew up in one of the most rural areas of America. Seriously, like an extremely rural area, okay? But I now live in a very large city. And I've lived here for quite a large number of years. And one thing that I have never truly and fully gotten used to is sound pollution. And some people who grew up and spent their whole lives in cities they are a little bit more mentally adjusted to sound pollution. However, there has been a large amount of studies that have been done showing that noise pollution contributes to heart disease, high levels of stress and anxiety, depression, and early death. Because over time, even if you sort of train yourself to tune it out, your body is actually under, is actually under a lot of pressure and stress. I live in a big city. The other day, I woke up and it was like 9:30 probably in the morning. And I took my dog out for a walk. And I was coming around a corner on a road, and all of a sudden I was like stunned for a moment. And the reason why I was stunned, it actually, like, I was busy, I was thinking about other things, I was, walking my dog actively, and then all of a sudden just something came to my mind, and it was the fact that for the first time in so long, I couldn't hear a plane, I couldn't hear a boat, I couldn't hear a lawnmower, I couldn't hear a power tool, and the only like human sound that remained at that moment from the city was a very distant roar of cars on the highway far away. And in that moment, I could hear like 8 different bird songs. I could hear the wind rustling in the leaves and in the plants around me, all around me. And I was actually like overcome with emotion in that moment because it was so stark that it like became a moment in my mind that I was like, oh my God, wait a second. The plane noises, the boat noises, the lawnmowers, the power tools are all quiet for just a moment. And it was like a chance occurrence that was shocking. Okay? And I'm hardly the only person who has experiences like this, who is aware of the sheer amount of noise. Like I said, this has been studied to a pretty extensive degree. But that moment was very stark for me. And it inspired me to want to talk about environmentalism explicitly. Because you can't fix the problem of noise and light pollution just with smart urban planning. You can't fix the problems of noise and light pollution, noise and light pollution, just with dense housing. And in fact, some of these problems go far, far, far beyond the issues that we have in our cities. The fact that, can you hear that? Hear that plane right now? You might be able to hear it over my microphone. There's a loud prop plane right outside. All day, every day, literally millions of people are bombarded with these little prop planes. Some of them are tourist planes. Some of them are people just wanting to be able to fly out to their own place. Some of them, I'm sure, are on some sort of very important business that could not be done. But a lot of it is just excess. It is just, I have the money to have a plane and I want to fly, so I'm going to do it. Even if it coughs a fuckload of poisonous gas into the air, even if it bombards literally tens of thousands of people with an incredibly loud noise that they can't do anything about. You can't address that problem with just thinking about urban planning. That is a bigger problem that talks about what the hell are we doing with our environment? What the hell are we doing with the spaces that we live in? And I want to just take 1 minute to just sort of take your empathy and direct it in a different direction. I've been talking about people a lot. I've been talking about myself a lot. But I want you to think about what it does to animals. which I think a lot of us really like animals. And in fact, we rely on animals in ways that we don't even understand to the full degree. Ecosystems are hugely interdependent. Bugs, birds, fish, all of these coexist together in ways that are so complex that sometimes we still, to this day, get blindsided by ecosystem collapses that ruin environments for us down the line. But those animals all are living beings, okay? And not just that, they are a part of living ecosystems, which are incredibly important to live on a planet that's actually like worth living on, okay? And, you know, I try to not like make spiritual invocations or, you know, to wax too poetic about this stuff. But you know that like a lot of environments have been completely and utterly destroyed, and that even remote environments that are otherwise vibrant get regularly disturbed by the way that we live our lives, which requires us to start thinking about the environment. There are amazing and beautiful creatures that are incredible to be able to share the world with that are suffering because of decisions that we make as a society that is incredibly turned inward and is incredibly consumeristic. I like to think about, you know, you want to know one that's crazy? Bald eagles. Bald eagles are the symbolic bird of America. And I don't know if you guys know this, but bald eagles are incredibly sensitive creatures. They're amazing. If you've ever seen a bald eagle flying or swooping down to catch a fish or preening its feathers, it is a profound experience. That's the only way I can describe it. Even for people who aren't, I love birds, okay? I talk about birds on my show all the time. But even for people who aren't like super into birds, if you get to see a bald eagle, it will take your breath away. They are an impressive creature, but they're very, very sensitive when it comes to breeding. Noise, temperature, and pollutants have, over the years, made bald eagles endangered. And a lot of their environments are ones that people like to disturb to a great degree. Bald eagles, a lot of people don't know this, bald eagles mostly eat fish. Did you know that? That's their primary food thing. They like big lakes, and they like to live in trees, tall trees near big lakes. But guess what? You want to know what doesn't mix well with tall trees and big lakes? Well, people's houses. You see, you have to get rid of tall trees in order for people to have nice, expensive waterfront properties. And guess what? You can't have a quiet lakeside if that person with that nice, expensive waterfront property also wants to have a noisy motorboat so they can go ride around every single day and, for whatever reason they desire, because they want to have, you know, dominion over the waters, so to say. I live in a very dense like I said, I live in Seattle. I live in a very dense urban area. And the lakes around here are completely inhospitable to anything but rich people. I mean that. The lakes have been, the lake shores have been turned, with very few exceptions, where environmental law, often that was fought for by environmentalists, prohibit or have set out public parks, or have set out, state or city parks specifically. They are lined with cookie cutter McMansions. Bam, 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 bam. Every single one of them with a boat that runs on petroleum, that's dumping pollutants into the lake, that makes a fuckload of noise and disturbs all of the animals. Bam, the whole edge of every lake in the area. And this is just one off-the-cuff example. It's wild. And it's not like these are houses that are, housing a lot of people. This is usually a single-family residence, usually for an older rich person. And that's not me saying that I'm completely against lakefront property, because I do think that it's an amazing experience to be able to live on a lake. In fact, I come from a state where a lot of people do live on lakes, but in the state that I'm in, the lakes aren't that crowded. There are common sense and also explicitly designed protections to make sure that lakes don't just become a stack of McMansions for personal use. There are, stringent environmental laws that protect the life in those lakes so that those lakes can still be enjoyable and healthy places for people to live. We, in our society that is so consumeristic, have completely forgotten the need for an environment. Also, have you guys noticed that I haven't mentioned climate change basically at all this entire conversation? Climate change is a big conversation, and I think it's a really important topic to talk about. However, the reason why I haven't talked about climate change this entire time is because I think that sometimes climate change can function as a thought-terminating buzzword, that people see it as an event of the apocalypse that can be invoked to cause fear, as opposed to something that should make us think about what could prevent climate change and why climate change even matters in the first place. Climate change threatens to destroy the natural environment that we rely on, that so many of us in America right now have forgotten that we need to survive. I really want to encourage people to rethink taking strength and passion from the concept of environmentalism, from a position that constantly encourages protecting the natural environment to the best ability possible. Because I think our society is so far in the opposite direction. It's so far gone to the degree that people are willing to flatten wetlands for whatever, for anything, for a fucking shoe store, for fucking anything. They could be built anywhere. There are so many examples of this that I could talk about, but I actually want to share something with you guys. And this is a video that we're gonna watch that's designed to give you guys an insight into what I'm talking about, to how bad the problem actually is, and just how important it is that people start thinking beyond just small scale things, beyond just cars, but thinking about the environment as a whole, as something valuable in and of itself that should be preserved and protected. So, real quick, I want to share a video with you by a channel that I quite enjoy, okay? We're going to watch a video by a channel called My Life Outdoors. And this is a video about sound. And I think you guys are going to find this incredibly, incredibly fascinating. So I encourage you to check this out with me. Let me just show you real quick. Let's watch together. By the way, this is the channel My Life Outdoors. I want to show you their channel just so you guys can check them out. I think you'll find them valuable. Most of their content is about camping stuff. It's about how, like, literally the practical nature of camping, about how you can go do stuff outdoors. They're an outdoorsy channel, but occasionally they do videos specifically about environmentalism. And this is one of those videos that we're going to watch together. It's called The Wilderness Has a Big Problem. Bam. I'm gonna send you it right now. You guys can go check it out afterwards, but we're gonna react to it together. Without any further ado, let's watch.
When was the last... Shh. Listen to that. When was the last time you heard nothing? Our world is a constant assault to the ears.
For instance, did you know being exposed to sound over 85 decibels for prolonged periods of time can damage your hearing?
To give you an idea of how loud that is, your average gas-powered lawnmower is about 85 decibels. A stadium or a concert is about 100 decibels. An emergency siren, 120 decibels, which is enough to damage your hearing immediately. In contrast, the average conversation is about 60 decibels. The hum of your refrigerator, 40 decibels. A quiet library, 30 decibels. 20 decibels is the sound of a ticking watch. Normal breathing is about 10 decibels, and 0 decibels is the softest sound that can be heard by the human ear.
Now, you may be wondering, okay, but why am I talking about this? Well, it's actually very fundamental to this channel. You see, from the very first day I started this channel, I've been talking about and filming outside.
And I've noticed one annoyingly frustrating thing over and over again. Outside isn't nearly as quiet as you might think.
There's a highway not too far from here, and every once in a while I can hear the cars.
I have been deep in the woods and heard the distant drone of cars on the highway. I have stopped filming countless times to let a jet go past. There's an airplane.
Here comes an airplane.
A lot of airplanes.
Airplanes.
There was one time, deep in the backcountry of Colorado, I stopped to let a jet go by, and as soon as it passed, another one started in, and then another and another, until, I kid you not, 21 jets flew by. 21 jets.
That's not even the worst of it. The worst is that we're actually used to the noise. Hell, we even crave it.
And all of this has me wondering, does natural quiet still exist in America? Is there anywhere left that has no sound of a distant highway, no planes flying overhead, no sound of Bluetooth speakers on the trails, or ATVs, or anything made by man? Is there a place where the only sound you hear is silence?
And can I find it?
To find out, I started.
You can probably imagine now why I wanted to share this video with you all and how relevant it is to what we just talked about a few moments ago. Because I can tell you, we're 2 minutes in and we're about to discover some very, very interesting things about America and the state of, specifically, interestingly, combustion engine related noise.
Started looking for places that are the least likely to have human noise and committed myself to going to see, or at least hear them for myself, which led me to the center of Austin, Texas, of all places, to the University of Texas at Austin. And you might be thinking, how do you find silence in the middle of a city? Well, only with a multi-million-dollar room specifically designed to block out noise.
So it's really quiet. It's not as quiet as many chambers, and we can talk about why.
People are saying that my mic is comparatively quiet to the video. That's probably true, and I apologize if the audio levels are a little bit wonky. I had to make some changes at the last minute. Let me know if this is a little bit better. I'm gonna try turning down the audio just a little tiny bit.
Why?
That's Dr. Wilson. He said I could call him Preston.
This room has been specifically engineered to keep the noise of the world outside. And I'm here because these rooms have been described as the quietest place on Earth.
And they're wedge-shaped so that the sound that enters basically bounces back and forth into the back of the wedge there. And so that's where the sound goes. And the closest thing that you might find in nature would be basically a very empty area with no reflectors anywhere. So you might imagine a lake bed, a dry lake bed, or even on the ocean where there's nothing to reflect sound, and all the sound can go straight up.
They've also been rumored to be so quiet that they'll drive you insane. Now, I don't know about that, but either way, I thought I should experience it for myself. Yeah, so I mean, obviously people have said, that you spend too much time on one of these things and stuff like that, that it'll drive you crazy. Do you feel like there's any validity to that?
I heard what I've heard that as well. So not for me, but I have heard other people who claim that it's uncomfortable to be in here.
Yeah.
And I don't think it drives you crazy.
Okay.
I don't have any evidence of that. But yeah, there's definitely a feeling that you get just because it's unusual. Our brains aren't used to it, and if you kind of be really quiet, you'll start to sense that there's like a pressure in your ears.
So the anechoic chamber was neat, to say the least, but at its heart, it's artificial. It's designed to only mimic what Dr. Wilson described as an open plane, where sound only leaves and is never bounced back. Now, what I want to know is, can I find a place like that in nature? Because last I checked, I didn't have millions of dollars to blow on an artificially quiet room. Plus, nature is healing and amazing and cheaper. The question is, where in the U.S. is least likely to have human noise? Now, I feel fairly confident I can get away from cars and urban noise if I walk far enough into the wild. That I'm not worried about. What I am worried about are airplanes. Is there anywhere left in the US that you can go and not hear the sound of a plane flying overhead?
So I did a little bit of research and I found this flight path model that Aaron Coblin created.
Just take a look at that real quick. Take a look at that and just sort of feast your eyes. These are the flight paths that go across America on a regular basis. And look at these areas in between. And just remember that underneath each of these lines is an enormous cone that the sound of their jet engines project underneath. Certain areas are so covered in them that you can imagine that most days you will never have a break from the sound of a jet. Now, I'm not saying that flight technology is bad whatsoever. I think flight technology is amazing and fascinating. But you have to ask yourself, do we reserve this technology that affects so many living beings? With each commercial jet that flies overboard, millions of people along its path will be affected to varying degrees, sometimes minimally, sometimes maximally. Animals, as we're going to see here in a minute, are heavily negatively affected by this stuff. Do we use that for things that are worthy of that level of constant and persistent bombardment? And that's just considering airplanes, okay? Because I have to say, I think that we probably rely on flight technology for just a little bit too much. And in fact, the government subsidizes flights to an extensive degree because it's really good for industrial growth, which is, of course, predominantly for profit, for the profit of people who own corporations. And we already know, I don't need to explain to you here, the income inequality, the wealth inequality, the sheer unbelievable wealth inequality in the United States. But let's just say that the beneficiaries of a flight map that looks like this is not the average Joe Schmo. It's certainly not the animals that all live within this world. Let's continue.
This shows every flight over the US in a typical day, and as you can see, there aren't many places that don't have airplanes. Most air traffic in the United States is headed inward, but if you go to the very edge of the country, there's far less air traffic and a better chance for natural silence.
The biggest irony of this whole thing is I'm taking an airplane to try to get away from airplanes.
I'm on my way to the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. It is just a handful of miles from the Canadian border. It is about as close as you can get to not being in the United States without actually leaving the United States.
And I chose Boundary Waters not just because it's got a good chance of little air traffic, but it is one of only 2 places in the United States that has been awarded Quiet Park status by Quiet Parks International.
Part of the reason there's only 2, it's kind of a twofold reason. One is that there's not many places that you can go to meet the criteria that we have set up for a wilderness quiet park.
This is Matt Mickelson, Wilderness Director for Quiet Parks International.
Which is, in short, you need a dependable 15-minute noise-free interval.
Can you hear that airplane?
So just so we're clear, Quiet Parks International, which is a nonprofit organization that is designed into finding quiet locations in the world, says all that you need to meet the criteria for a quiet park is a reliable 15-minute interval in which you don't hear cars, jets, or boats, or generators or anything like that. And there are 2 parks in the United States that fit that. 2 parks where you can reliably get 15 minutes without machine noise.
I hear it, but I don't see it.
And when I tell people it's only 15 minutes, they're like, what? That's nothing. Like, there's tons of places you can go and not hear noise pollution for 15 minutes.
Can you hear that? There's another airplane.
As someone who is doing the research, I can tell you it's just not true. It's even even in the biggest wilderness areas that we have, even in places that are so remote when you look at a map, you still have air traffic flying over. You still have distant rumble from resource extraction. You still have all these other noise sources. So that's one thing, is that quiet is rare, and quiet to the metric that we've developed, that 15-minute noise-free interval, along with some other criteria we have set up, is incredibly hard to meet.
Third airplane in the boundary waters.
Good morning. I've been laying here, not wanting to get out of my sleeping bag, mainly because of how cold it is, and just been listening, and something interesting just happened. So, I've been laying here, birds have been chirping, singing, making all kinds of noises, and then an airplane flew overhead. And the moment the airplane noise started to echo through the area, all the birds stopped singing, and they haven't started back yet. I can't hear the airplane anymore, but it's like the airplane interrupted what they were doing. Like, I don't know what to do about that, because obviously I enjoy air travel. I enjoy being able to go places like the Superior National Forest so that I can enjoy places like this. But at the same time, I realize that it's intrusive of nature. But I wish we just didn't just give up. That we wouldn't say, like, well, that's the way that it is, that it's just going to be noisy. Airplanes are going to fly overhead. I wish we had some places that we could protect, not just from cars and automobiles and pollution and human development and all those things, wild places that we would also protect from sounds intruding from above.
So he touched on something pretty important there, right? The fact that this noise pollution is observably disrupting the life cycles of countless amounts of animals that are important to maintaining a healthy ecosystem on the planet Earth. And again, I am not advocating that we should abandon all air travel or that every place on the planet needs to be quiet. But don't we think that we should give at least a little bit of thought about it, that we should take these things extremely seriously, especially when we are all very, very aware of the fact that climate change is happening. And climate change isn't just caused by one source. It's caused by cascades of complete and disregard for the environment. Maybe we should think a little harder about how readily we're willing to discard our environment in the name of economic growth, in the name of industrial expansion, in the name of furthering wealth inequality. Maybe we should take it a little more seriously. Let's continue.
With Boundary Waters ending up considerably louder than I expected, I decided to go to one of my favorite parks that also happens to be the birthplace of Quiet Parks International.
The One Square Inch of Silence was an organization started by Gordon Hempton. And Gordon is a nature sound recordist, Emmy Award winning. And in his time recording all over the world, one of the places he found that was really, really free from noise pollution was Olympic National Park, specifically the Hoh Rainforest. The Hoh Rainforest is got a lot of things going for it, kind of the main fork of the Hoh River. In order to get there, you drive a dead-end road. There's no roads that transect and go across Olympic National Park. The other is that there's not a lot of air traffic in the area. So it had a lot of things going for it, and Gordon thought, okay, well, let's recognize this place. But instead of saying Olympic National Park is quiet, the idea was to recognize 1 square inch of Olympic National Park. The thought being that by protecting that 1 square inch from noise pollution, you're effectively protecting the whole park.
I'm gonna take a small moment here to read a comment. Internet Baby says, I'm too black-pilled about environmentalism, and I just hope to make my life and the lives of those around me as comfortable as possible while I'm here, but I have no hope for humans as a whole. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I was talking about earlier. People have become too black-pilled to even think about environmentalism. But I think that thinking about environmentalism, encouraging others to think about environmentalism, talking about the beauty of the environment, talking about problems that are threatening the environment helps combat black pills. It helps combat that cascading black pilling feeling. And with the black pill just means that people are laying down and accepting the destruction of the planet as a whole. And I don't think that's a good way to go about it. There is so much that can be done. But most of all, even just getting people to think about it makes people more conscientious of the problem. It makes them more willing to think about, wait a second, do I really need to bring a generator with me every time I'm going camping? Do I really need, do I really need to support the candidate that's arguing that we need to have more and more and more industrial growth? Do I really need to encourage a culture that buys these huge cars? It gets people thinking about the world as a whole. It gets people remembering that there is incredible beauty out there. And so I try to encourage people not to black pill. Additionally, you can make the world a better place by making it more beautiful, by spending more time in the natural beauty of the world. You really, really can. Let's continue.
I made it to camp, and I can already tell that this is not going to be the quietest park that I have visited. Not because of any man-made sound. I haven't heard an airplane all day long, but just because of the Hoh River is not even a quarter mile that direction, and I can just hear it raging. But you know what? It also doesn't bother me. It's soothing. It's a natural, soothing sound. But I can tell you right now that if I get the decibel meter out, it's just not going to be the quietest part.
I have not been to this particular park, Lava Monster.
Any single noise intrusion can disqualify a park, which is the case with Olympic National Park. If you are in a wilderness area and a fighter jet buzzes over you, we can't call that a quiet park. So a single noise intrusion can disqualify a park.
So I was sitting here packing up camp, and I heard what sounded like a boat coming up the river. Now, I don't even think that's possible with the Hoh River, but it's exactly what it sounded like. And so I grabbed the camera quickly, tried to turn it on so that you all could hear, and I had the audio turned off on my camera, and so I was trying to get you to hear that helicopter, and I wasn't even recording audio the entire time, and I ran out to the river just in case it was a boat coming up the river, and it turned out to be a helicopter coming up the valley. And that's something that I haven't gotten anywhere else. It's helicopters. And so on a beautiful day like today, I'm sure that it's very tempting for helicopter tour companies to come out and fly over the park.
Helicopter tours are one of those things. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure it's super, super cool to go up in a helicopter and be on a tour. I don't know. I've never ridden in a helicopter tour I don't have that type of money. But one of those things where you got enough money, you want to be able to fly above, well, you can fly all over this forest, bombarding the entire thing and every living being in it with sound for your own personal pleasure.
To give people a bird's eye view. I know that's a real problem with the Grand Canyon.
The Grand Canyon. When I visited the Grand Canyon, it was just all helicopter noises constantly. There were so many helicopter tours, it was out of fucking control.
It has got way too much air traffic. Helicopters flying above overhead and all that kind of stuff. And I really wish that they would do something to protect the parks from the sound of noise, the sound of aircraft. I'm out of breath from running.
Other than the one low-flying helicopter, both Boundary Waters and Olympic seem to meet the requirements for quiet park status. A 15-minute interval of silence was dependable, and despite how it might seem, both parks were remarkably quiet. But I still felt like we could do better, so I decided to try one last location further out than any of the other parks that I've visited.
I am on my way to Big Bend National Park, one of the most remote, if not the most remote national parks in the entire continental U.S.
To give you an idea how remote this park is, the nearest commercial airport, and for that matter, the nearest hospital, is a 5-hour drive from the park. It is so far out of the way that if I can't find natural silence here, I'm not sure it can be found.
A lot of people kind of write off noise pollution as kind of like a whatever, you know, like these are a bunch of tree huggers who will find anything to complain about. When you're deep in the wilderness and you've hiked days and you're miles and miles away from the nearest road and miles away from the nearest human, that sort of experience of planes flying constantly overhead brings you out of that moment and brings you away from connecting with nature and connecting to the quiet. I'm sure you can recall moments where you've been in total natural silence, and it is an incredible experience. And just to be there witnessing nature at its most natural is something that changes you. It really does change the way that you move through the world. And I think the more people that experience that, the happier we're all going to be.
Okay, the sun has gone down behind the mountains. I've gotten up to just move around a little bit, and that's gotten the flies away from me. And I've noticed that when I stand still, it's really quiet out here. Thank you for watching what has become my largest project yet. While I was filming this, my wife and I got to spend a weekend in Seattle, and we spent an afternoon at the Seattle Arboretum. And because this project was on my mind, I couldn't help but notice the sound of air traffic overhead. And at first I started to point it out to my wife, and she stopped me and said, "Don't ruin this for me the way that you've ruined it for yourself." And so I didn't say anything else, but the entire time we were there, it was non-stop air traffic overhead.
Yep.
And so I tell you that because part of me hopes
Literally
that
nonstop.
now that you're aware of this, that I've ruined wild places for you. Only because if you take notice, then maybe together we can do something to help protect the last quiet places left in America. This video was completely unsponsored, but I'm grateful to Quiet Parks for their time and assistance that help make it possible. If you want to donate to Quiet Parks and help them continue their mission to bring more awareness to this issue, as well as protect the last quiet places left in the world, you can donate through the links in the description. Please like, subscribe, and do all those other things. And as always, thanks for watching. You may have heard of 1 square inch of silence. What I got right here, this is my 1 square inch of shade. Oh, and it's blown away.
There you have it. Fantastic video by My Life Outdoors titled "The Wilderness Has a Big Problem." I'm going to share it again in chat for people who want to share this video around. Again, a really, really, really compelling, really like the channel generally. Most of what he talks about is like the practicals of camping. But this video really struck me, and I've been wanting to share it with my community for a long time. As you can see, noise pollution is something that we've basically been asked to just totally accept, and it's downplayed whenever it's brought up. But it not only affects our daily lives, it not only affects our daily mental health, it affects entire environments, mostly for the benefit of corporations, mostly for the benefit of enriching a handful of people. And it's terrible, and it makes life worse. Guys, life is better when there are less stressors passively on you. Most people don't actually think about this all that often. Most people don't think about the fact that the current modern American is constantly saddling a ton of burdens every moment of every day. Sound, light, chemical pollutions, the amount of pollutants that people have to breathe in, the air quality that we have to deal with. These are things that stress you in every moment. They take away your ability to live a full life. They lower your extra room that you can use to live to your fullest every single day. But on top of that, these problems stack up on a massive level to disrupt the beauty and the health of the world as a whole. And I really want to encourage people. The only thing I really want anyone to take away, the most important thing, is I really want to encourage people to think about environmentalism more, to actually think about adopting an approach in life where you angle your thoughts at taking care of your environment more, at protecting animals and plants, at protecting the natural world, protecting rivers and water sources to the best of our ability. I would never ask anyone to abandon all of the joys of modern technology, but I think that we can acknowledge that a lot of the things that we accept as normal in our life, the fact that we accept total, like, I mean, you guys heard me talking about the fireworks. The fact that we just have accepted that that once a year, every year, we are going to poison the air to a degree that it is measurably dangerous to go outside and breathe the air in major cities the day after the 4th of July, the day after New Year's. So 2 times a year sometimes. The fact that we've just accepted that that's okay, not to mention the amount of poisoning of the local environment, the amount of noise damage that does to tons and tons of people who should have the right to not be affected by that if they desire it. And you don't. We've all just been told that that's what we're supposed to accept on a passive level. So if there's one thing you take away from everything I've said in this protracted segment, please let it be that we should take environmentalism seriously, beyond just a buzzword concern about climate change, which is dreadfully important. But we have to think about it beyond just a political issue that can be categorized away and filed off in the corner. We have to think about it beyond just like things like urban planning and things like that, but rather a general approach to caring for the environment. I think not only is it valuable, but I think it has broad appeal. People love nature. People benefit from nature. On an emotional level, it is beautiful and wonderful to be able to enjoy nature in a non-disruptive way or in a minimally disruptive way. And also, people need an environment to live in. All living beings need an organic environment to live in. So please keep that in mind. Thank you very much for watching. Please go make sure you check out My Life Outdoors, but also make sure you subscribe to DramaMama. And please tell me your thoughts about all this down below in the comments. I would love to hear what you all have to say, your experiences with environmentalism and your experiences with nature. Thank you very, very much. There you go, everybody. How was that? Wait, for real? I covered Mama's theme song. All right, let's listen to it. Let's hear it. All right, this is Ellby. You want me to listen to it on stream or you want me to listen to it off stream? I don't want to play it on stream if you don't want me to play it on stream. You want me to play it on stream? Take a little break? All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Ellby covered my theme song. Let's hear it. Distorted guitar. No, stream's not over, not even close. We got a whole big segment to do. Crunchy. Oh no, why? Why did it stop? Why did it stop? Oh, fuck you, Discord. Discord, fuck you. Hold on. I'm getting it back. Sorry, Discord fucking busted. Oh, this is sick, Ellby. This is sick. Yeah, this is boss fight music. Yep. Yeah, Ellby, this is poggers. Nah, it's long but good. I think it's great, Ellby. I think that's fucking sick. Ellby, that's sick. I'm sorry, that's really good as hell. Yep. Saved. Excellent, Ellby. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. What a perfect segue. What a perfect segue to our next segment. Are you guys ready to do some drama? Are you all ready to do some fucking drama? And by drama, I mean drama, but also that's actually really important drama. Real, actual shit that matters type drama. Because I think it's time. Not noodles again. Not noodle shit. Okay? Not that type of drama. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we are doing a brand spanking new DramaMama. For those of you who are new to my channel and who have never seen a DramaMama before, a DramaMama is basically a deep dive into something that is blowing up, usually on the internet, usually in some corner of pop culture, and generally something that is very controversial, that's generating a lot of buzz and conversation. And today, we have a big one, okay? A very important one that's very relevant to this channel generally, but also that ties into a lot of other conversations we've had on DramaMama before. The goal of every DramaMama is to make sure that, 1, we establish what happened to the best of our ability. 2, we make sure we have as many receipts as we possibly can. And then 3, at the end, once we've looked at everything that we possibly can within reason, I will decide what I think about the situation and invite you to do the same. The goal of DramaMama is to combat the endless game of telephone, the constant rumor spreading all over the internet, and instead bring you a show that does a deep dive on a topic so that you can stay in the loop without feeling like you're just, without participating in just a pointless drama, rumor mill. The goal of DramaMama is to elevate the drama to something that can actually be informative, that we can walk away with something. And today, we have to talk about Bethesda, okay? Bethesda is a gaming company, a very, very big gaming company. In fact, they're often more commonly referred to in the corporate world as ZeniMax Bethesda, because ZeniMax, of course, merged with Bethesda. Bethesda is a very famous gaming company. They made games such as Fallout, The Elder Scrolls, all of them, you know, Skyrim, Oblivion, Morrowind, all those types of games. And they've also got another really, really, really big game coming out soon known as Starfield. And what has happened today with Bethesda is that a very serious allegation of discrimination that goes beyond just an incident of like a bad Apple employee, but discrimination that carried up to the higher levels of corporate against against a trans person, that has yet to be resolved by the corporation. That's what we're going to be talking about today. And a number of other channels have covered this and talked about it on the surface. And we're actually going to, this is not what we usually do. We usually don't pull on other people's coverage. However, today we're going to make an exception because a channel that has a very high reputation for holding game companies to task, has spoken on this issue, and I'm very interested what they have to say. That, of course, being James Stephanie Sterling of the Jimquisition. So we are going to first take a look at what James Stephanie Sterling has to say about this issue, and then we are going to look through the receipts ourselves. Now, this is probably going to be a slightly shorter DramaMama. For those of you DramaMama veterans out there, you guys know that the DramaMamas sometimes go really long. Well, this one might be a little bit shorter than usual. And the reason for that is because the person who brought the allegations put all of the evidence in one place, which is incredibly, incredibly helpful. And I wish that that would happen more often. So we will be looking at that video afterwards, and then we will be passing a judgment on the drama at the end. So I hope that you will all get comfortable, get settled in, and join me as we dive into the story of alleged severe discrimination against a trans person, an employee who worked very hard for Bethesda and ZeniMax. One thing that I want to say before we dive into this, many of you will know I love video games. I'm a big gamer. I love playing video games. I spend a lot of time. Video games is probably my main passion with regard to art consumption. I absolutely adore video games, and I talk about them all the time on this channel. They're an intrinsic part of who I am. The artistry of gaming has changed my life so many times I couldn't even possibly summarize it here. And I've also talked about gaming a lot, not just on this channel, but in this series. Some of you will recall that we covered the fallout that happened at Activision Blizzard, another gaming giant, a couple of years ago. For those who don't recall, numerous and widespread allegations of sexual assault, sexual harassment, mistreatment of female employees, outright prejudice, intimidation of former employees were alleged against Activision Blizzard. And when I say widespread, I mean widespread. Like, this was a huge issue, and that DramaMama took us a really long time to get through. And I think that it points out something that's important, which is the gaming industry is in a really, really rough spot. Some of the biggest corporations in the gaming industry have been shown to be actively engaged in covering up the worst behavior of some of the people in power in their company. The gaming industry has gotten away with some of the most absurd labor violations that we've ever seen. Blizzard Activision alone, of course, has repeatedly had evidence brought against it of just horrific mistreatment, even sometimes of veteran members. Now, some of you will recall from when we talked about this in the past that some of the core members of Activision Blizzard, who were a part of Blizzard before Blizzard even merged with Activision, people who were responsible for the core pieces of some of their most famous games, for example, Chris Metzen, have opened up and said that the work environment there was so terrible that it caused them long-term psychological harm. The gaming industry has a lot of problems. The gaming industry is in a really bad place right now. And the mega giant corporations right now seem to feel like they can get away with all kinds of bad behavior. Everything from promoting explicit addiction and gambling mechanics in their video games directly to young consumers, all the way to sexual impropriety at the highest levels of these corporations. And it's interesting because they seem to fall back on one key defense. And they usually don't say this explicitly, but it's often brought up as a way to dismiss the severity of these things, which is, it's just video games. They're toys. It's just video games, guys. But it's not just video games, is it? Video games as an industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It is one of the biggest industries in the world. And the people who work in that industry are working jobs, actual jobs that take their blood, sweat, and tears to actually accomplish. So it's not just games. One of the things that we've seen come up over and over again when we cover gaming companies is this idea that workers should be thankful that they get to work on a product that so many people would love to work on. Oh, you get to make video games. What are you complaining about? And of course the answer is, what? That's insane. The idea that simply working on a video game in and of itself is a privilege that should make you look the other way at bad behavior, that should make you look the other way at blatant abuses, that should make you look the other way at horrific exploitation of workers and consumers, is of course an absurd argument. But unfortunately, it seems to have a certain amount of value for these companies when it comes to the general public. A lot of people seem to think, and by the way, this is an issue we see in other industries as well. This happens with movies. In the entertainment industry, you get this attitude a lot. Well, what are you talking about? You get to be, you're in the movies. You work in the movie business. Of course, they're looking the other way to the fact that most work in the movie business is grueling labor. Like sometimes grueling physical labor. Even if you are not one of the people actually lugging heavy equipment around or building a set out of wood or putting together machinery for a stunt. Even if you're not one of those people, you're working a job that requires an incredible amount of work. You can be mistreated. So this defense needs to be needs to be called out in advance, because I'm sure that there's going to be some comments on these videos that we're going to see where people want to dismiss these things because, well, it's the gaming industry. Shouldn't you just be happy that you work in the gaming industry? And the answer is no, of course not. Work is work, and bad behavior is bad behavior. So without any further ado, fireworks still. Bombarded. Never-ending bombardment. Oh my goodness. Never-ending bombardment. Anyway, it's funny that we just did that. The people watching the video, right before I recorded this, we recorded a segment talking about rampant noise pollution, about the fact that Americans have accepted a life where loud noises can basically disturb you, your animals, all the animals in the neighborhood, every single person around you, and there's nothing you can do about it, and you're just supposed to sit there and deal with it constantly. It's terrible. Anyway, all right, everybody. You guys can go check out that segment if you're one of the people watching this not live. It'll be up on my channel. Let's, without any further ado, now that the boom is out of the way, let's react to James Stephanie Sterling, the Jimquisition, talking about this situation. Let's do it.
Who's looking forward to that there Starfield? I am. I love video games. Hi there. I'm James Stephanie Sterling and I love video games. Do you love video games? That's awesome, because I love video games too. We're going to talk about a video game which I love to do, and it's a video game that I'm just sure I'm going to love because it's a video game and I love video games. This isn't about ZeniMax and Bethesda mistreating a worker. It's just about video games.
I worked at ZeniMax Online Studios from October of 2018 to the beginning of May 2022.
Is the video audio too loud? I apologize. I will turn the video audio down. I apologize in advance for any audio irregularities. I had a capture card burn out at the last minute before stream, so some of the audio levels are a little bit off. I'll attempt to equalize it a little bit. I apologize.
In January of 2021, my boss outed me as a trans woman. Eventually, it led to ending my career there.
I gotta tell you, if there's one game I'm hype for more than anything else right now, it's Starfield, the hit upcoming game from Bethesda that's going to be critically acclaimed and get top review scores, whether it's good or not, which is how you know it's gonna be good. You could say I've got Star Fever!
Again, I made it pretty clear during our initial private conversation that I needed this to be casual and within my control. Elphaba reveals my new work photo to the team via sharing her screen, outing me during the last few minutes of our morning scrum. I'm shocked. Those who are participating in the meeting began talking about my new picture after it was revealed. Elphaba ends the morning scrum before I have the opportunity to say anything at all. I was forced to come out via text chat, very awkwardly, and in no way how I had imagined it. I was devastated for the rest of that day.
After all the delays, the waiting, it feels like Todd...
That is a really, really weird and terrible thing to do. A manager just throwing up a picture that was sent to you in confidence for no reason to your entire team when you haven't come out formally is not only terrible, but is also dangerous. Because you don't actually always know, like, we don't know who those other people on the team are, and you may not have had a time to prepare for being outed to an entire team of people. Do you know what a scrum is? That's what this is done during. Yeah, a scrum is basically like it's like a quick get together. If you've ever, you know, been on a job where you get together and go, okay, everybody, here's what we got to do for the day. This, and this. Okay, everybody, let's go. That's what a scrum is. So this happening in a scrum is like an incredibly, incredibly weird thing to do. That's already on the surface a really weird thing to like put up someone's photo on the screen to your whole team during like a, okay guys, here's what we got to do for the day type thing. And I can for those who don't know, I myself am trans. Maybe I should take an opportunity to tell a little personal story here. When I first discovered that I was trans, I mention this all the time, but I grew up in an extreme Christian cult. Most of my family was still to some degree involved in that cult when I discovered that I was trans. I told 2 people in my life. One of them ended up leaking that information to another family member, a family member who was incredibly hostile. That family member ended up telling every single member of my family, and then ended up beginning a chain of events which ended in me being completely and utterly disowned. I mean, I was told by my father at the time, change your last name, you're a disgrace to the family, we don't want anything to do with you, specifically because I was trans. So, outing someone is an absolutely unbelievably cruel thing to do, and also it can be incredibly dangerous for that person. It can have, it could result in violence in extreme cases, but it can also result in cascading financial and social repercussions, which is why it is well understood that you should not out someone unless they tell you you can, and you should especially not do it in this way. It absolutely is an act of violence. Yes, I would agree that depending on context, obviously, sometimes there's an accident. Sometimes somebody does it by accident. But in my case, it was not an accident. It was not done by accident. It was done explicitly. They told the family member with the most power to be able to hurt me because they felt that that family member needed to know, and then that family member ended up hurting me over and over again. I don't want to make this about me. Some of my old school fans of the stream will know that I have been physically threatened with death over being trans, that I was disowned, that I was completely, my college career was completely destroyed because of the actions that trans-hating family members took. These are things that are very personal to me, but I need you guys to understand, what I want all my viewers to understand is that outing someone against their will, especially if they've trusted you in confidence, is a horrible thing to do, and it should be avoided at all costs. Let's continue.
Howard's Magnus Anus is at last a real, tangible thing that's actually going to come out. All the video game news sites are talking about it, as it's easily the biggest and most important thing involving Bethesda Softworks that's happened in the past week. I mean, has anything else of note happened? Can't think of anything, no. Just in the past 24 hours, the top games media outlets have been abuzz with Starfield coverage, and since we've been taking a lighter, less depressing, far more apolitical tone on the Jimquisition this year, I thought it'd be edifying to look over this avalanche of hot goss and juicy news to aid me in my goal of demonstrating exactly why Starfield will be the biggest game of a currently undetermined period of time. Let's start with the absolutely wild sales predictions that Microsoft had for Starfield, because not only is it a great indicator of just how massive this game is expected to be, it seriously does feed into a point I've made many times about the often absurdly over-optimistic sales expectations that publishers have for their games. The kind of expectations that see companies routinely express disappointment in a title selling below expectations when they only sell several bloody million copies. So yeah.
Yeah, this is a thing that gaming companies do all the time. They constantly ridiculously overhype their games. And then, you want to know what's even crazier about that? A lot of these gaming companies tie bonuses to the performance of a game, either in reviews or in sales copies or in both. And they set the standards so high that, oops, you didn't meet the impossible standards. Guess you don't get your bonus.
Microsoft expected Starfield to sell over 10 million copies, not across all platforms, but on PS5 alone. In a 4-hour video, Leona Farron, a former developer for The Elder Scrolls Online, provided a highly detailed account with receipts detailing a pattern of shockingly transphobic behavior at Bethesda Softworks. Now, in fairness to Microsoft, a game selling over 10 million copies, even on a single platform, is far from unheard of. In fact, The Last of Us Part 2, a PS5 exclusive, has indeed shifted 10 mil. Perhaps the more shocking revelation in retrospect is the fact that Microsoft still elected to cancel the PS5 version in spite of its prediction after the Xbox maker acquired Bethesda in 2022. Not quite sure if it's as shocking as, say, holding a trans employee's medical care hostage to pressure her into leaving the company and signing away the possibility of hitting it with a discrimination lawsuit on the way out.
I can come back to work tomorrow. I got everything resolved, but I wanted to see what you would want me to do. But I also saw that all my products were shifted onto.
We did a sanity check today because it was the middle of the week. You had said you were going to be out all week, so we needed a plan for that accordingly because of things just being a bit kind of sporadic, like of when you're taking time off.
We are going to go over all of these receipts after we watch this video. So don't worry. We're going to look at all of these receipts up close.
For you especially, it's pretty important to get those products hooked up.
MS believes it can recuperate any potential losses from Starfield's Xbox exclusivity via Game Pass subscriptions and a subsequent increase in Xbox sales. The decision to cut the PS5 out of Starfield's release has been a controversial one, of course, but its developer has since revealed to be a big believer in exclusivity, as it demonstrated when it kept Leona exclusive to her own set of duties away from the rest of the Elder Scrolls Online team. So committed to exclusivity, it made the tools Leona needed to do her job exclusive to her old pre-transition name.
That is an insane level of pettiness. That is horrible. What the fuck?
consequently locking her out of accounts for months and undermining her ability to perform her duties. Anyway, back to the big news of the week. The Starfields. These delectable details regarding Starfield came out thanks to the FTC case against Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard, another company with
yeah, I forgot to mention that. I should bring that up. For those who don't know, Microsoft is likely going to be able to purchase Activision Blizzard, a company we just mentioned just a little bit ago in the intro. I totally forgot to mention that. Microsoft is basically engaged in one of the most aggressive wars that we've seen in the history of gaming since like the old Sega versus Nintendo days. And at this point, there's way more money on the line than there was during that time. So, Xbox, which is owned by Microsoft, is basically trying to make as many games as possible exclusives to force mass adoption of the Xbox. And the way that they're doing that is by using their insane Microsoft money to purchase up every other company that would otherwise make games for other consoles. In fact, it's gotten pretty wild to the degree that there are like emails from the executives saying, yeah, I'll do whatever it takes to kill Sony. Shit like that. That's not a word for word quote, but that's the sort of thing that has been coming out in this trial. And initially the FTC ruled that it was not legal, that it was anti-competitive action, what Microsoft was engaging in. However, that has currently been overruled. So it appears as though Microsoft is going to be allowed to purchase Activision Blizzard, one of the world's biggest gaming companies, and presumably make a lot of their games Xbox exclusives. It's incredibly interesting, but also very dirty tactics that we're witnessing. Huge amount of monopolization going on in the gaming industry right now, regardless of the exclusivity struggle, just a massive amount of monopolization going on.
History of prejudiced and discriminatory behavior towards its employees. What is it with Microsoft and picking up scumbags? They're as bad as me when I've been drinking and desperate in Leeds city centre.
If all I had, it's a new process, so it's not like I'm doing something that comes natural. I'm trying to be innovative constantly.
I can see that, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely part of this position. You are not the only one who's felt like this in the career of this type of position. By no means. Like, some people are built for this. That's how their personality is. Others can do it for 2 to 3 years, and then it's the same thing. It's actually the same type of comments you have. Balance is needed. Right.
That's amazing. That's amazing that we should come to this right now, because remember how I just said that these gaming companies will often basically say, well, you know, it's a tough life. Maybe you're just not cut out for it. You know, it's the gaming industry. You should be honored to be working here. Yeah, it's hard, but some people, maybe they're just not made for it, you know? You should really just stop complaining. We're the ones who are making you break your back because we're the executives and the leaders who are making these calls for our own personal enrichment. But yeah, you know, maybe you should just be more thankful because you get to work on video games, you know? It's amazing that I said that, and now we're hearing recordings of managers doing that exact same thing in real time. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely amazing, actually.
Right? Like, if you are continuing to be on this team, we've got to find balance somehow. If you are overwhelmed with the amount of, you know, doctor's appointments, or if they're asking you to not do something for 3 to 4 hours,
I've just to take the time, which is not.
Yes.
Going to affect my career. Yeah, it's
a different position, like a different role. Not that I want you off the team, like I chose people to be on this team for a reason. You are always having to go to the doctors frequently, or they're asking you to not do something for a few hours or whatever is not good.
One other important Bethesda story.
That's really weird. Hey, you're at this position that has these benefits and you're using them. Oh no! You're performing perfectly fine, but this thing is annoying me and I don't want you to use your benefits in the way that you are, so
Stories have been covered this week. Oh, here's one. Fans are concerned that the game's only going to run at 30 frames per second on consoles. If there's one thing that unites the gaming community more than anything else, it's low frame rates. There's nothing more outrageous in gamer circles, not even management outing someone's transition to her co-workers and protesting her right to change her name, insisting she stick with her dead name to avoid the technical issues she'd been having with logging in. I mean, that's trivial compared to a computer game not running at 60 FPS, isn't it? God, I know I'm being sarcastic, but I also know the dwindling percentage of hardcore gamers that still watch me all just nodded in agreement, and it makes me want to be sick into a little bag.
You canceled the team meeting. I told you I was going to come out of the closet the same day of the meeting, and then I was pressured over Slack to quickly find an alternative because everyone had seen my new work photo. This was devastating.
Yes.
I don't know how else to put that.
Maria, I don't understand.
The whole thing makes me sick, really. The game industry, I mean, just in general. I'm really trying to avoid this series.
I want to know how you don't understand that just dropping someone's photo to your team during a scrum and not letting that person come out to the team on their own terms, on their own footing, to be able to have a conversation with their teammates, and instead just dropping a photo so that a bunch of members of the team can just start gossiping about it. I don't know how you cannot understand what's wrong with that situation. That is blatant. There are numerous blatant issues. It's not just poor leadership, it's hurtful, and it completely disrespects the agency of someone on your team who is in a vulnerable position during a period of history in which people are absolutely psychotic about trans people. Let's not forget the context in which all of this is happening. The context is in America when a trans person getting a single set of promotional beer cans with Bud Light has set off months of conservative derangement, has led this trans person for a single beer ad, just appearing in a beer ad, has led to them getting repeatedly harassed in person, their life threatened, them being obsessively stalked by basically every single major talking head on the entire conservative side of media. And you can't understand how putting your employee in that situation is bad. You can't understand. You don't understand that. You don't understand how putting them in a situation where you take all their agency away and you leave their team open to all speculation. You don't allow them to have decisions over that. You just drop a picture of them to the team. You don't understand that. You don't understand how that might be disturbing. Jesus.
Being the depression fest it turned into a few years ago following the constant stream of stories outlining abuse and discrimination that seemingly riddles the video games business at every fucking level. I even hit upon a revelation recently. Ever since my video on the historical context of the term JRPG, I've, just not wanted to talk about the usual grim misery of games. Shaking my head in fucking despair every week at layoffs, executives being slimeballs, the corrupt excesses of the economic system, and systemic abuse is not what I want my job to be anymore. This year has seen some of the most fun I've had in years making videos on more varied and interesting subject matter. Like when I looked at the news the other week and saw multiple layoff stories, I felt a pit in my stomach because it felt like I had to go back to the topics that bring me and the audience audience no joy. Back to the videos that are gross and miserable and neither fun nor edifying. I don't want to go back. Of course, people don't want to be laid off either, and their situation is far more serious than some comfy little content creator doing a cry because they gotta do something they don't like on their silly little video series. And trans people don't want to be outed, to have managers glibly speak their dead name and demand its continued use, to be excluded and told their reliability and that their new identity is causing chaos. Oh, and I think you'll find that now that we've dropped all sarcasm, it's time. It's time to do something. You know what it is. Oh my,
Classic.
There's something quite poetic about that clip being pre-Stephanie.
Your focus is everywhere else but on the job.
It's definitely not.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. And you being concerned about creating another chaotic situation, that's not for you to be concerned about. My job is to be here to clear that chaos. And no matter what that means, that's what my job is. It's
Oswald.
Job. It's HR. It's IT. It's to unblock you so you can do your job.
One always has to be careful when reporting on allegations, even ones as detailed and backed up as the charges Leona has levelled against Bethesda. Believing victims is the prime directive. But any reporter must still employ their own judgment when a situation involves folks they don't personally know. As we found out last year with the lengthy saga of Helena Taylor and Platinum Games, sometimes a case is more complex than it first appears. And should one choose to pick a side, as I most certainly have in this case, you gotta accept you're sticking your neck out on trust. Having said that, I'll tell you what's made this particular situation utterly compelling. The idea something as simple as a person changing their name could throw Bethesda into anarchy is one of the most believable...
Yep, that is what I was about. I was literally just thinking that. I was gonna think, first of all, it's bullshit. The idea that changing your name destroys an entire system is complete and utter bullshit. As we all know, these companies employ thousands of people. People get married and change their names on a regular basis. People have all kinds of changes on a regular basis. It is complete and utter bullshit that there's some kind of complete chaos when somebody decides to change their name. But it is interesting that despite the fact that they have thousands of employees who inevitably certainly get married and change their names, that a trans person changing their name all of a sudden is creating chaos. Isn't that interesting? Now, if it is actually true that Bethesda ZeniMax actually is so incompetent that their systems, their security systems, their back-end systems don't have any way to change change anyone's name. You can't change your name in that system. That is more laughable than anything because let me tell you, when I worked in IT, we had ways to change people's usernames in the system, and it wasn't very complicated. We had an entire department who you could just call and they would do that type of shit for you. Gayfesh says, I managed Active Directory and other work accounts for a company of over 600 employees, and I can tell you that name changes were routine and easy as pie. Yeah, basically, this is bullshit. And if it's not bullshit, that's an indictment of Bethesda as a company that should be concerning all the way to the level of their investors. If their back-end infrastructure is so weak that it cannot handle a simple name change, yeah, you need to fire your IT head. Yeah.
allegations I've ever heard in my life, because Bethesda is just that bloody incompetent. The company couldn't even handle giving people canvas fucking bags. Of course it tracks.
Oh my god, the canvas bags thing. Oh my god, that was such a long time ago. The canvas bag situation was so funny. Do you guys remember when Bethesda shipped out novelty helmets that were growing mold? They had like toxic mold in the padding for these novelty Fallout helmets, and a bunch of people got sick and they had to be recalled.
That they can't handle the technicalities of a name change. It's the kind of thick-headed, baffling...
You don't believe me? Trust me. Look it up. Look it up.
...stupid display of terminal inability that I've come to expect from a company so thoroughly run by imbeciles I could dedicate an entire video solely to their ineptitude, which I have already done. Obviously. People change names all the time. It's hardly surprising that Bethesda wouldn't know how to deal with it. I mean, Jesus carpet-munching Christ. What does this company do when someone gets married? Do their computers just explode? The absolute state of that legendarily ineffectual company never ceases to amaze me, despite the consistent demonstration that Bethesda's a complete rectal circus. For sanity's sake, I've tried to keep this video from going too dark. I laid out in my Hogwarts video exactly how fucking terrifying it is to be a trans person right now, and I don't want to put me or you through that again. You know, I really wanted to talk about fucking Exoprimal this week. I have shit to say about it. Instead, we have the fucking ghoulish concept of a company holding somebody's medical care to ransom in order to kick her off the job because they were too fucking stupid to understand simple concepts like name changes or new photo IDs. God, the sheer farce of it would be funny if it wasn't so fucking ghastly. But still, Starfield's publicity machine has kicked into high gear, so expect any of the company's misdeeds to be conveniently swept under the same rug that's covering Activision's abuse of its employees, Ubisoft's protection of sex abusers, the industry's crunch and financial exploitation of disabled people, and sorry, should I just shut up and let you be hyped for Starfield? Okay, sorry, I'll do that.
So in September of 2021, I contacted Bethesda Corporate because I felt like the studio's human resources was not taking my issues seriously. I shared with them everything that I shared with you, the recordings, screenshots, everything. They responded by viewing me as a liability that they needed to get rid of. And it was also at this time that I was put under management with Oswald. Thankfully, because under his management, I blew it the fuck up. I wasn't being blocked anymore. And my velocity shot through the roof because I was working for someone who didn't care that I was trans. So I had my surgeries scheduled for March of 2022 and July of 2022. My surgeries were going to come in 2 parts. I needed to have both surgeries done. I couldn't have the first surgery without the second one. It would have been very unhealthy for me. They would have been leaving screwdrivers in me and shit. They need those back. But like, I mean, it would have been putting my health at risk to have one surgery and not the other. I needed both. But then in January of 2022, I was put under a performance improvement plan because Alphaba was allowed by corporate to do my yearly review.
We are going to watch through as much of this video afterwards as we can. We're going to get as much of it in as we can before we pass any sort of judgment, but I'm glad that we're seeing some of this in advance. I'm just letting you know we are going to go watch this. It's a really long video, so we were probably going to watch it on a slightly elevated speed, just so that we can actually get through it before I pass out from exhaustion. But I want to make sure that we see the receipts and we hear them for ourselves because I think it's important that this story gets coverage.
and she gave me straight ones across the board. She said I didn't do my work. She said that I was rude in meetings, that I was made inappropriate comments in public workplace forums. Dozens of vague statements that were criticisms of my work ethic and character, all of which were lies. But corporate saw me as a liability, so that didn't matter. It was a way to get rid of me. In the same conversation, I was pulled into a group meeting with human resources that included ZeniMax Online Studios Human Resources and Bethesda Corporate's Human Resources. And they extended to me a one-time offer wherein if I agreed to resign and release them from any potential discrimination lawsuit, they would pay for my Cobra premiums.
Holy.
They were holding...
Oh my God. That's literally, that is so dirty. We recognize that your manager was giving you ones because you were trying to deal with a medical issue, but it's a special medical issue that we want to discriminate against you on. So here's the deal. You resign and we'll pay your Cobra. For those who don't know what Cobra is a thing in America where if you leave your job, America's really, really crazy about healthcare in a bad way. And basically there is a period of time in which you can register for new healthcare. That period of time is in November. Everybody, it's like being in a high school, except it's about life and death. And if you leave your job outside of that registration period, there's a law that basically says, well, you can still have your healthcare, and it has to be within a certain range of cost. So like if you leave a company and you're going to lose your healthcare from that company, there's this law that kicks in called Cobra, where you can purchase coverage at a discount. And by discount, I mean it will be way more expensive than whatever it was that you were paying at that job. Like way more expensive. But you still technically have coverage. So what they were saying is, we'll pay for your Cobra coverage as long as you leave and also sign a paper that says you'll never accuse us of discrimination. That is disgusting behavior. Just remember, human resources is exactly what it says. You are the resource they are attempting to manage. Human resources works to minimize the damage that humans can do to a corporate interest. Always remember that. All of you, no matter what industry you're in, human resources is not your friend. Their job is to minimize the damage that can be done by human resources. They are not your friends, and they are always working for corporate.
My surgeries hostage to coerce me into resigning. I refused.
The video, as I mentioned, is 4 hours long. There was no way I could do justice to it in a Jimquisition length video, but it paints a very clear picture. If you recognize the patterns, if you recognize the signs, if you've seen this before or you've heard enough of the stories. Now, to a lot of cis people, I fully understand that to some of them, what they've seen in this video, even what some of them may see in the entire 4 hours, would have them shrug and say they don't see the problem. But I've experienced it myself in this job, and almost every trans person I know has experienced it. The sudden change in perception, the sudden change in attitude, the sudden change with regards to your apparent performance.
Yep.
This happens so much. And
also happens to gay people too. not just trans people. When gay people get outed and then all of a sudden people start treating them weird in the workplace, their boss starts giving them bad reviews and all of a sudden they get shipped off to another place or outright fired, pressured to leave in one way or another. It's pretty ridiculous and also well documented.
As I say, I've experienced it myself. I've talked about it on this show. The people that suddenly thought I was being too rude in my game reviews, the people that saw me do things that I've done for the entirety of the 10-year career I've had in these videos. They've seen me do things and they've now taken them as signs that I'm having some sort of mental breakdown. We know what this looks like. And to some cis people, to a lot of them, because they've never experienced it and they've never had cause to see the patterns, it's invisible to them. It's just invisible. But that...
It's not just invisible, it's willful. If you asked a cis person to put themselves in that situation, let's say that one day you got married and you got married to someone. No, you know what? We can concoct a situation that's very similar and makes sense to cis people. Let's say that your boss liked your future spouse, like when they were younger or something. And like they were familiar. Your boss knew them in the past and had a crush on them. You get married to your spouse, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, literally out of nowhere, you start getting bombed on your reviews, even though you can demonstrate that you're doing your job, even though you can demonstrate that you're turning things in on time, even though your boss can't demonstrate that you've done anything wrong. But all of a sudden, because you married that person they used to like and they're mad at you about it, they just start, oh, you actually get a 1. Fuck you. Let's get you bad performance reviews so you don't get a raise. Let's get you bad performance reviews so you have to go get coached by HR and threatened with your job so that you get, infractions on your job record. There's one. Cis people can imagine that easily. But also, the gay example. Let's imagine that you're working your job and then somebody finds out that you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend. And then your boss is just like, oh, I didn't know you were gay. And then all of a sudden you start getting low ratings. You start getting low reviews. When you say, hey, my partner is sick. I need to take a sick day because my partner is in the hospital. And they grant that for anybody else. But all of a sudden with you, sorry, I can't do that. You know, it's really becoming problematic. You know, you just want to go out there to help your friend, and then you're like, well, they're my partner. And they're like, yeah, well, you know, you're not married. So, yeah, there's a million examples.
Pattern is there. And I like to think that a lot of you, if you actually do see what's going on, if you actually do watch that video, or hopefully this video's done enough, because I think the most telling part of all of this was that one clip I posted where Leona tried to explain why outing her the way she was outed had devastated her, and that manager just said, I don't understand. And that's a real problem because people don't understand. And because they don't see that there's an issue, they don't believe there's an issue there. And you know what? Some of this isn't necessarily transphobic born of hatred. It's not hateful transphobia. It's seeing someone change and assuming that that impacts their convenience and their comfort, and the fact that they have to change, see someone differently, treat someone differently when they really don't. It makes me think, and I've thought about this for a while, it makes me think about the way, say, vegans are treated, because they're treated like they're whiny and an inconvenience, and they complain and they force their beliefs onto other people.
Another example is anybody who has like a severe allergy, you know? Like if somebody works in your workplace and they have like a peanut allergy, and you have a manager who's just like, oh my God, it's so annoying. We can't have peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And then you're like, well, were you gonna have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? And they're like, no, I like to eat pizza every day at lunch, but still.
And most of the ones I know don't do that. Instead, they're treated as an inconvenience because people that aren't vegan have to think about vegan options, have to think about offering something a little bit different than what they're used to. So they project that, they project their lack of understanding, and they project their issue with a change onto someone else. And it's, I noticed this like, fuck, so many years ago now. It's not just like something like veganism, it extends to allergies. I don't know if you've seen media portrayals of people with allergies as whiny and impositions and an inconvenience. Now, I'm deathly allergic to nuts. I know, ironic. And I feel awkward about that sometimes, self-conscious about that. I don't like to bring it up because I don't want to be an...
No, I didn't pre-watch this. I just think it... I mean, I'm glad that Stephanie Sterling is talking about this, but I didn't. I haven't seen this video.
Inconvenience. But that's what you're seen as if you're different, if you require a little more sensitivity, a little more understanding. You're an inconvenient, you're trouble, you're chaos, you're a liability. You're all the things that ZeniMax and Bethesda said Leona was. And if you've never been treated like an inconvenience, you may never see the pattern. But it is there. It's as evident as the fact you have to thank God for me.
One thing I neglected to make clear, and Phoenix actually pointed it out while they were watching me do the video, is that any one situation that Leona has mentioned and that other trans people have mentioned in their lives, any one isolated situation can be taken as innocuous. It's the sum of the parts, it's the pattern, it's how all of these little things coalesce. It's not just one thing, it's never just one thing, or even a few. Lots of little things that add up to a big thing, which, by the way, is how you can actually treat marginalised people well. Lots of little things, little acceptances. You do not have to rearrange your life. Just treating someone with kindness and understanding seems like it seems like an obvious thing to say. But people go overboard. With the way they treat marginalised people because they think that's what we expect. And it's not really.
It really isn't.
We want what everybody else wants. A simple fucking life.
Starfield.
All right, so that was a fantastic primer on the situation by James Stephanie Sterling, the amazing and incredible. Now we are going to go and watch the direct receipts as presented by Leona. That's what we are going to be diving into next. So you guys can see this shit and we can hear the full list of allegations. Now, this video is very long. There may be points where we will skip forward. If there are things that are repeated, we may skip those things. But we're going to try and get as many of these receipts as possible. I really wanted to see what James Stephanie Sterling had to say about it because their videos are usually absolutely fantastic. And they have a history of holding Bethesda to the fire. But now we are going to look at the direct evidence right now. Let's do it.
Hi, how's it going? I don't know what this camera angle is.
We're gonna do 175. That was a little too fast.
My audio and my camera setup is the level of quality you would expect for, like, you know, a video conference or something, not like a video that you're gonna put out for a bunch of people to see, but you work with what you got. I have a cat. My name is Leona Farron. I'm a trans woman. And I worked...
There are no subtitles for this video. This is a, you know, this is not a super hyper produced video, so there's no subtitles. I apologize, but...
At ZeniMax Online Studios from October of 2018 to the beginning of May 2022.
So 4 years, a 4-year veteran at this company. Imagine giving 4 years of your life to a company.
In January of
only to encounter this type of stuff that we've seen so far.
2021, my boss outed me as a trans woman, and subsequent events following that eventually led to ending my career there. I documented a lot of these things. I recorded our one-on-one conversations. I took screenshots. And I want to share all of that with you now. I'm really scared to do that. I don't know how to approach it. But I have to, because I can't sit on this knowing that it could make a difference for anyone else coming down the line. I want to make sure that what happened to me never happens to anyone else ever again.
How's the audio balance? Is our voices at about the same level so that I can commentate? Maybe I need to lower it a little bit. Anybody who's in chat, let me know. Again, I apologize for any audio inconsistencies. We had a piece of our usual streaming setup break at the beginning of stream. It's fine? Okay, it's good. All right.
And every attempt that I tried to make to do that internally while I was employed there failed, leaving this as my last and only option. So let's begin. I have censored the names of the people involved throughout the following screenshots and conversations that I have recorded. The only identity revealed in this video will be my own. It should also be noted that the roles and departments of employees at ZeniMax changes constantly, and none of the people listed here still hold the same title at the company. I want to emphasize that I highly discourage any form of targeted harassment against the individuals involved in these recordings. My goal is the opposite of that, and it is my hope that by sharing this information to the public in this format that corporate policy at ZeniMax will improve to avoid a repeat of the events that I am about to share. That being...
Extremely strong opener. Absolutely great to lay that out. For a number of reasons, but obviously it's really, really good to take the approach of anonymity with the goal of actually changing things at that company. That is an incredibly respectful position to start with.
Said, allow me to introduce our cast of characters. First we have Elphaba, media arts team lead and my direct supervisor. Next we have Ash, senior producer for the media arts team. Then we have Oswald, creative services director and Elphaba's supervisor. Clarice, Human Resources Director at ZeniMax Online Studios. And then we have IT Guy, who is just a random IT guy who gets referenced in multiple recordings. I had told Elphaba in a private conversation that I was transitioning, and I wanted to discuss a time and date for me to have the opportunity to come out to the team. I wanted to keep things as casual and low-key as possible, and made it clear during this discussion that I did not want to schedule any kind of special meeting for this. I definitely prefer to use one of our upcoming team meetings as an opportunity to come out. We had agreed upon using our weekly team meetup on the afternoon of Friday, January 29th, as a platform for me to come out professionally as a trans woman to my teammates.
Now, I want to comment on this. I mentioned this in passing before, but this is a pretty standard way to come out to people at a workplace. As it turns out, for the cis and heterosexual people who are here, it's pretty uncomfortable to live your life in the closet, and sometimes it becomes impossible. If you're taking hormones, or if you are suffering from dysphoria, it can be impossible to live your life in the closet. Obviously, if you're a gay person, you might be able to live your life in the closet, but it leads you to living a life of looking over your shoulder that is incredibly distressing, and also means that you can't actually build fully social relationships with your coworkers because you have to lie about your life. You can't talk about your partner or your life outside of work. That was the norm for people for a long time in America when discrimination against gay people was more common. Unfortunately, it is the current standard in America for trans people, that trans people have to go to great lengths to hide their identities and will usually, it is incredibly, incredibly common in America that people simply leave their job, transition and change their name, and then go to a new job in their new identity, which is also incredibly uncomfortable for a number of reasons. Obviously, because it puts you in danger. Trans people face an absolutely unbelievable amount of workplace discrimination. This is well established in research. Trans people are obviously the current fixation of a hate movement in the United States with deranged levels of obsession. The way that Leona is talking about doing this, having a casual meeting where you come out to your team, is a healthy and safe way to address transitioning on the workplace. Now, many workplaces have stepped into the year 2023 and are totally fine with working with trans people. Not all of them, but many of them. And this is one of the most common ways that coming out is done. You have, in a casual environment, you say, hey, everybody, I want you to know I am transgender. I'm transitioning. This is my new name. These are my new pronouns. You know, you can say, like, you express your level of comfort. Sometimes some people who are okay with it will say, if you have any questions, please ask me directly. Other people will say, I don't really feel comfortable asking, you know, answering a whole lot of questions about my personal life. Regardless, you talk to your teammates on a human level so that it's handled in an official and safe environment where you have control of coming out. It is really simple to understand why that would be the case. You want your teammates to know, but you also want it to be understood that this is not something that can be, you know, this is not to be the subject of gossip. It is not to be the subject of, you know, of rumors and whispers and whatever, and that also that it happens in an environment where there are, hopefully, at least minimally supportive, you know, supervisors present.
When the 29th rolled around, she canceled that team meeting during our morning scrum. A scrum, for those of you who don't know, is generally a short team meeting where goals and work progress is discussed. Our team scrum was held daily from 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. and is a Microsoft Teams group call with all team members present. The following is a screenshot of the private messages that I received during that scrum. As this is
So they had it planned that there would be a normal team meeting, which she canceled without any explanation that we have here. That team meeting was supposed to be coming out. That's a pretty important thing. I guess we're going to find out what follows.
It's the only record I have of being outed by her. She starts by asking me via Slack if I want to book a specific meeting to come out after she canceled our afternoon team meeting, and as we had already discussed, I did not want that. I respond by saying that I will bring it up during the retro on Monday. When I say I'll be on cam, I'm referring to how I have had my camera off for all meetings for months, due to keeping my physical changes private. I had discussed with her previously that sharing my new photo and being on camera would all be part of my coming out. She does not seem to be okay with this, and I do not understand why looking dramatically different is a pressing concern that needed to be.
Are you planning to let me people know, especially if you look dramatically different? Also, that is all creative services teams, video and graphics. Well, that's what the purpose of a meeting would be, so that you could do it on your own terms. Because yeah, if you've been transitioning and your team is working mostly remote, you might want to be able to have an opportunity to safely explain why you look different than you did the last time everybody saw you. And to do so in the least awkward and least dangerous way possible.
Addressed. I assure her that even if my work photo has updated on her end, nobody else has seen my updated picture yet, and so there's no need to rush anything. Again, I made it pretty clear during our initial private conversation that I needed this to be casual and within my control. Elphaba reveals my new work photo to the team via sharing her screen, outing me during the last few minutes of our morning scrum.
Why would you ever do that? That's insane. That is an insane thing to do. You have a scrum, you had a meeting where the person was going, where Leona was going to be able to talk about this on her own, and instead you screen share the picture. What the absolute hell? That is like, I can't even think of a reason for that, especially when it's clear here that they've been discussing this and said, my pic is not updated. It will take 24 to 48 hours to update on everyone's computer. Even if you can see it, not everyone on the team can. So Leona specifically says, no one else can see my picture right now because I haven't set it to public. You can see it because you're the manager. And then after that, she then shares her screen, revealing the picture. Insane behavior. Absolutely insane behavior.
I'm shocked. Those who are participating in the meeting began talking about my new picture after it was revealed. Elphaba ends the morning scrum before I have the opportunity to say anything at all.
Oh my god. So you didn't even let Leona talk.
I try my best to regain control of the situation. I feel forced to say anything via any method now to even be able to participate in the conversation concerning my transition. Elphaba continues messaging me suggestions of handling it another way.
In respect for you, I'm trying to soften the transition moment. Shoot, I change my background and people react. Lol. Email is good too. That way people can respond privately to you. Just thoughts. Wow. Haha, I'm trying to make it easier for you by me taking it out of your hands, not giving you any opportunity to talk directly to the people involved, and making it a shocking moment that is not sanctioned, and make it look like an deranged. This is just deranged behavior. Actually, like, mentally unwell behavior on the side of Elphaba. Like, I know that some people might think, oh, this is just like she doesn't know how to handle it. No, going out of your way when you have an established way that you're going to do it, to then do this extremely weird, oops, I showed a picture to everybody, and then you say, I'm trying to soften it for you. Deranged behavior.
I ignore them and post a Slack message on our group chat for my teammates. I was forced to come out via text chat, very awkwardly, and in no way how I had imagined it. I was devastated for the rest of that day. Later, I tried to bring this up in a one-on-one call with Elphaba, and I was told that she didn't have control over when my work photo updated, which was not the issue. The issue was that she undercut my opportunity to come out by sharing that photo with the team before I was ready. She did not apologize and defended her actions by saying she was just trying to help, with the tone that I was being ungrateful.
Oh, so she did do it intentionally. She did actually show the picture intentionally. It wasn't even an accident. That's even worse.
Doing me a favor. I did not record this call, but afterwards I began recording every interaction that I could due to how dramatically different I was being treated by her after it was revealed that I am a trans woman. The following is the first recording that I made where Elphaba calls me later in the week following our team retro. My approach to talking through things with her at this time was to stick to technical issues that I felt were affected by her changing behavior.
Tier Star, thank you so very much for the Tier 1 sub. Deeply appreciate the support. It means the world to me. Thank you so much.
Towards me, and then move on to personal issues. My reasoning was that focusing on the output of the job was tangible and understandable, while trans issues can be difficult to directly address, especially with someone who is completely foreign to them. Unfortunately, even in sticking to the specifics of the job, it was not helpful. I never got to address anything beyond my first point, and the entire conversation fell apart on me.
So we had a retro, and every time we have a retro, I like to sync up with you guys to make sure there wasn't any outstanding things, or if there's something that you wanted to bring up, or get more clarity or anything. And if not, that's cool too.
Yeah, I did. I'm kind of tiptoeing on it though, because I'm trying to, really, my ultimate goal is I just want to make things easier. I want to be able to make things, I guess, just more streamlined, I guess. But I think that in the end, if pursuing that's going to complicate things, and that's the opposite of what I want. So that's hence the tiptoeing. But I guess you mentioned during our call earlier that the move and rename script I created was creating issues with us checking our DDS images, and I don't really see the connection there.
That's because one of the scripts you have directly imports them into a folder, which that seems easy. But what you're not accounting for is human error. To you, everybody has a huge range of what is easy and what is difficult for them, or where their mind can focus attention or where it doesn't. What that introduced was something so simple that it introduced risk because they no longer check their images. They're just like, system, do it for me.
Well, I guess then that's the point where I'm misunderstanding, because I don't understand why. Well, what would stop someone from checking their images before they run the script, and what does the script have to do with that? Because
it's what I don't want is I don't want anything to be a crutch or an excuse and the reason I say that is because several people mentioned, oh yeah, I should probably check those. I just have it spit it straight in there. I literally got that dialogue several times from almost every person who's used it. So that tells me that they weren't checking. Nothing happened at that time. It's more recent that things have been happening.
So this is like, from what I can tell here, this is the first incident of the manager bringing up very difficult to understand problems with their work. Remember how I said that this is like an incredibly common way to passively aggressively damage somebody who's otherwise doing good work at your place? Oh, yeah, I don't know, you just did it wrong. And then you ask, well, what did I do wrong? And they go, I don't know, it's just not the way I want it, so I'm gonna have to mark you up here. This is definitely really weird. And the way that she's talking about this is incredibly cagey and strange. If this was a manager who suddenly started having problems with your work out of nowhere, and the only thing that they could do was respond in really cagey and nonsensical ways, yeah, that's gonna start raising red flags. And also, we already know, because we've seen one of the clips from down the line, that she started giving her flat ones on her reviews, just a 1 out of 5 on everything. So it clearly continues beyond this.
It's not, don't take it personal. It's not personal. It's not against you. It's saying that a system, this is a tool. Do not depend on the tool, ever, 100%. You can use it. You can be efficient with it. It can save you time, but don't always depend for it to do your job, which is check the images.
Sure. I mean, it's. I mean, I don't understand again, but I guess.
But maybe that's not for you to understand.
Okay. Well,
I don't understand why this tool that moves images should prevent someone from checking their images. Well, it's not for you to understand. Interesting. An interesting response there. Very interesting. I don't need to make it make sense to you. I'm reprimanding you. Don't take it personally, but also I'm not going to explain my reasoning to you.
I guess I'll back up from that, because overarching, I do feel like anything I bring to the table gets shut down. And I'm not sure if it's because it's me, or if it's something I did, or if I'm taking the wrong approach, but it happens a lot, and it really bothers me. It demotivates me, because I feel like.
Real quick, I want to tell a small story from a job that I once worked. Okay. One time I was working a job, and my boss did not like one of my coworkers. Okay, and the reasons were totally personal. That person had been working there for a long time, but obviously my boss didn't want to just fire them randomly for no reason, because, well, then they would have to pay unemployment, they could contest it, all kinds of stuff. She just really didn't like this person. And so she started going over every single thing that they did with a fine-tooth comb, to a degree that no one else got that treatment. She would hem and haw whenever this coworker. Oh, I forgot to mention. I should have mentioned, this coworker had a chronically ill partner, a wife, and this coworker's wife was had a severe back injury, like a really severe one. And so all of a sudden the manager starts being like, yeah, I don't know, you're really disrupting things now, when they were using their time that they got from the benefits from having multiple years on the job. It got to the point where the manager was personally combing through every single contract that this person wrote, looking for minor errors that they could chastise them on. No one else on the team received this treatment whatsoever. And it culminated in a literal setup where the manager told this person to rent out a vehicle that had an issue on the vehicle, gave managerial approval on it, but never actually gave the approval on paper, only gave it vocally. And the car went out that had a very minor issue, nothing that would endanger an employee, but enough that it would show up on the paperwork. And then the manager initiated punitive action against the employee and fired them, and claimed, I never said that. I never said that at all. And it was just manager's word versus employee. And it was really funny because I remember after they got fired, after their last day of work, my manager came into work and took this employee's business cards and like literally went like and then dunked them into the trash. I'm not even kidding you. Straight up took the business cards and like laughed and dunked them into the trash and then went, oops. Literally not even kidding you. Getting a lot of vibes from this situation. Just saying. Just saying.
What am I doing wrong that is going against the grain or giving people an impression that I don't think is accurate? I want to fix that. So I think that...
Is this just one example of...
Right, yeah, I think that, because to me...
Can you give me another?
I would say that when we were working together on finding something that would make our Photoshop exports work easier, or for the image preview, I was told when I brought that up that sounds like an interesting idea, and that I should, but to stay focused on the goal and make sure I get that done. So I threw that together before we had a meeting, and it was while I was waiting for feedback, which I felt was like free time you meant, and then I was told I shouldn't have done that, and I kind of felt like, well, I felt like I was getting a mixed message, or that no matter what I did in that situation, there wasn't a right answer. So I don't know if I'm,
I think one, you should, even the two examples that you gave me, there's two common denominators, me and you, but that's it. There's no other common denominators. So that tells me they are...
At this point in the conversation, I was becoming scared because Elphaba had never behaved like this towards me until very recently.
They are events, but again, I don't think you should generalize. Or be careful about generalizing. I think it's not good for you or me, because we're not tackling the issue at the time, right? So that particular time, that last one, is I'm trusting in you that you are utilizing your time for art. At the end of the day, like, it's great that you can provide more, but you have to provide the art. And I feel like at times...
This doesn't address why I was asked to create a tool for the team only to then be told I shouldn't have spent time on it. If I didn't spend time on it, then I would have also been failing to produce results and ignoring requests. This was a no-win scenario. This is something that managers do when they want to sabotage you. They give you impossible tasks where if you do it, you get punished, and if you don't, you get punished. And they can do that because they have power over you.
You become unfocused yes, you're trying to help, but there needs to be a time for that. I need to have confidence that you're focused on the art side of it and delivering the products. I mean, that's a bigger conversation because we already talked about it, but...
Sure. And
it's not against you. If you think this is against you, it's not.
Okay.
I mentioned, and I apologize if you feel like it is, but I'm not going to say you. Like, remove you from this. Like, you provided a tool. The tool, I felt, was part of the problem in this scenario. It wasn't the whole problem. I mentioned many other things. There's QA. Each person is part of that, not just you. It's multifaceted. It's not that you wrote the tool. That remove yourself. It's not personal. You didn't doom the team to failure. I didn't even think of it like that. That's not it, at all.
I definitely don't think that.
Okay. It's not you. It's the tool.
I don't see how, but it's fine. I mean, in the end, really, I don't want to. I don't want there to be any misinterpretation. I want you to, anything you say goes completely 100%. But
it's not. That's not how it is. That's not like we're a team, and it is my goal to try to get us to a good place or to help guide. It is not that.
This would be the point in the conversation that made me decide it was time to try and move to another team. I don't understand why saying in the end, I don't want any misinterpretation, whatever you say goes, was taken so badly. All right, let's see what happens.
It's not a relationship or like something, like it's not that.
Oh.
Okay, we're a team. And I will not...
What?
I completely make mistakes, but it is valid where I'm sitting. There is a lot that you may not be seeing that's motivating, obviously, decisions.
Right.
But I would encourage you as someone who, if you want to be a technical artist, you need to see beyond. If someone tells you something isn't working, and you've done a lot of great things on that, but just your comment right now, I don't see it. You've got to try to see it. That's actually what a technical artist does, is they listen to the artist.
Sure, I just spoke with and asked her what specifically it was about the script that might have been creating issues there.
Who did you ask? Oh, okay.
And she said it was working great, and she didn't see what that should just be checked before you run the script.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Right.
Check your art. Again, it's not on you.
I know.
It's not the tool. It is the responsibility of the artist. They are leaning on a tool to do their job, and they're dependent. It's not AI. It's a tool.
Okay.
So it's like running a Photoshop filter and then being like, I did it. No, you didn't. You just ran a watercolor filter on the image, and that's not how it works.
I think I can point out a difference there, and it might be something that might just be on my end, or it could be a misunderstanding we're having, but I definitely think it's worth pointing out, because I'm totally 100% on board when it comes to doing manual work, when it comes to art, because that's where it comes from. It comes from you. And when you're in Photoshop and you're just running a filter on an image and you think you created something new, you didn't. You might as well put a magnifying glass on it and taking a picture. It doesn't matter. You're not doing enough to transform it to call it your own. But I have when it comes to the system, the computer, the way things are organized on the hard drive, file naming, saving, storing, backing up files, all of that, the less people are involved with that side of things, in my experience, the more time they can spend devoted to actual development, and the less errors there are in the end, because the machine's just going to do what the machine.
This manager is talking about a tiny script that just quickly automates the moving of files from one folder to another. And the way she's talking about this is so fucking strange. It's like at every moment of this conversation, she's been reaching to find something wrong. And then she even said, oh yeah, well, other people had issues with it. And the employee said, I understand what you're saying, but I actually just talked to the artist and they said they liked the tool. It's just crazy. This is like crazy making.
She's told as far as that goes. So I don't know if that, comparing it to a Photoshop filter, is exactly the same.
All right. Yeah, that was just an example. Sure. Thank you for calling out that it's different. I'm trying to find common ground with you.
Oh my God.
So that
I just wanted to. It's totally fine. I just wanted to put that out there.
So that was the first recording that I ever made. Following that, there were many, many more. If I were to show all of them to you, though, this video would be days long. So I did my best to keep my cat out of the room. But unfortunately, that's an impossible task. So he's just going to be here, because either he's going to be here or he's going to be clawing at the door. Anyway, I curated out either conversations that I felt were indicative of repeated behavior toward me, or key events in and of themselves. The next two clips that I'm about to play are just examples within the following week of that conversation that you just heard of repeated behavior toward me that would continue moving forward.
I only got 3 lopes from world building. Okay. 2 of them, I was only going to assign.
I had asked Elphaba, or I had told Elphaba I was very interested in world building and applied for an open position on the world building team. The next week, everyone on the team was given world building assignments except for me. This audio recording is her explanation as to why I was being excluded from the same assignments as everyone else on the team.
2 people. And to be frank, they're really fast. So the time that they have, which is 3 days to provide world building to another team, is best spent with those 2 people because they are really fast. The third was a request from the world building team for that third person to do it. I was going to ask to do those interesting locations if time allowed, but we only have this week. In the future, maybe more, but we only have this week. We have to start Crown next week.
The other co-workers that she mentions were assigned world building points of interest, and she is implying they won't have time to get them. They, of course, did. Ultimately, I was the only one on the team not giving the opportunity to do world building, and this immediately happened following my express interest in it and applying for the open world building position.
It can't go over.
I wonder what thing might have happened in recent memory that could lead to you actually applying for a position and then every single other person on your team except for you getting to be able to work on that project and then you getting a bullshit reason in response. I wonder.
It's nothing against you by any means.
I still see my old picture in Teams.
You know
and
what's odd is I don't see that. I see your new picture.
I don't know what it is.
With the red hair.
Some people see it and some people don't. It pops up randomly, it seems.
I think they have to update their Microsoft.
Whatever. It's just...
Yeah. Are you upset to see that picture? Or?
It's just jarring. I hate it, and I always hated it.
We all do. Let's be honest. All of us look terrible in those pictures. Like they're like, say cheese, and like, oh, they're terrible. They're ugly as pictures.
In the next recording, I try to address with Elphaba the time that I'm going to need to take off.
So that's just an example of sort of brushing aside why a trans person might not want to have an old picture can be displayed in the system over and over again.
For trans-related medical care coming up, and that turns into a conversation about how I need to be assigned different kinds of work from the rest of the team now, how my expectations need to change, and how I'm being put under a velocity evaluation. You're going to hear a lot of conversation in the recordings ahead about my velocity and goals and getting my numbers up. My velocity was fine. It was fine for years, until I came out as a trans girl.
Yeah, it's definitely odd, isn't it, that this person has been working on at ZeniMax for 4 years, and the only time that we know of that they actually start getting reviewed is within the following weeks of them coming out as trans. Huh.
Then it was a way Elphaba was using to push me out, essentially. I wish I saw this at the time. I wish you could see it, and I wish I could say it with a stronger foundation of evidence supporting it. She was unfairly judging my velocity to make my numbers look bad in order to get rid of me, and she wasn't letting me transfer to another team because she was worried that whoever I worked under at that point wouldn't get rid of me, and she'd have to continue working with a trans girl. This is never expressly stated, but I feel like with what I have recorded, that motivation is pretty clear, especially considering at the end of this video, I'm going to show you all the work that I did during this time. And my velocity was 112%. So
wow.
Keep that in mind.
I wonder what could lead you. I wonder what could lead someone to be put under undue analysis within weeks of them coming out as trans when the objective measurements of their performance are perfectly fine. I wonder what it might be. I wonder what we might call that. Maybe we would call that discrimination?
In the following recordings.
How was last week? How are things doing?
It's a lot of stuff. I guess I'm inclined to be frank about a few things, but I won't. If that's too much, I'll just let that slide. But,
go ahead. I mean, this is what one-on-ones are for, is to have discussions.
Well, I guess for starters, part of the reason I wanted to
find something in another department, something that I can do that, like, to me, world building is something that I've always done as an element of everything else. So it's something I felt like I could do easily as background noise, like a job for a job's sake, so that I could kind of keep things balanced for the time being.
Yeah. It's a hard job. I'll be honest. It's hard. For me, world building was harder than this job, but I do like post-production. But the sheer amount of content they have to do, it's a lot. But, you know, it is pretty repetitious, so there's that.
I can rely on that, which is kind of more, I can do hard work. It's the plate spinning that gets a little much sometimes.
What do you mean plate spinning? Sorry, I'm just writing notes. So.
Oh, sure. I'm just trying to think of the best way to describe it. And I don't just mean, by the way, everything from the job, I guess. It's balancing things like, well, just as like real life anecdotal from recent history. The last week I had to go get blood work done on top of having the LTO video and having to go back and do revisions on the Abner shot. There's work elements and life elements that are
you're trying to balance. I would say you definitely should be more. I need to get a hold of you more, right? Like, I don't know if you like log off of Slack or what happens there, but Friday you weren't on most of the day. So I was like, is he working? I don't know. You had your doctor's appointment?
Yeah, and it's not, for me, going to really slow down. I've gone through the process now of getting waiting on my new primary care, getting an FMLA form submitted to HR so that I can readdress that, because I'm probably, there's just things where, like, and then I come back from getting the blood work done, they're like, you should have something to eat and take a nap, but I'm like, but I guess I got 4 more hours of work to do, and like my brain is exhausted and I'm just staring at the screen without anything. It's if all I had, it's a new process, so it's not like I'm doing something that comes natural. I'm trying to be innovative constantly.
I can see that. Yeah, that's definitely part of this position. You are not the only one who's felt like.
I'm communicating a specific example of when I had my blood drawn and how it affected my work energy, and she's making it sound like I've given up on the job. After this conversation, whenever I needed to use paid time off for a doctor's appointment, it was equated with burnout and not being made for this kind of work. Hey, newsflash to this manager. Paid time off is paid time off. That's a benefit of the job. Just because you don't want people to use the breaks that they have a right to doesn't mean that they don't have a right to use that time. That's another thing. Interesting. I bet everybody else on this team was regularly using their paid time off for whatever they wanted. It's interesting, huh?
This in the career of this type of position, by no means. Like, some people are built for this. That's how their personality is. Others can do it for 2 to 3 years, and then it's the same thing. It's actually the same type of comments you have. So know that you are not alone in that. That this is not an easy job. As easy.
Leona, she was explicitly saying the type of work that I'm doing on this team is a little bit hard for me to manage with multiple plate spinning. Going from this task to this task to this task is not working out all that great for me, and I would prefer to move to another team to be able to do that. And keep in mind, we know that Leona has been employed at ZeniMax Bethesda for nearly 4 years at this point.
As people say, oh, it's just screenshots. No, it's not that easy.
People say a lot of things. I think that we get a lot of positive reactions from both other departments in the community that really are, even if they don't appreciate the work put into it, the result is still something they go, oh, that's neat.
It's quite interesting. So what can I do? I'm not going to have like an answer for you, but I would like to know from you, what in this position could you do that would help in this transition or help reduce the amount of stress? I know it's a loaded question.
Sure. I don't know if I have an answer. I think it's just the job. It's the way it is. And I've been trying things at different angles. If I find something, I'll let you know.
Okay.
But
So, well, I do have to say that balance is needed, right? Like, if you are continuing to be on this team, we've got to find balance somehow. If you are overwhelmed with the amount of, doctor's appointments, or if they're asking you to not do something for 3 to 4 hours,
I've just to take the time, which is not going to affect my career. I'm actually terrified of that because my.
So have you considered?
It's
a different position, like a different role. Not that I want you off the team. Like, I chose people to be on this team for a reason, right?
I needed to be able to discuss with my team supervisor the time off that I would need in the near future for my transition-related medical care, which is totally reasonable. If you have time off, you are entitled to use that. People are also at, most of these companies provide medical leave of some sort or another, which you are legally entitled to. I get told that my expectations will need to be adjusted due to my upcoming FMLA leave, and it also gets suggested that my role be downgraded from mid-level to an associate. So they want to lower you down. They want to lower her down for no reason other than, I can't actually demonstrate any way that you've not been performing. I noticed that you weren't logged on Slack. I didn't actually have anything to say to you, but you weren't logged on here. And apparently, your reason, which is that you were at a doctor's appointment and you had a ton of blood drawn, you still got your work done. Notice that she never said that there wasn't any work not being completed. All the manager has is completely vague, abstract, nebulous reasons for why she's not happy, aka a personal issue. And it all just so happens to center her personal issues all just seem to flare up around trans-related stuff. Very interesting.
But I would say, no matter what, that if you are always, having to go to the doctors frequently, or they're asking you to not do something for a few hours or whatever, is not good. Because I'm assuming you're just working, or you're working at 100%. I don't know.
Why would you be assuming that? Would it be because the work's getting done? And you're just trying to find a reason to be mad at this person? You're just finding a reason to be mad at her?
I'm assuming you're working the core hours of what you're supposed to do. So being more transparent with that is probably important.
I would get told to be more transparent. She just told her manager exactly what was going on. She said, I went and had to get a bunch of blood drawn, and then I sat down for a little bit because my doctors told me that I was lightheaded or whatever. I assume it's because of lightheadedness, that you need to sit down after having that much blood drawn.
Yep. I guess, well, and then to add to that, it's rough to kind of this job is keeping me alive. I don't know how else to put it. I know that sounds dramatic. I know that's how that sounds, but it's really like, I don't know what I would do right now. It's just not that easy to find balance. And I know that as much as there's resources out there that would be accommodating, that's still everything has an image. It's all about optics. So I have to be careful how I approach things, even if it means overworking myself or trying to catch up in off hours, which is something I've been sometimes able to do and sometimes not. And that's...
You did get hired as a media artist, right? And it definitely is a different position than that's why I brought up associate, because it's like an associate or an assistant. I don't remember, associate. But they have different requirements. So, shoot, I totally spaced out. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
I had something like 10 minutes. Yeah, that was a... Oh, okay, that's what it was. Let's talk realistically. I gave you a number that was for a media artist. I would like you to research through your own deliverables, and I want you to look.
Around this time, I started being told by Elphaba that my numbers were not high enough, and so I was put under velocity review with her and our producer, Ash. Ash tracked my velocity over the next few weeks. Under his review, I met all those goals. What the fuck? Oh, god damn it! Why did she have to do so good at her job? Now I don't have an excuse to fire her. When an objective outsider looks in, oh, they're not validating my weird prejudice. Holy shit, man. What the fuck?
To see what you have accomplished, in the last 3 months. I want you to show me what it is so we can understand where you are and your own realization of where you are and where we need you to be. I can work with you. If 16 is too high, which is, you know, the requirement, let's see what we could do about ramping it over time versus hitting the wall at 100%. If the expectation is, or not expectation, if you are not even going to hit 16 without killing yourself, like that's not an option. There's some reasonable goals that you need to hit, but let's both get on that same page to understand where you are.
Yeah, but none of this conversation up to this point has been about her not meeting her goals. She's been meeting her goals. She's been saying that this type of work is not what I want to do, and I'd like to move to a different type of work, but the manager won't budge on it and is now trying to imply that she's failed when she hasn't failed. Even the manager hasn't said that she's failed. She's just implying that it might happen, but it hasn't.
So we can understand where you're going to go in a very healthy and productive form.
Sure. I would prefer to just hit the goal, honestly. I think that would be across the board to both you and Ash. That would be ideal. So I'm going to have to...
yeah, but it's not... If you are... The important thing to remember about this job is longevity. It's not... We are telling stories. We're trying to engage in an audience. We're trying to... You put a lot into an image. Mm-hmm. If you are not... You have to have mental strength and physical strength to tell the stories over and over again. Otherwise, you're not going to be at your... I don't even need you at 100%. But if I see the quality dropping and you have to keep redoing things over and over, and I'm not seeing growth or consistency, that's telling me that that's not the way to go. I mean, it needs to be a balance. Not like one shot per month balance.
Well, yeah, no, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Are you worried? If you want to hit 16, okay, but not when you're saying you have to stay up every single night.
Well,
I would expect some.
It's just been...
Because in week 2.5, you're going to be a burnt, crispy person.
Okay.
And then you're not helping anybody because burnt, crispy people cannot be productive. And they won't create great art. And that's what we got to do. So.
Remember that the beginning of this conversation was the manager getting super offended that Leona used her time off to go to the doctor, and that was at a supposedly inconvenient time for the manager, and now the manager is desperately trying to reframe the conversation to somehow be about burnout, when all that Leona actually said was, the type of work that I'm doing on this team is a little bit hard to manage. I'm able to do it, but given that I gotta go to the doctor, I feel like I'm spinning a lot of plates and it's fairly stressful. So I would like to do a different type of work if the position is open. And then it's turned into this.
Okay. Well, I was talking about getting the FMLA forms into HR so that I can...
Can you explain the FMLA?
Family medical leave is for the... it's basically PTO for qualifying medical procedures. So...
okay. Okay, I'm so sorry. I was thinking of something else, which is... Thank you for explaining that.
No, it's fine. It's just the, especially, it's, things are interesting. So I need to be ready to, and have the, I need to have all my papers ready.
Okay, so what is your, and you don't have to answer me this now, but we're going to have to set some stricter expectations. And the reason I say that is because we have quote unquote customers, right? And I'm assuming I have so many people.
Okay, here's an interesting thing real quick. I just want to say this, okay? Companies have medical leave built in as a benefit. Now, companies do this in all kinds of different ways, and depending on the state the company is in, sometimes there's state laws about the medical leave. But using the benefit that a company promises you as a part of your employment is not anything wrong. If it's inconvenient to a manager, the manager, being a leader, being a manager, needs to do some motherfucking managing. It's called, that's your job. You want to talk about performance reviews? Maybe this manager needs to have some, maybe we need to adjust some expectations for this manager so that we can have better throughput to our customers. It's so annoying. This type of deranged behavior is like the weird power tripping while being completely useless that like characterizes the middle manager as an archetype. The middle manager type human being is this type of person. They pick someone that they perceive as vulnerable, that they can blame everything on and try to ruin that person's life while being completely incompetent in their own right. Your company provides medical leave as a benefit upon signing up for the job. Leona has been working for your company, as far as we can tell, just fine for 3 years. Now, she has a medically necessary procedure related to transition care that she needs to have done. And you're making a big stink about it because why? Because you're mad that that's what you offered? Because you're not a good enough manager to fix the problem? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
On the team, and they're producing so many, whether it's high or low, but I kind of need to have an understanding of what that is. Are you, and I'm sure at some point you will totally talk through this, but with the FMLA plus PTO, are you expected to do 50% of the hours you usually do, or 25, or you see where I'm going at? Like, so I understand how much is Ray going to be here? Or what is, I'm sure.
Dead naming. Oh, or what is your, drops dead name, then says, or what is your name? This is like what? Like, months after? Months? No. Let's see. Within the weeks after this manager also forcibly outed her to her team?
The answer is calculating, and you'll be in the loop on that, but things are...
Okay. Do you expect to take long
no, it's not going to be anything like, okay.
In the interest of fairness, while I had been going by Leona at this time among my friends and family, my name would not be updated within ZeniMax system until June of 2021. All right, that's fair. That's kind of fair. But to be fair, we've already... whatever. We'll give her a pass this one time, okay? We'll give her a pass. ZeniMax would not end up fully updating my name and gender marker within their systems until I could provide them with a new social security card and driver's license. These documents would take months to acquire. This right here is super interesting, okay? ZeniMax would not fully update my name and gender marker within their systems until I could provide them with a new social security card and driver's license. These documents would take months to acquire. That's ridiculous. No company on the planet should make it that difficult to change your things. You should not have to make a change to a federal document to have your name changed within a system. And most companies, by the way, do not do that. Most companies don't even require you to provide any sort of legal paperwork if you get married, outside of a marriage certificate. And that's maybe it. These systems are completely run by these companies and don't tie to your federal identification or driver's license in any way. That's just a really outdated and pathetic system on ZeniMax's part. And I guarantee you they don't have, I guarantee you they don't require that for when people get married. I would be willing to put money on the fact that they don't require you to submit a new social security card and driver's license if you get married and change your last name. I guarantee you all you have to do is talk to your manager and they fill out a little piece of paperwork and then it goes in and then it's changed within the system. Completely and utterly ridiculous. Yeah, if she was cis and married, this would have been instant. It would have been one paperwork. It's so funny. It's so insane, the selective bias that's given. Oh, you got married and you're a cis person? Congratulations, we have no problem. There's no security issues or whatsoever. They invent reasons to discriminate. There isn't a security issue with changing your name that you're going by on a day-to-day basis, requiring a social security card and driver's license. If they were really that concerned about somebody just randomly changing their name, ask for a letter from a doctor. And you could just have, and then Leona could have just said, hey, doctor, can you sign that I'm going through gender transition? and then you get the letter from the doctor and change it. It's completely absurd to say that you need to have a social security card and a driver's license to update your username at a company. That is just outdated and embarrassing. Straight up.
I'll tell you what I know now, that FMLA doesn't kick in until after I've used up all my PTO.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to...
Is it like a week or two? Or
I don't know. I'll have to talk to my doctor about it because they don't know yet either. They need to get the...
Also, FMLA exists specifically to keep employees' medical matters private and to protect employees' right to take medical leave without retaliation from their employer. Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Asking me to provide further details that I haven't even discussed with my doctor and using my medical leave against my work velocity and output is highly illegal. Lawyer up, Leona. Lawyer up, Leona. Straight up.
I mean, I don't know if you want the details, but there's going to be a lot of, just
surgeries or something?
No. Hormone regulation that can result in certain side effects that may make it difficult for me to get out of bed or go to bed. You know, just finding the balance can take time. And so there's a certain amount of experimentation involved with that because everyone's unique and you need to find what.
Oh, I get it. I am I am a woman.
I couldn't, I don't know if you want.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a process.
What? I'm sorry. What the fuck?
I couldn't, I don't know if you want.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a process.
Okay.
Sometimes there's going to be moments where I'm just going to have to follow my doctor's advice because it hasn't worked out for me this past year, trying to just work against it. And it's not, I have to prioritize my health.
I get it, because I am a woman. Oh my God.
I have to.
Yep.
Yes, and also, as Salty Shay says, her boss is not entitled to that kind of information. Why is she even asking all this? Because she's power tripping and she's looking for excuses to try and find a way to screw Leona over. This is the type of behavior that's on display here is so blatant.
No, that's 100%. And like I said, if you can be more transparent, myself, the company,
Oswald,
we can work with that. Because there are people who have massive, crazy migraines all the time. They literally take a month off because mentally their brain got fried from all kinds of crazy migraines. So, but the more we understand the time that is needed, then we can work around.
I did request time off via email for the week of 3/01 to 3/05 following this call, and it was approved. If this was going to have an effect on my career, I wanted to take care of as many things as I could in a short amount of time. What we're seeing here, by the way, what we've been seeing, we've been watching 42 minutes of this account so far, and what we have seen is a manager that is trying to find every single thing that she can on this trans woman. That this trans woman has evidence, has evidence of doing basically everything right, and a slew of criticism and error hunting and literal review processes that all begin conveniently the moment that she comes out as trans, or I should say, sorry, the moment that her manager outs her to her team as trans.
If that makes sense.
Sure.
Otherwise, it's just like a weird sprint race, and that's a little hard for me to follow.
Yeah. And there's I'll let you know when I know. It's not going to be anything like 25% of my time or anything, but there will be chunks of time, probably a week or two here and there, that I might need to just. It also makes it difficult for me to find.
Espork says, which chat is on screen? That's my website chat. For those of you who are watching, I haven't done this. It's been too long. First of all, if you are here and enjoying the show, please press subscribe down below, and please press like as well while you're down there. Both of them cost nothing, and I would love to have you among my viewers and among my likers. Secondly, if you want to be on the beautiful site chat, you can come and join that for free on my website, demonmama.com/live. We have as you can see, it's a very busy and friendly chat room. And it's really easy to join. You can log in with Discord or Twitch or Twitter or Reddit. There's a whole bunch of different options for signing in, and you can make your account on the website. We would absolutely love to have you. You get to have all the cool emojis. Look at how many cool emojis are coming up. Look at that. Look at them all. There's so many cute ones. Look, there's all the frogs, the cute demon frogs. Here's the nerd emoji. There's so many cute ones. You get them for free. So come join the website. We would love to have you. Anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing to the channel and liking the video. And let's continue with this coverage of this ridiculous situation.
Equilibrium with, you know what I mean? With
Yes.
Having to balance, you know what I'm saying?
Have you considered, do you see yourself, I don't know, I'm kind of brainstorming, but I don't even know if we can do that.
I don't think that I'm going, if I'd like to just stay the course at the moment of things, and kind of see, I feel like especially this week, really feel confident I can hit those marks. I have nothing going on besides work, so I can really buckle down and do the face and body markings, get those things done, and I can hit that goal, I think, pretty easily. Well, I won't say easy, but you know what I mean, reasonably.
Yeah.
So we'll take that a week at a time, and if I can find my stride with that, then there's a non-issue.
Okay, that's fine, but I think in 2 weeks when we have our next one-on-one, I think it'll be important to talk about where you are, and because like I said, I don't know what's going on with the world building, and where I'm sure you'll hear something from them, but I haven't caught up with them, because you obviously did express the reasons why you're going to that. So I think there will be a point if you do or don't get that job, that we need to discuss, your work on the team, and just kind of spitballing that, is there other options?
Secular Socialist says, I just don't understand how our society tolerates this type of blatant discrimination against trans people. What can be done so this is never tolerated or normalized at any company? Well, there's a number of things that can be done, but one of them is that you make sure that when they do this behavior, that it hurts them. You make sure you get things in writing, you make sure you keep things recorded when it's legal to do so, and you contact a lawyer. You don't go down without a fight. It has to be made, companies only understand money. That's it. That is the only language that corporations speak. So what you have to do is, if they are treating you like hell, if they are mistreating them, you have to make sure that it is expensive for them to do so. You have to be willing to sue. You have to be willing to lawyer up. You have to be willing to have all of these stupid meetings. And it is terrible. But that is the only way that you fight back against this stuff, and by making it expensive on a broader level, covering these types of stories, making sure that politicians pass laws that make this much harder to do. Unfortunately, the workplace environment is inherently imbalanced. I mean, most of us here are lefties. Most of us acknowledge that the relationship of the owner to the worker is one that is inherently exploitative. Someone has the food, the money that you need to survive, and someone wants to use your body to accomplish their goals. So they offer you a crumb of food and money, and you have to use your body to accomplish what they want. That is inherently exploitative. And the only way that you make anything better is by fighting really hard back to make it more difficult for them to exploit you, more difficult to exploit others. And of course, you know what else helps? Unions. You want to know why unions help? Because unions can stand together when shit like this happens. Unions can stand arm in arm and say, we're not going to let people be treated this way. We're not going to let our trans siblings be treated this way. We're not going to let our disabled siblings be treated this way.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't either.
I don't know either, but
So, I don't want to. I don't want to fail. So I don't think that's an option. So there's
not for any of us, because then none of us will have a job and we could fail.
Well, let's not.
Even me.
Let's not with that for. But we can.
Okay, but I definitely want you. You've expressed quite a bit, right? And I thank you for that and being candid. But those discussions will have to happen, because part of it is I can't go day to day, and I want to find something that brings momentum for you and me, and the team.
Okay.
But yeah, we can keep chatting about that later. Cool.
Yeah. I mean.
Okay.
And
All right.
I'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks, Ray.
Later.
Bye.
I'd requested a week off to focus on my personal life and doctor's appointments. The upcoming recorded conversation is taking place during a Wednesday afternoon. I had reached out to Elphaba to let her know that I was able to return to work early. The products I was previously assigned were given to my teammates, and so I'm asking for clarification on what I should be working on when I return. Instead, I get persuaded to not return to work. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat, another bored person. This show is 100% viewer supported. So all of you who donate through the website, which goes 100% to me, or through YouTube, which goes mostly to me, you are deeply appreciated. Thank you so very much. Can you check Discord? Of course I can. What's up? Yeah, actually, Rapti, let's do it on, let's plan for Tuesday. Because, honestly, this is taking a lot longer than I thought. And I don't want to push it. I can't push it too far. I appreciate that, thank you. We'll plan for Tuesday, because that's gonna be my next planned stream. I don't want to push it too far. Momo Hitsuyaga says, Hitsugaya, sorry. Momo Hitsugaya says, I got hurt at work and they would do nothing for me until I lawyered up, and the first lawyer wanted me to settle for $500. Well, don't settle for $500. Get a lawyer who's willing to fight. They'll help you. All right, so we're gonna jump ahead a little bit. Real quick. So far, we've listened to 3 separate interactions that took place immediately in the immediate aftermath of Leona coming out as trans. And what we have seen is an incredible caginess from this manager being completely unable to respect boundaries, this manager completely unable to actually articulate anything that Leona was doing wrong, while also implying very loosely that there were issues with Leona's employment, and also while invading Leona's privacy multiple times. So what I want to do is I want to jump ahead and hear some of these other ones. For example, we're going to jump ahead just a little bit and we're going to listen to the conversation about dead names. Now, for those who are watching who are unfamiliar with the term dead name, a dead name is a sort of slang term that is used by trans people. It's not even slang, that's the wrong way of doing it. It's a term that is used by trans people to refer to your old name. The history of this word actually comes from the fact it was actually a really dark joke, which is that your dead name was the name that they will call you by when you're dead, meaning that at the time, trans people were not respected as who they were, and their families, who did not respect them for being trans, would call them by their dead name when they died. And it's really depressing, isn't it? Nowadays, people don't really use it in that exact same way, but rather they mean it's the name you no longer use. But that's actually its historical root. Its historical root was as a slang term for saying that that's the name that your family is going to call you by when you die, because so many people were not accepted by their families, which is really unfortunate. And there was an allegation that there has been a repeated issue, and we've even seen this. However, to be fair, it's a little more understandable, to be fair to this manager, it's a little more understandable if you fuck up and use a dead name, if the name in front of you that you go to look at hasn't been changed yet. We can acknowledge that. And I want to be clear. Sometimes dead naming happens, especially if somebody knew you for a long time by that name. If somebody knows you for a long time by your old name, sometimes there are accidents. And most of the time, trans people really don't care. I got dead named a lot when I first came out, both by people who were malicious and by people who were well-meaning but just kind of messed up. I have gotten dead named in like the last year, which is insane given that I've been transitioned I've been like fully and publicly, completely and utterly transitioned for like nearly 10 years now. But somebody, an old family member, just kind of fucked up out of the blue, and it was very weird. But I didn't get mad about it. Nothing happened. It was just like, okay, whatever. Dead naming is the weakest form of transphobia sometimes. When people go out of their way to refuse to acknowledge your name, it's actually incredibly hurtful. It is literally saying, I don't believe that you have a right to your own identity. And it is very dehumanizing. To say you don't have a right to decide what you are called, I get to decide what your name is incredibly dehumanizing. So, yeah. Let's listen to this.
I was trying to pick Leona, but it swings you back to Ray in teams.
Yeah, it might take a while for everything to sync up, just because,
Okay.
you know, I don't know why.
And then the Ray name will just disappear? Or will it be
Hopefully,
like Okay.
Yeah.
And stuff like this, like if you don't have to do this work. It really was. It's our job to help us and things like this. Like for instance, the new people that I don't expect them to put tickets in. And they can really help like prioritize things.
Right. So like one thing doesn't get switched before something else that kind of puts me in a exact situation I'm in. So
Exactly, yeah. Like just be transparent about it. I mean, we're here to help and just move things along as smooth as possible. So just reach out. That's literally our job to make things easier on you guys.
Ed McStinko says, God damn it, that really sucks, Demon Mama. You deserve more conscientious family members. Oh, my family members are usually, the family members that I still associate with are really good about it. It was literally just an accident, just from somebody who I hadn't talked to in a while, you know? But yeah. Yeah, sometimes people mess up. Most of the time, it doesn't mean anything. There's like this stereotype that trans people like freak out if you ever say the wrong pronoun or mess up their name. It's literally just not true. Of course, there have been some trans people somewhere who've like reacted poorly, but the vast majority of trans people take it perfectly in stride, just like anything else. It's when it becomes deliberate or careless that it becomes an issue, or dangerous.
But I think everything should be set. The asset browser should be switched. Actually, have you tried the asset browser?
I am still not switched on the browser, but
you can still look under Ray. Okay.
Yeah, it's using my old name, but
so it won't switch automatically. That one won't switch.
I have to
so it's manual. So I put you on the email thread, but it has to make you an account for it. I don't know. He has to put you into the system and give you permissions to do it on the other name.
Okay. All right.
That's why. So I would just stick with Ray until he gives a thumbs up. He will contact you. He will contact you to put in your password and all that. So you should be good. And in all this, I would encourage. Obviously, this is a lot to switch over. Please be patient with people. Overall, there's a lot of knowledge switching and.
Please be patient with people. Leona has been nothing but patient with people. Why would you need to lecture her about being patient when you just said you should stick with your old name? No, actually, that doesn't make any sense. While you wait for IT to make a change in the system, you should stick with your old name? Why would you ever even suggest that? That's stupid. Just tell people what your new name is and let them use it. Do you think that people, when they're using your name, they are like, oh yeah, let me go check the IT backend files real quick? No, they go by what you asked. That's so silly.
I know you've been anticipating this for a very long time, so you're like, go, right?
Well, yeah, but I get it.
So just...
What? What the fuck? What?
Be transparent, let people give things a...
Hi, yes, I've been preparing to transition, and now I am doing the paperwork necessary to transition. And then your manager's like, well, I know you expect it to go really fast, and you just want the whole world to change for you because you're trans. I am sure you want everything to change just for you in a moment's notice, but actually, it takes time for an IT ticket to go through, so maybe just don't rush. And then the trans woman's like, huh? What? I was just filing my paperwork.
Chance to kind of, for the dust to settle,
yeah,
basically. I mean, anytime anybody changes the name, if you get married or whatever, it's, it's the same thing, so.
Like I said, I can just do some busy work until this all passes. Not a problem.
Okay, perfect. And if you're done or whatever, we can revisit that list and see what else we have. And then I also have plenty of other things that, my list is like 10,000 deep. So I can definitely use an extra pair of hands.
Sure.
So, all right?
Cool. That's good.
Trans Peak says, this is horrible. My name change at work had a ton of IT issues, but my manager was just so cool about it. I even kind of lost it talking to her and vented angrily, and she was really understanding as to why I was upset that there were so many issues. Yeah. Isn't it amazing that managers can just choose to not be extremely weird and prejudiced and can just understand, hey, if you're changing your name, the process can be really annoying. Let me help you with that, because that's literally your fucking job as a manager. If you're a fucking manager, if you're supposed to manage shit. But keep in mind that most managers, they seek out the manager job because they're like, ooh, this is a job where I get to sit on my ass and make other people do work for me. And if they don't do it, then I get to tell them, you're fired! You're fired! That's the like mentality of most people who seek out middle management positions.
Thank you.
Later. Bye. Around 1:15, 1:30, and spent some time going through the browser to pick out images. I had just bookmarked them for now, just because you find things that like trump other images, and yeah, I just wanted to get everything that I wanted to download in a row. I just went to go download them, and I could not download any images from the browser. I went to go refresh the pages that I had tabbed and bookmarked, and I was taken back to the main login where I could not view any images at all. So I lost about the past hour and a half, 2 hours of work. I'm blocked from being able to continue that. I just messaged Alphaba to let her know. I spent some time looking for images. I lost them upon refreshing the page. I was not able to download them. I thought refreshing the page would fix the issue. Now I am not able to view any images at all. So I just said I'm going to spend some time organizing my local files and cleaning my hard drive until I can continue working, and to let me know if I need to contact anyone to get it fixed. As a side note, I did get an email about doing an unconscious bias training course that addressed me by my dead name. And it used my old email.
Oh, that's cool. Everybody, we need to do trans sensitivity training. And in your trans sensitivity training, they don't even bother the one thing that you actually already completed the paperwork on. You complete the paperwork to get a new email address, and then they send you a trans sensitivity training that refers to your old name. Incredible. Fucking incredible.
That's all. I just thought it was funny. I mean, like, I will not take responsibility for lost time. I refuse. The anxiety that is the undercurrent of the situation is that I'm going to have to defend that position. Hopefully I don't. Hopefully everyone just sees this for what it is.
Also, the fear, I want to point out that you can see through that as this progresses through these recordings, through the interrogation, you can actually hear and perceive the fear that is going through Leona's mind in all of this, which is what the manager is trying to do. It's incredibly obvious that the manager is trying to make Leona feel like she is looking, like she has to look over her shoulder at every moment, that this manager is hoping that Leona will just go away. Psychological and emotional manipulation.
Still feel the need to protect myself. The day's almost over at this point. It was incredibly
extremely wise choice, given everything else that happened.
I could have spent the time working on my portfolio. I could have been organizing my hard drive from the beginning. But this is what happened instead. So, that's it. Talk to you later.
Ash and myself want to make this the easiest as possible, okay? And not just for this moment, but longevity over time. What he has suggested for me, and I agree, is we do a fresh restart on your computer. Now, what this is going to do is it's going to remove, I mean, obviously, I'm going to give you your time to save out all your files, and we can...
I am the one who first suggested this solution directly to the producer, Ash. That's who Ash is. Elphaba does not know that the idea to wipe my computer and just set me up as though I was a new employee came from me.
What it's going to do is it's going to remove, I mean, obviously...
Middle manager moment. I'm going to explain the solution that you came up with and gave to the producer back to you. Oh, man. Incredible.
I'm going to give you your time to save out all your files, and we can figure that out, whether that's on HVault, or we get you a USB drive.
Legendary.
Something like that to save everything out. But the whole point is to give you a fresh restart.
Okay.
Just like a new employee, right? That means none of the old information will carry over. That's names, that's everything, right?
Okay.
Day one, Leona's starting again. Okay.
Sounds good. But I guess, sorry, go ahead.
Now, I'm going to give you the time to save out your products. And that means I do not want you to take your computer in yet.
Okay.
Okay. I want you to spend the time, make sure you scrub your machine. I know you're actually very thorough, very good at like data.
I know
saving.
right where all the important stuff is. Well, most time will take in copying it rather than finding it. So
yes, save everything, right? If we need to find space on HVault, we can, but just save all the things.
I guess I'm guessing I'm not able to use any of my storage devices to do that.
Let me contact IT to figure that out for you.
Okay.
They may actually say, hey, use one that we give you.
Okay.
Which is fine. I'm going to give you the time to do all of this work, which is saving it out, getting the drive. Now, when you do take it in, you'll take in the machine. They're going to scrub it. They're going to put in your new graphics card. We're going to have to meet up with
IT guy.
Okay?
IT guy.
A wonderful person, and in fact, is very empathetic to your situation.
Okay.
And very kind. He wants to make sure that this is done correctly, and I respect that. And so I want to take those steps as well. Once IT installs all that, there will need to be another meetup with part of his team, and they will. It's just like when you got hired, right? They're going to have to set everything up again. But that will negate any like, oops here or this is not connecting. Like,
yeah. I'd really like to, if it just gets back to the point where I can just like make sure things are working instead of like hiccuping on every step. That would be exactly what I'm asking for.
No.
It's actually so funny that ZeniMax Bethesda's internal process is actually so fucked up that it is better to just create a new person from scratch under a new identity than just changing some settings. That speaks to a totally borked backend. Incredible. What kind of system requires all of this for a name change? One that was slap-shotted together by a bunch of people who all are rushing for time and gluing things together with children's glue.
This is the best way. And also, he mentioned it will introduce things later, like there could be a hiccup, right? And something reverts back, or it pulls on the old name and not the new name. So
sure.
let's do this the right way.
And just so you know, I've got about 700 gigs.
What?
Of data.
All the gigs.
Well, I don't throw things away.
Yeah, actually, you're like, I looked at my drive and I have like 5 terabytes or something, and 3 of them are done. So
I mean, a lot of it I'm sure is just filming that I just why delete it,
yeah.
But still, it's
okay.
So I have a 2 terabyte drive I could use for that, but if I need to use one from IT, that's fine too.
Okay, let's take an opportunity to start scrubbing through that and finding out what you want, what you don't want, because no matter what, that's gonna take forever. If it's not of value to you in the future, just maybe remove it. But I'll reach out to IT to find out about that, because they're pretty picky about drives.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to introduce
bugs.
bugs.
Toes here. I just want to. Yeah. So okay, no, just.
They also probably. Let me talk with them. They might be able to just keep it on that. No, they would have to pull in another hard drive. Okay, well, I'll sync back with you. If anything, let's just let me sync with IT, start cleaning, and know that over the next 3 days.
Secular Social says, imagine what we could do to change all of this if the public's reaction to Bethesda discriminating against trans people was even a 10th of the stupid backlash that conservatives gave to Bud Light. True! True! Actually, unironically true! Imagine if people just actually made the fuck fun of Bethesda about this shit forever. Imagine if liberals and leftists and progressives actually had a sense of solidarity and stood together for things that they believed in. Imagine if the entire left political sphere wasn't full of a bunch of liberals going, ooh, trans people, well, Republicans get mad about those, so maybe we should get mad about them too. Oh! Wouldn't it be amazing? It'd be like almost like we'd get to live in a good world.
We're going to be going through this, okay? Now, I just ask that let's try to keep it as clean as possible. If I need to be in the loop 112%, okay? So that we can make this easy and time it correctly, okay? All right?
So, yeah, I've already got everything here that is totally necessary. If I just took out, well, it's about 300 gigs of video that I took probably over the past however many 2.5 years. So
right.
That's a big chunk of.
It's a huge chunk, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and Okay, sounds good. So just hold tight, and I'll get back to you.
Sounds good.
The next moves. Cool. All right.
All right, let's jump ahead. Let's see what's next. All right, this one looks like it's going to be important. Let's hear.
I felt a little uncomfortable when I was in that scrum. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. And it was like, and I don't know if it was...
it's not a conversation I should have been a part of at all. Like, there's just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was a kind of a group meeting. It's like, no, take this offline. This is a technical thing that needs to get worked out. We don't need to be talking about the nuances and details in a group meeting.
Yeah.
Stop. Take it offline. Go.
Okay, the context for this one, by the way, here we go. I'm going to read the context for this. Here we go. Discussing with my manager's boss about certain events that he was present for. This one in particular is when we were discussing my name change being brought up in front of multiple people during a group discussion, some of whom had never interacted with me and were not aware that I was transgender. So Elphaba brought up issues with the name change in a group setting for literally no reason, and Elphaba's boss is agreeing that that was inappropriate. Holy shit.
Oh, okay. So, and that's when I basically said...
Do you see? Hold on. I want to take a moment here and just point out, do we see the pattern of what's been going on in all of these interactions? That there is constant deliberate decisions being made that put Leona in the most embarrassing and vulnerable position possible, while also persecuting Leona for not doing work correctly, when all objective measures, when she was analyzed by the manager of her manager, the producer, analyzed her work came out perfectly fine. Her velocity was just fine. What we have here is a manager using her position of petty power to continually terrorize and ruin the life of this trans person, mysteriously beginning in the weeks that they discover that she's trans. Do we see the pattern here? The humiliation, the attempts at humiliation, the attempts at introducing danger into this trans person's life. This is categorical workplace discrimination. And it seems like the lead manager here acknowledges that this is incorrect and acknowledges that this is happening.
Guys, this is not an issue. This is not an issue. Okay? This is an HR and an IT issue. Lee went to HR and said, changing my name. Great. Things start to happen after that. Okay? Now, communication needs to go to IT in order for IT to seamlessly transfer all of your dead name stuff to your new name.
Right.
It should have been thoughtful and a timeline given and should have been executed to the best of their ability.
So this is the boss of the boss acknowledging that this has been a needlessly massive process, that none of this should have been made public, that Elphaba was out of line to bring this up as an issue to multiple people, and that she brought it up in front of multiple people for no reason, that it was an HR and IT issue only.
And every time you hit a roadblock, okay, now I can see where the producer and the lead would get involved and say, Lee is hitting roadblocks. Lee can't get her work done. We need to get the work done. IT, HR, fix it, please. It is not trying to get into your work or into your systems and try and help you solve it.
Yeah, they didn't go to IT or HR. They went to me, and as though like I wasn't being transparent with them, as though there's like this something I was keeping secret. When I literally told HR and both of them all at the same time.
Yeah.
And situations like where for a week and a half I wasn't able to work. I was locked out of the editor, and yet every morning during the storm I was asked for the progress on my shots, and it was like, like. Do I have to? You're gonna make me repeat this every morning? Every morning I have to figure to bring this up. It was not a comfortable place to be, especially since I felt like I did everything in my power to make it clear and simple and avoid the situation that ended up happening.
I'm just typing.
Imagine that. getting hackled by your boss for not doing enough work, getting your medical history pried into, getting your medical future pried into, and then every single day when you go into work having to relitigate the same problem that isn't on your plate. It's not your problem that IT and HR are fumbling the bag. This is the boss of the boss acknowledging that this should have been taken directly to HR and IT, and that it shouldn't have been relitigated every single day with Leona, who is also being targeted for not performance when she's having to waste time dealing with an issue that's not her problem. Ridiculous. Outrageous.
Notes about like the specifics, like every morning, reminded of the fact that the whole technical changes were not being met, and that you were in the middle of it. You were not causing it.
Not a great way to start every day.
Yeah.
Not to mention having to look at my old name on the screen, which I felt was like, I had to hear it. I had to hear it through Messenger from people because they were seeing the wrong name.
Yeah.
This is after spending a lot of time mentally preparing myself.
Yeah.
And I understand that's more the personal side of things, but I can't. There's overlap that affects my ability to.
Fortnite says, wait, so this all happened because her boss wouldn't take this to IT? No, her boss kept kicking the issues that IT was having. IT kept running into various roadblocks, and Elphaba would basically make Leona do the work. Elphaba, who's the manager, instead of saying, IT, you need to take care of this, I'm the manager telling you what needs to be done, Elphaba would be like, Leona, you're causing problems again. Go talk to IT. Ugh, you're causing problems again. And here we have the boss of the boss. I can't remember the name of his position. This is Elphaba's boss is saying, no, this shouldn't have been dropped onto you. This is that management should have ironed this out with HR and IT. You submitted your name change. You did the paperwork you were supposed to do. It should have been taken care of. And is also acknowledging that Leona shouldn't have had to keep seeing her dead name.
Focus, it kills my momentum, and I can't.
Yeah. I was gonna actually say that. That I don't know how you feel. Like some people go, I know exactly how you feel. I don't. I really don't. I don't know what that's like to want to change and feel out of place and see your name that you're trying to put behind you, and it just hits. I don't know what that's like.
The closest I can come is to say that it's like you're finally able to breathe, and someone says, "Can you hold your breath just a little longer?" It's like you don't get it.
Or it's your wife dies, and then everybody's wishing you happy anniversary on your anniversary, and you're like, thanks. My wife's dead, right?
Yeah.
I don't really need to be reminded every single time. I'm trying to deal with the death of my wife, and to see Facebook pictures of me and my wife just sends me in a tailspin every time I see it.
That's a great example because that's a technical thing. It's not like there's somebody who's being malicious. It's just
Remember that. Remember that. Okay. It isn't necessarily that people are being malicious. There has to be a level of understanding, however, that people have to understand and make the effort. But I get it. I don't.
I love how Demon Mama has not heard the name Elphaba before. Well, I keep messing it up. I am not a wicked person. I didn't even know it was from that. So yeah, I live in apparently a sheltered existence.
I don't know if I agree with you in your perception of the situation, but I respect that perception is reality, and you're feeling something.
I think it's important to take note of Oswald's knowledge of the situation going into this conversation, since it is based on what he has been told by Elphaba. It is interesting insight into how she has been shifting the blame for her behavior onto my irrationality. Apparently, Oswald thinks I have an issue with hearing the word transition, which is absurd.
Whether I feel like I transitioned as far as...
I don't think I did anything wrong at all. I just don't think that... I don't think I should have been thrown into a meeting with a one-on-one with somebody I've never spoken with before I've already been outed to. That's kind of,
No, okay, I'm kind of getting it now. So even if it wasn't the word itself, okay, which is an unfortunate choice of words, maybe?
Well, it's not even... They said it did nothing wrong, but I'm sure they're working off the information they had. They just shouldn't have had that information. I don't know how many times I need to say that this needs to be in my control. I can't just have... I don't want people just telling everyone... You don't tell other people willy-nilly what they're going through medically.
Yeah, sure.
You don't do that.
Yeah, so it's like, hey, can you pack up their... okay, I don't even want to make another example. Okay, but if IT guy one, just help me work through this.
Sure.
Okay, like how could it have been handled differently? So one of our employees changed their name, and so their game account isn't working properly. Oh, no problem. I'll just give her a call and I'll work through the details. Now, I just set that up in such a way they didn't say, oh, Lee is trans.
Yeah.
Lee has changed her name because she's trans, and so you need to help this trans person change everything in her game account.
I think that was used with like this idea that putting that out there is going to expedite things for me, but it was not.
So do you think that that a conversation was held with
IT guy
that spoke directly to the nature of the transition, not just a name change in the system wasn't working?
True, Mixed Dizzy.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, I wasn't on the brief.
IT guy.
But why individual leads are involved in that process of game accounts and stuff?
When I'm being thrown into a bunch of meetings where I have to have the same discussion with people, it felt a little like.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's not like it wasn't. It should have been as you described it. I went to HR. HR goes to IT, and I give them a time frame.
It just gets done.
And it just gets done. Yeah. It feels like I felt, and I was under the impression that.
It's amazing. It's amazing that this Oswald guy, who seems to be very professional, Oswald seems to be professional and not deranged and not super prejudiced. He doesn't seem super informed on trans issues. Like, that seems pretty apparent. He just seems like a normal guy who doesn't have a weird bone to pick. And it's amazing how easy it is to understand. Yeah, you just submit your name change to HR. HR says, okay, IT, change the name. And then the process happens. And if any issue happens, then you kick it back to IT to fix the problem. Why has this become multiple meetings with your issues being talked about, with your transition being talked about in front of other people? It's incredible. It's actually amazing how this Oswald guy is able to just cut through it like a hot knife through butter.
That would be the process. So when it was anything but, on top of having to deal with being like it's told like put on my feet. Like, well, I should have been more upfront about this, or I should have been more transparent.
Who said that?
Alphaba.
Said you?
That I needed to be more transparent and open with them about. And then this week,
yeah, tell me.
I literally said that there's a lot. I just got my computer back, so there was a lot of little things that needed to get run through before I could get momentum going. So I just messaged to say like microphone issues, sound settings, graphic settings, user settings, syncing with the servers. These are all things that are going to slow me down. So I don't have anything for feedback today. But I just wanted to give you an update on where I'm at.
I mean, feedback. You meant the walk around?
Yes, our daily walk around. This is the message I sent her. I didn't hear anything back until after group feedback I wasn't invited to. And then I had a very awkward phone conversation with her where I was told it wasn't my responsibility, that all tech issues need to go through her. I said there really isn't any tech issues. This isn't like something I would go to IT about. But it was just this adamant, like, you need to be more transparent with us because it's delaying your work. I need to focus on the job and there's no reason for this stuff to be delayed. And I'm like, I'm focused on the job. It was just very, and then during our talk.
Notice how much that happens. Everything that we've seen in this, in meetings with every other person, including Elphaba, we've seen that Leona appears to be, from all we can tell, incredibly focused and devoted to this job. Even this manager acknowledges that Leona has been doing everything necessary to try and get this taken care of, and yet Elphaba keeps going, oh, you're not focused. You're really not focused. It's almost like Elphaba is trying to force mistakes so that Leona can be fired. Trying to build the idea that Leona is some kind of like fail slacker when that is just simply not what's happening.
I get a message from a teammate asking, or I found out that there was a meeting, group meeting I wasn't involved in. I followed up with that with HR. She came back to me. I didn't get an apology. She just said it was an email issue. I don't believe that for a second. There's no way you can have an entire team meeting and just not notice I wasn't there and then call me immediately afterwards. That's not a mistake. Following that up, yesterday, I was in the group meeting and I got messages the entire time asking where I was. And I'm just like,
well, in the morning scrum?
We had a group feedback meeting yesterday. Sometimes she does individual calls and sometimes she likes to have us all do it in a group. We usually don't know that until like an hour before the meeting roughly. But yesterday was a group one. I was there. And then after the meeting, I said to her very quickly a summary of all the major events in the meeting because I realized that was the only way I could. Yeah,
you were there.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah.
Remember when you said this and that
exactly.
happened? Yeah, I get that.
So I just felt like, am I being? What is this? Like I don't understand this kind of attention. I just want things to go.
Elphaba. Okay, well, I'm saying it wrong, but I don't really care, so.
As quietly as possible, as casually as possible, because in a lot of people in my situation, it's very common for trans people to quit and relocate and start over. But I like this job, and I like what I do. I don't want to do that.
No, you shouldn't. That's a shame.
Yeah.
That is an unfortunate reality, and it shouldn't be. And it's not like you can just go down, like when you're in New York, you go to the other ad agency. It's like,
I gotta move across the country, there's studios that aren't
Yeah. I mean, let's not even talk about that. That should never be the option. It's one thing for somebody to say, you know what, changing my life, and I want to change it entirely. Totally respect that. Totally cool. You shouldn't feel like you have to. That's my thing on that.
And I will say that my goal has been to get out of this team, and I was willing to just sort of, I could stay with it for as long as I needed to until I saw an opportunity. But part of that, unfortunately, I wanted my portfolio. I have leonafarron.com. So when I send stuff out and they look me up at ZeniMax, they need to be able to see that name. So getting that done was a big part of being able to get this process rolling. And it was really unfortunate that in and of itself kind of put me in a spot where I needed to make things happen even quicker now. And that's kind of where I'm at with it.
So, like, for example, your LinkedIn name change, right? Okay. Your portfolio name change. Cool that you got the URL. So good for you. Now, obviously, there's no one can go search on ZeniMax for you. There's no like employee, searchable public database.
But if I'm applying internally, then that's right.
That is true. Okay. Oh, we got an internal application from a Leona Farron. Who is Leona Farron? Oh, well, wait, I don't see that in Slack.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So, so that's fixed. How?
I love that all of this too, all of this hostility about changing locations when Leona is trying to stay in the company. Literally, Elphaba is just having a dictator moment. Jesus.
Now, you know my position in that it should have been communicated. You communicate to HR, HR communicates it to IT, IT says this is how long it's going to take, and they execute it seamlessly against how long it's going to take. Okay? There's a lot of things that your name touches. Okay? I'm not surprised that it didn't go perfectly smooth. Okay? So with that, I have a little bit of sympathy for walking in somebody else's shoes. How long did you think that process should have taken?
I was expecting issues because things never go perfect, and that's fine. I did not think it would take a week and a half. I was anticipating 2, maybe 3 days at most. And my communications with Clarice were kind of gave me that impression too, because I was in touch with just like the name change is coming. It's going to happen. It's just a heads up, just so that all the systems, whatever needs to be done to get that done smoothly when it happens. And then I would say that it went a little worse than not smooth. And kind of what really put the pressure on it was not knowing how long it was going to go on for, and relying on it essentially for being able to get out of the situation that was getting worse every day. So it was not really ideal. And
I think this guy, Oswald, is trying to help as much as possible. Elphaba, I think, is the complete problem. Both Ash and Oswald, which this guy is Oswald, both Ash and Oswald here have been doing their best, it seems. Not perfect, but doing much better. I think it's very clear exactly what was going on here.
Yeah, I don't think that 3 days. And ultimately, the thing is, frankly, got involved and wanted me to be able to keep working through it. And that just didn't pan out. It complicated things.
Okay, yeah. So let me just, in the spirit of walking someone else's shoes.
Ash and Elphaba
are responsible for getting a body of work out the door. Okay, there is a certain amount of work assigned to each individual. Each individual needs to complete that work in a specified amount of time. Correct?
Yeah.
They need to manage the work. They need to know if someone is going to have downtime. A manager needs to know why there's going to be downtime. To just say, I'm going to be down for 3 days. Well, why? It's a normal question. Okay? Normal question. And then how might that communication go so that your manager, and this is where the transparency issue, and why this is kind of more complicated than just insensitivity. How, without just saying, well, because I'm trans and I'm changing my name, that's why, okay? I'm glad you asked. I would have told you, in my own time, but thank you, I changed it with HR and IT. They're going to need to know why you're not working for 3 days, okay? Or a week and a half, okay? Because IT couldn't get it right. But how would that conversation go differently?
I don't know what else I could have said, honestly.
No, but without saying, okay, that you're changing your name, how would they know why you were down for 3 days?
I don't have a problem telling them that, though. I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know if I understand the...
Well, there has to be. Obviously, you have the right to tell HR, I'm changing my name, okay? Right. And that's gonna start a process, okay? You have the right to tell HR that you are doing that. You don't have to tell everybody in the company, whatever. It's gonna have to touch other people just because it's happening.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. I understand that. And I had everybody on the same page. It's not like I was being exclusive to HR about this. This wasn't a surprise. I wasn't demanding things change now, and I wasn't throwing this out there because it was, I don't know. There was no, this needs to happen this way.
Mm-hmm.
It was just, this is what I'm going to be doing down the road. What steps do I need to take in order for it to happen smoothly? And this is just how I've been having the conversation with people.
Yeah. So this conversation that we're having right now, and kind of like planning, right? This a name change, okay, regardless of the reason, affects a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
HR, what's the plan? How do we roll this out? Okay, so that everybody, that the business, okay, is still going to run smooth. I feel protected, and I'm not just being thrown out there, okay, as a trans woman with a name change. Okay, can we do it a little smoother than that, please? Okay, how do we roll this out? That's the thing that I think is not smooth here. Now, yeah, there's probably some insensitive conversations being like, a group scrum meeting is no place to be talking about, why you're not doing your work because of the, like, no, that is basically take it offline. All right, so I get it does sound like there's a lot of insensitivity going on, intentional or otherwise, I don't know. Being excluded from a group meeting because it was a group meeting and your dead name was on the email that announced that it was a group meeting. Okay, not sure how that could have happened, but my understanding is that because started, group meetings are how the walkarounds are going to take place. Okay, right now. Okay, and if you don't have work to show, it probably was not one of those situations where, hey, where's Lee? I don't see Lee. Buzz Lee in. So there's two sides to that. You don't want to be in a situation where they ask you, so Lee, what do you have to show us today? Well, I don't have anything. I've been telling you that. Why are you bringing it up again? Which I totally understand. Versus, well, Lee doesn't have anything to show, so there's no reason for Lee to be in the walkaround. Both of those are kind of interchangeable and invalid. It's just even though Lee doesn't have anything to show, because Lee is having technical problems that is preventing her from actually presenting today. There's no reason to exclude Lee from a meeting, part of the team. Right. We just don't ask Lee for, to present today.
Yeah. Yeah, no, what Oswald is laying out here makes sense. Basically, what Oswald is saying is, what Oswald is coming to understand is that Elphaba basically structured it maximally to be insensitive and cruel to Leona. What basically he's saying, the way that it should have been done is, if you had a technical issue that you already cleared with the manager, you should have been invited to the meeting as normal, and then the manager, being the manager, should have simply not asked you to present, instead of excluding you from the meeting for some unknown reason because you had a technical issue, which is not what is done normally. That's what Oswald is trying to say here. Yeah, it's a little bit confused. It's a little bit confusing, but what Oswald is outlining is what should have happened and what would have been better, and trying to understand what actually happened, which is basically that Leona was regularly being jerked all over the place by this Elphaba person for unknown reasons. The unknown reason being what we all can see with this all laid out for us. Let's see here. Now, this is the next thing that I want to listen to. This is what happens once all of this continues to happen and it is escalated to Bethesda's corporate HR. So that's what we're going to be listening to next. I understand what I believe that we've seen enough of these receipts to understand very clearly that what Elphaba was doing was a protracted, needlessly cruel, extremely insensitive, and clearly prejudiced campaign to try and basically pressure Leona to leave the team without actually saying it. And even Oswald, the boss of the boss, was able to acknowledge this. Leona was subjected to multiple points of pointless humiliation. Leona's private information was made public to people even beyond her team on numerous occasions, and Leona's day-to-day work life, as admitted by Oswald, the boss of the boss, was impacted because of Elphaba's decisions, because of Elphaba's clearly, in my opinion, prejudiced decisions. But this is now, we are going to jump forward to the portion in which Leona escalated this to Bethesda ZeniMax corporate HR. As you can see, there's quite a date jump. This jumps a few months forward.
So in September of 2021, I contacted Bethesda Corporate because I felt like the studio's human resources was not taking my issues seriously. I shared with them everything that I shared with you, the recordings, screenshots, everything. They responded by viewing me as a liability that they needed to get rid of. And it was also at this time that I was put under management with Oswald. Thankfully.
Okay, so we now hear, in her own words, she was transferred out of Elphaba's control and into basically under Oswald. And she clearly seems to believe that Oswald was a way more reasonable person to work with, which is what we saw in even just one interaction. Comparing how Oswald talked about things to the way that Elphaba was treating her, you can see the approach is completely different. You can see that Elphaba was incredibly weird, invasive, and insensitive about trans issues, while Oswald, even though it was pretty obvious that Oswald isn't like a trans expert, but was able to understand a basic level of human respect for Leona's issues. So I think that speaks for itself.
Because under his management, I blew it the fuck up. I wasn't being blocked anymore. And my velocity shot through the roof because I was working for someone who didn't...
So now she's saying that once she was transferred under Oswald, she was able to do a ton of work, and that her internal performance stats, that velocity measurement, went way up when she was working under Oswald because she was no longer being sabotaged at every turn. Now, we don't get to see that. She could be lying. But we have no reason to assume that that's not true, especially given that everything that we have seen, that at no point in this entire thing has Elphaba ever been able to demonstrate that Leona actually wasn't doing her work. In fact, she didn't even allege it. She just implied it and beat it around the bush while making Leona's life difficult.
Care that I was trans. So I had my surgeries scheduled for March of 2022 and July of 2022. My surgeries were going to come in 2 parts. I needed to have both surgeries done. I couldn't have the first surgery without the second one. It would have been very unhealthy for me. They would have been leaving screwdrivers in me and shit. They need those back. But like, I mean, it would have been putting my health at risk to have one surgery and not the other. I needed both. But then in January of 2022, I was put under a performance improvement plan because Elphaba was allowed by corporate to do my yearly review. And she gave me straight one.
Wow. So even though Leona was transferred under Oswald, corporate still had Elphaba do the year review. That is disgusting. That is fucking disgusting. What a horrible decision from corporate. Why would she be allowed to do the review? Who knows? Maybe it was a paperwork issue. Maybe there was no way. I don't know why that would be the case. That's deranged. That sounds like bureaucracy garbage.
Across the board. She said I didn't do my work. She said that I was rude in meetings, that I was made inappropriate comments in public workplace forums. Dozens of vague statements that were criticized.
This is where Leona should definitely have a lawyer. I hope that Leona's able to get a lawyer because those allegations are really serious, and I bet that a lawyer could make sure that justice is done here.
Of my work ethic and character, all of which were lies. But corporate saw me as a liability, so that didn't matter. It was a way to get rid of me. In the same conversation, I was pulled into a group meeting with human resources that included ZeniMax Online Studios Human Resources and Bethesda Corporate's Human Resources. And they extended to me a one-time offer wherein if I agreed to resign and release them from any potential discrimination lawsuit, they would pay for my COBRA premiums. They were holding my...
This is what we saw earlier, which, by the way, that is absolutely a technically legal hush money situation. Being like, okay, you've been a huge headache for us because you've blown the whistle, basically. Now keep in mind, all of this happened before Leona went public at all. Leona had not brought any of this public. Leona did everything by the book. All of the evidence that we have seen here is Leona presenting that I went through the internal processes. I talked to HR. I talked to HR's HR. I talked to the HR. She went through all of this. Every single step, she tried to fix the problems that she was having, all while this Elphaba person was undercutting her the entire time. And in the end, because again, let's just remember, corporations speak one language and it's money. They wanted to buy her silence by saying, we'll make sure that you can still get your surgeries as long as you sign this paperwork that says that you will not bring a lawsuit against us for the nightmare that you've been put through by our employees over the last, 2 years. That is disgusting. That is so disgusting.
Surgeries hostage to coerce me into resigning. I refused. I spoke with Oswald.
And by the way, you can't just... this does not work in the same way against someone who isn't trans. Just so you know. Because if they tried to do this against somebody who wasn't trans, what are they going to offer? Hush money? Oh, then it becomes an actual problem. Okay, we'll pay you if you stay silent. Then it's a legal issue. What they're using this because they know that she needs trans health care. It is as prejudiced as it gets on a corporate level.
And I asked him, because he was my manager now, he would be the one deciding whether or not I passed that review. And he told me very simply that if I continued to work the way that I had been under him, I had nothing to worry about. But I was worried anyway.
Oswald said, you've been working really well, you have nothing to worry about, but corporate intervened.
Corporate clearly wanted me gone. So I doubled down. I didn't give them an inch. I worked day and night. Oswald sent out an email involving everyone, where he said not only did I pass the performance improvement plan, but I excelled and I overshot my velocity requirements. It was the complete opposite of what Elphaba had been saying. If I wasn't being managed by Oswald during this time, Elphaba would have gotten rid of me and I wouldn't have gotten my surgeries and I would have killed myself. My goal in saying that is not to be dramatic. It's to make the point that trans healthcare saves lives. There is immeasurable suffering going on inside of someone dealing with gender dysphoria. And if you don't have a point of reference for that, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. I can't even imagine. But people kill themselves over it. They kill themselves over it every day. And maybe that's not the path that would have gone down. I can't say. I wasn't there. It didn't happen, so I don't know. It wouldn't have been healthy for me. I know that. And I can say that with absolute certainty. When I came back from my first surgery,
I just want to point something out that Leona, because of something, Leona didn't do anything wrong. All that Leona did was say, I'm trans, I'm going to change my name, and I'm going to get back to work, okay? Just let me change my name so that I can live my life as an individual person. Because of the derangement of one pathetic middle manager at ZeniMax Bethesda, and then because corporate, of course, wanted to pay hush money instead of fixing any actual problems, now Leona has been put into a position where she has to try to justify her completely understandable actions, where she has to lay out her entire life, her dead name, her horrible experience she had over the last 2 years for any hope at justice. And I just want to point out that that's the state of affairs when you live in a culture that's as prejudiced as this. And you want to know the craziest thing about it? The simple truth is that it would have been cheaper for Bethesda ZeniMax to just do the name change right in the first place. And that's the key in this particular situation. When you live in capitalism and all of these companies only speak one language of money, then you have to show them just how expensive it gets if you can't show someone who's trans basic respect. So I truly hope that Leona goes and pursues justice to the greatest degree so that ZeniMax and Bethesda can get it through their thick skulls that it really would have just been so much easier to just put the process in place and not, and you want to know what would have been cheaper for them? Firing Elphaba. The manager who's derangedly acting out of incredible cruelty to an employee who is otherwise performing above requirements. That's a manager that's sabotaging the project.
That one-time offer was still on the table. So I signed. And I signed because I was terrified. I wish I didn't. I wish I wasn't so scared. I wish I still wasn't so scared. But I signed. Because if that one-time offer was still on the table, after I proved indisputably that I was being targeted by...
That's why there's not a lawsuit. Ooh. Well.
Alphabet, then corporate was going to find a way to get rid of me no matter what. And not even Oswald was going to be able to stop it. So I signed. And then I was sad for like a year. I wish I put this video out sooner, but I was sad.
Oof.
And I don't really have an excuse other than that.
She laid it out. She said it was either take the deal or suffer from dysphoria, potentially killing herself. Yeah. Oof. Legal challenges take years. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what they gamble on, you know? That's why it's important to have solidarity. I mean, I'm not going to say I blame her for signing. I understand why. That's why they offer the hush money. Because, you know, you don't want to have to deal with a giant corporation with a team of lawyers making it as difficult as possible. However, you also have to recognize that with support, calling their bluff is possible, and it can lead to changes. If it becomes expensive for them, it still costs them money to pay their lawyers. And if that cost gets so much that it's damaging the profit of their project, even if you don't win in the end, it'll make them think twice. But again, that's a lot to put onto one person. That's a lot to put onto one person. Everyone, we have now looked through all of the receipts. We have now gone through the nitty-gritty of this situation. We have heard outside interpretation, and we have seen the receipts ourselves. I think it's fairly obvious exactly what went on here. What happened was that ZeniMax Bethesda has a completely busted and out-of-date system for name changes, that Bethesda does not have an internal, well-educated internal staff when it comes to trans issues. But on top of that, what's worse is that a middle manager was able to take advantage of the systems at ZeniMax Bethesda to torture and torment a single trans employee based on her own judgment. Some people would call that prejudice. I would call that prejudice. That's what it looks like to me. And on top of that, that at the end of the day, the answer for ZeniMax Bethesda was to specifically go out of their way to leverage a trans person's health insurance, a trans person's medical needs, to buy legal silence. And I think that's pretty goddamn bad. I think it's pretty goddamn emblematic of the state of affairs in these industries, on the state of affairs for workers who happen to have any sort of marginalization. By the way, can you imagine, just for people who can't really, for those people who really struggle to have any sort of empathy with trans people, can you imagine if on the table was your cancer treatment or your wife's cancer treatment if they're on your insurance, on your corporate insurance? Can you imagine if you had to choose between accepting the fact that nothing was going to happen to the person that tormented you for no reason over the course of multiple years, that nothing was going to happen to that person at all, that you were not going to get any justice, and but if you didn't sign that paper, then you would then you could be fired and end up not actually being able to have your cancer treatment? Because that's what was happening here, okay? Especially given that this seems to have happened during the period that the first surgery had already occurred. Just terrible. And keep in mind, all of this was so unnecessary. None of this ever even had to reach this point. If there was a system within Bethesda ZeniMax making it easier for trans people to just change their name, none of this would have had to happen. None of the bad PR, none of the misery, none of the wasted time and wasted money. It is in the interest of these companies to build systems that treat people like some level of human. Daedalus Media says, a company that I used to work for did the exact same thing to me over my chronic illness. I empathize immensely. Yeah, I don't blame her for signing it. It sucks because now there won't be a legal case because of that sign, because contracts are insanely powerful in America. It's nice, though, that this story can get out there, and it's nice that this can serve as a warning to people who are considering working for Bethesda ZeniMax, because now you know what it's like on the inside there. Now you know what their corporate approach is to this particular issue. And all we can hope is that more people get eyes on this so that they feel just a tiny bit of fear and maybe clean up their act on the inside. Trans people didn't choose to live in a world where like 5 giant gaming companies control the entirety of gaming. Trans people who are incredibly talented, passionate, and hard workers didn't choose to have to deal with random freaks like this Elphaba person, okay? Trans people are just trying to live their lives well, and as we can see here, Leona went above and beyond. Barring future evidence that says that all this was made up, which that will never happen. If she signed the paper, there's no way that Bethesda is going to actually speak on this publicly because they don't want to risk it blowing up outside of what is covered by the contract. But as far as we can tell, we have no reason to doubt that Leona's performance was just fine. We have no reason. Even the recorded account of her manager said that she was doing just fine. So, ZeniMax Bethesda lost a incredibly passionate and good worker. For what? Trans people just want to live. They just want to be able to change their name and live in peace. And guess what? Their coworkers 99% of the time don't care. None of the other coworkers seem to have an issue with this. It just happened to be that one freak manager. I wish the best to Leona, and I think that we can conclude this DramaMama with a big fat, what the fuck, Bethesda? What the absolute fuck, Bethesda ZeniMax? Fix your shit, seriously. I really wish the best for Leona. It does seem like this story is picking up some level of traction, and I'm hoping that this video will do that. If you have thoughts on this issue, please share your thoughts on this down below in the comments. Make sure you like and subscribe and share this deep dive. What? Deep dive? It's because I'm blaming this on Elphaba. I'm blaming this on the witch lady. Anyway, share with your friends. Subscribe down below. Make sure you press like and leave a comment, all right? Seriously. Means the world to me. Thank you so much. There you go, everybody. Oh my God. Perfect timing. Were you listening?
No.
Oh my God, perfect timing. Everybody, I'm going to take a very, very short break to eat these delicious tacos. Look at that. Woo! Look at those yummy tacos. Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to eat these tacos, and then it's time for CookingMama after that. You guys, I have some treats for you. I was sent, play the taco song. I don't have a taco song, Sock Done Left.
What the fuck?
What? I don't have it. Nobody made me a taco song.
We should get a taco song.
You want to make me a taco song? All right. You're volunteering?
No, I'm not volunteering shit. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, I got to eat these tacos.
I made the tacos. I can't make the song too.
Oh my God. These are so stuffed. I hope I don't make a mess. Oh, I already did. Oh. No. Where'd it go? Did I run it over?
Do you want help?
Where'd it go?
I don't see. Hold on.
Oh, it rolled over there. No, hold on. I can get it.
Okay.
It's a vegetable.
Don't let the plate fall.
Here we go.
Here, I'll take the vegetable.
Vegetal, thank you. I better move everything. I'm gonna move over here so that people can't see me. Tacos, but at what cost? What'd you guys think of that DramaMama? Did you think that was a good DramaMama? I was worried it wouldn't be good, but I think it ended up being really good. I feel like I need to roll these up into like something more than just a taco. It was just pain. Yeah, it is painful, but that's what we gotta do. We gotta cover this shit. Everybody's always like, oh, people don't talk about enough serious stuff, and then I talk about something serious. Hey chat demon, Mama's gonna destroy these tacos. I am. It's so good. Damn, now I want tacos. This is a sick ass taco. Hippie Punk says, my wife says it was a good deep dive, but crazy. I agree. That poor woman got treated so terribly. I wish the best for her. She seems like she's a really good worker, so I bet she'll have no problem getting work again. Well, maybe speaking out against a big company like that might discourage some people, but I bet she could get a lot of work with smaller companies who'd be more than happy. She seems like a really hard worker. I'm just gonna eat this one for now. Will you take the other one downstairs for later?
Yeah.
Okay, well you just have to hang out here for a second.
Sure.
It's hot in here, isn't it?
Yeah, here, let me do this.
Oh man. Oh, which leave the door open. Don't do that. The things are gonna fall off. Doe comes in here and knocks off my foam pads all the time by goofing around.
It's not goofing around. The room gets hot and I try and cool it down.
Ow! I bit my lip ever so slightly.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, it tastes good.
Good.
Also, you guys, don't never underestimate just how many trans people there are in the gaming industry. If trans people decided to strike, if just trans people decided to strike, the entire game industry would be brought to its knees. I'm serious. I'm not even kidding. You have no idea how many trans people I know who work in games. Actually deranged. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. From A to zebra to the worms in the dirt. That's how it works. No shit. I don't remember the lyrics for this part. Play the next part. Every history class is demonstrably false and pedagogically classist. Something with blood and genocide and exploitation. capital. From the means of production, the FBI killed Martin Luther King. Private property is inherently theft. Neoliberal fascists are destroying the left. And what's next? Every politician, cop on the street, of the pedophilic corporate elite. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. Genocide, the natives say you got to it first. That's how it works. What's he say then?
Wow, that's really intense.
Wow, that's really intense.
What the
No
fuck?
shit.
No, wait, that's the before one. I don't remember what that one is. Well, yeah, that is. I don't know.
I said no shit before because I couldn't remember
Yeah.
what was next. I don't remember that song as good as Doe does. Doe has it memorized. I can't.
Not the same way. I love
Doe, that was so amazing. You treated them all. Excuse me.
I love you.
I love you. You guys could hear that, right? You guys could hear all of it, right? That is how the world works. That is how the world works. Oh yeah, Twitter's gonna become X? Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Twitter's dead. Twitter's done. I love the little piano segments. That one's really good because Doe's really good at playing Bo Burnham songs. Bo Burnham with or without the beard? Which one is hotter? I think they're equally hot. I think Bo Burnham's a pretty attractive guy, all things considered. He seems so sad. I just want to give him a little hug, you know? How did Doe learn to play piano? Self-taught. In the clip channel, we got a clip. All right, let's check the clip. Oh, this is the oh, yay! Let's see how it sounded. Every history class is demonstrably false and pedagogically classist. Something with blood and genocide and exploitation. Capital. From the means of production, the FBI killed Martin Luther King. Private property is inherently theft. Neoliberal fascists are destroying the left. And what's next? Every politician, cop on the street, of the pedophilic corporate elite. That is how the world works. What a great clip! That is how the world works. Genocide, the natives say you got to it first. I think I could be a Bo Burnham. Let's see what this other one is. What's this other one? She's like, well, I know you expect it to go really fast and you just want the whole world to change for you because you're trans. I am sure you want everything to change just for you in a moment's notice. But actually, you know, it takes time for an IT ticket to go through. So maybe just don't rush. And then she's like, well, I know you expect it to go really fast and you just want the whole world to change. All right, that's a good one too. That's a good one too. You guys ready for some fucking Cooking Mama? Who's ready for fucking Cooking Mama? My lovely, lovely imps, it's time once again for Cooking Mama! At long last, it's been way too long since we've done any sort of Cooking Mama, but I have been given a treat. I have been told that the following clips, I have not seen these, but I was sent 2 clips specifically by the one and only Vermin Hands. So Vermin, shout out to you for these clips because I have no idea what I'm in for, and I'm very nervous because, oh my God, it already looks so bad. It already looks so bad. I am so nervous about this. I have no idea what to expect. But without any further ado, welcome to Cooking Mama, the part of the show where we watch people cook horrifying nightmare foods. Let's do it. Let's do it, everybody. Here we go. Without any further ado, let's do it. Let's just jump right in. All right, here we go. I learned this in Texas. That was me doing an impersonation of the TikTok voice. I learned this in Texas. Do I sound like her?
Learned this in Texas.
Oh my God, she did the voice right away. Ow, that hurt my ears. Why? Why? There's no way this turns out good. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. The cheese is all gonna stay mostly up here. It might bleed down like this far. The noodles are gonna be stewing in the meat juice for, oh God, oh no. What? Cream of mushroom, cream cheese, Velveeta. Oh boy. The meat is gonna be in a log. Why would you ever do it like this? There's 100 different ways. All of these ingredients in and of themselves aren't like using Velveeta and cream of mushroom and cream cheese is not in and of itself bad. But why would you? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Ew! Ow! Okay. Oh, nope. This is fetish shit. I'm sorry. Just smushing your fingers into it really, really notably in the middle. Nope. It's fetish shit. Let's go.
Let's add a little bit of milk because we're going to need a liquid in here. Yeah, that's perfect. Milk also.
What?
You won't taste the vanilla.
Vanilla? Yes, you will taste the vanilla. Are you crazy? Vanilla?
Because it'll be countered by all the other flavors. And you're just using really just a splash. Dijon mustard, because we're going to need some seasoning. Yep.
Dijon mustard is not seasoning. You fucking clown. You evil, you fucking jester. You bouffon.
More than you think. Take your salt. And you're just going to be generous.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off with this. What is this stupid fancy salt thing when you're glopping in a bunch of Walmart ingredients into a bowl? What's this? Get this out of here. Get this. Don't you even pretend. Get out of here.
Great. That's perfect.
All the salt is on one end. What do you mean it's perfect? All the salt is on one end of the dish and all the cheese is on the other. Oh, God.
Bacon bits.
Bacon bits?
I use a whole container. Make sure you grab this.
Oh, no. Leave that in. Leave that in.
Because you cannot eat it. Take our black pepper. I have to put this on the cheese.
Huh?
That looks great.
Well, I'm glad you added your cough into it. She coughed right into the dish.
A little bit of garlic.
Oh my God!
Ooh, that.
Stop! Stop! Oh my God!
Pepper. I just like to shake it on.
No!
We have a little bit of parsley we're gonna add.
Wash your hands! You just sneezed into your hand! Oh, you saw that, right? She sneezed into her hand there. Oh my God.
Specifically to the meat.
Oh my God, stop! Okay. This cooking video already falls into the rule of just do it again, okay? If you're making a video to post on the internet with ingredients that cost less than $15, just film it again. If you're spitting and snotting and coughing into it, just film it one more time. It's not exactly like this is the deepest recipe. Just buy the shit again. What the fuck?
Take our shredded cheese. I'm just gonna pour it kind of all over the top. Yep, whole bag, just like that. Spread it out. And now you're gonna say, are we gonna mix this? Of course we're gonna mix this up. So first of all, I like to use my hand.
I told you it was fetish. I told you it was fetish. I told you it was fetish stuff.
Hands, they're freshly washed, so there's no worries there. I'm just gonna mix. So I like to do it this way because I can get this meat crushed up real nice, and I can also get a feel on how much liquid is in here.
Oh my god!
More liquid. Okay, so this is good. I can see how mixed up we are. It also helps me get, I get the sour cream.
Hold on, not to distract from this, but do you guys think that, you know how the influenza, there was like a theory that like the influenza outbreak led to a bunch of like nurse and doctor fetishism? Because there's like in the years following the influenza outbreak, there's like a absolute ton of historical sexual content featuring nurses and doctors. Do you think that like coughing is gonna be that for like the like coughing and face masks are gonna be that for COVID? Just thought you might think about that.
Cream everywhere, right? It's getting the sour cream everywhere. I can take this cream cheese and I can break it up into bits. So we're not going to fully get all of this stuff mixed in, but it really helps me mix it up just...
This is totally fetish. The way that she's like very painfully trying to pretend that it's not fetish stuff. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna mix this up and squish it between my fingers because I this is just the way I cook. Come on.
A bit.
Did I mean the Spanish flu? Yeah, maybe I meant the Spanish flu. Whatever. What did I say? I'm at 6 hours. Don't judge me on my flu shit.
So this is honestly my most favorite way to make a mac and cheese. I think
bullshit!
Everything somebody could possibly
Come on! That's disgusting! It's completely not mixed. There's just clumps of unseparated ingredients. One bite is gonna taste like the most Dijon mustard you've ever had. The other one is gonna taste like you're eating a bagel.
Mustard gives it great flavor. We're adding sour cream and cream cheese and Velveeta.
Look at that! This is a chunk of solid meat, and right underneath it, she just dropped that onto a chunk of solid cream cheese. This is fetish content. This is not cooking.
Cheddar cheese, and it's just so good. So I'm gonna take this.
Oh, fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
It's a harder time melting, and we just want this Velveeta cheese.
What? It's not. Is that it? Oh, is there a part 2? Is this the part 2? This is the part 2, right?
Alright, I have my water.
It's part 2. This is the part 2. Okay, here we go. Part 2.
Which is going to serve as my other liquid. And with all these other cheeses in here, people are going to say, is this just going to be a watery meal?
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
Look at all the cheese in here.
Yes, it is, because this is wet and messy content, and nobody's gonna eat this. You're gonna throw this away. You're not even gonna cook it. I bet. No, it's gonna get cooked. She's gotta keep it on the down low.
It's gonna make it into this.
Yeah, water plus milk plus almond milk, all in there with the meat juices. All of this stewing at room temperature with uncooked. Oh god, this is gonna be putrid. This is gonna be putrid.
Deliciousness. We're just gonna again make sure we got our water all mixed in. Yeah, because that's what's gonna cook our noodles. Brilliant. Cheese next. This just creates our top layer. So this is extra cheesy mac and cheese. And I promise you, this is gonna be everyone's favorite. Now you can modify if you taste it and you don't love the Dijon mustard flavor, or you taste it and you're like, do you know what?
when you taste the left side and you get an entire mouthful of Dijon mustard, and you taste the right side and you get an entire mouthful of black pepper, and you taste the middle and you get a rotten piece of meat because the piece of meat was this big and it didn't cook all the way through.
What I really don't like is the hamburger in there or the bacon.
Why can't they just, even if it's fetish content, why can't they just make something that tastes good? Because it's about disgust, okay?
You can take out whatever you don't like, okay? Okay.
That looks like shit.
Look at that. That is ready to eat. Look at that. Look at that. That is ready to eat.
Ew! Did you look at, oh my God! Watch the corner! Watch the fucking corner! Oh God!
Okay. So it is all ready. The real question will be, is the meat cooked? Are the noodles cooked? Let's get into it. Yum, this looks really good. Now, if you have extra liquid, you don't want it, you can just simply drain that.
Drain it?
Into it.
Ew! Oh God, it's so wet!
Look at how gushy that is. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God, this might be the most disgusted that I've ever been in any one of our videos. The gray wetness is fucking disgusting.
It's clearly melty. Yum. Look at that. Cooked burger in there.
It's pink.
Wow, that looks like some yummy mac and cheese. Look at all the cheese on there.
Look at this fucking scum over here. Literal. It has a layer of scum. Separated cream cheese and meat fat particles.
That's good. Yum.
Oh God, why would you show it up close? That's disgusting.
Look at this. Ooh,
oh.
That's good looking. Look at this.
It literally looks like there's a grub on top. This looks like a Dark Souls zone.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay, so we probably need to put it back in the oven.
Oh my God, fuck you. Fuck you.
For a little bit.
Notice she didn't eat it? That's how you know it's fetish content. That's fetish content right there. She squishes it for like most of the video is her squishing it with her fingers, getting her hands all yucky and dirty. I failed to identify the real fetish. What's the real fetish? The real fetish is like making food that looks like a surgical thing. Oh my God, just so bad. Holy shit. I want to know, wait, I want to know who this is. Does she have other videos? Tammy Lewis CEE. Tammy Lewis C. Let's go. We're gonna do it. Hold on, I gotta mute this tab because TikTok's gonna yell at me. Fuck off. Here we go. Does she have other cooking videos? Oh my God, fuck you, TikTok. Why is TikTok so shitty? Are you for real? It's just making me do a bunch of fucking... Oh my God, it's just making me do a bunch of verification. What is TikTok's problem? Huh? What is TikTok's problem? Okay, so apparently TikTok's just not usable on computer. Yeah, apparently TikTok is just not usable. That was putrid. That was absolutely putrid. It needs to be on the app. Why would they? Well, I know, because apparently, I don't know. Do you guys know what streaming looks like from Zoomers who stream off their phone? Have you guys ever seen that shit? It's terrible. They're like, hold on, let me try and do an impression. It'll be like this. Hold on. First, we have to get rid of my overlay, so there's no overlay at all. Then we have to go like this. Hold on, I'm gonna fuck up my screen for just a second here. We're gonna fuck everything up for just a minute. I want to show you guys what it looks like. Okay, ready? Hey guys, I thought it would be interesting. By the way, I thought it was really crazy. Hold on, let me just bring this up real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna put it in and then hold on, and then you have to get the background. Hold on guys, I need to bring this up on the screen, and then the crappy green screen effect comes up and it's just got like text that's going like over like this, and it's like, as you guys can see right over here, and that is what you get when you have like a 3 million viewer Andy on TikTok. That's the experience, by the way. I just wanted to make sure you guys understood that. And I know because I've watched it. This isn't just me being a Zoomer hater, okay? I could have done a better version too, but let me just tell you, that's what it's like, okay? If you guys go try to watch this shit, these people are trying to stream from their phones, but they have to use all the internal tools. I can't even imagine what file management must be like. How many times you have to fuck up the take because you're like trying to go through your phone's folders and pick the right green screen things in order. You have to make like a reel in advance of timed clips all within 1 minute so you can make your point about something. All to avoid just actually having like a computer that you stream from. TikTok live streams are filled with people just spamming hearts and a whole bunch of other weird shit, and then it announces their name every single time someone joins the stream. Smartphones are a plague on user experience. Yeah, no joke. They're fucking terrible. Guys, I want to do something we haven't done in a while, okay? I want to do something we haven't done in a while, okay? We haven't gone and checked out these King Cobra in a really long time. Like, so long that, like, other people don't even know who I'm talking about. So, King Cobra is kind of low-hanging fruit when it comes to bad cooking content, but everyone deserves to see this guy every once in a while. And we haven't done King Cobra in like a million years. It's been so long. So I feel like it's fair. I think it's fair for me to do a King Cobra one, okay? I want to see this one. This looks really great, okay? I want to see his spicy fish ramen noodles. You guys ready? You guys ready for this? Because I'm ready for this. I am aware of this King Cobra guy. Yeah, he's kind of low-hanging fruit when it comes to bad cooking, but I feel like I need to share with you all. Let's do it.
Custom-made ramen noodles. This is where you get the seasoning. He makes amazing glass. His Cajun seasoning slaps. You got some Country Crock Original. Splash a little bit of that in there, just like that. Now we're going to be adding all kinds of delicious ingredients to our ramen, but we're going to start by cooking up some fresh bacon.
Okay, so we're starting with bacon, huh?
And a piece of bacon.
Uh-oh. Oh, man, that is some slimy-looking bacon. Okay? Bacon is not supposed to look that slimy. I'm dead serious, okay?
And a piece
Look.
of bacon.
Look at, hold on, can we just see? Can we see if we can get that in action?
Bacon.
Watch it.
And a piece of bacon.
Look at that. You can see it glisten. Hold on, let's see. There, see? Do you see that? I'm giving you the replay. Do you see how yeah, slippery and slick it is? That is the danger zone. And I mean that. If your bacon is slimy, that's bad. Pretty much any meat being slimy is bad. Chicken is like a little bit wet by default. That's just like the way, the texture of the meat. But you should never have your meat be slimy, okay? He's got a hot plate sitting on his stove. Isn't that a fire hazard? Oh, yeah. It's a massive fire hazard. But something you need to understand about King Cobra JFS is that he doesn't give a shit about fire hazards. Like, at all. Like, this guy's entire life is a fire hazard, okay? I'm serious.
Bacon. Put a couple of pieces of bacon in there.
Ooh, uh-oh, hold on. We're gonna do a quick bacon check. Quick, everybody, bacon check. Ooh, hold on. Come on back out of the pot there, buddy. Come on. Ooh, whoa, that's not a good color. That's not a good, this is not a good color at all. Ooh, boy. We got a greenish tint down here. We've got a weird greenish dark spot. Yikes. Yikers.
Check it out. To the top of that bacon. That greasy goodness.
That was his nail polish? I don't think so. I don't think that was his nail polish there, was it?
We're also gonna add a can of what you'd call Spam. This is lunch in the loaf. It's basically Spam. And we're gonna garnish the ramen noodles with some of this sake ika. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but it's basically squid. Maybe add some
Okay. Squid. An interesting decision. So far, the ingredients we have in here is bacon covered in Cajun seasoning, Spam, fried Spam, and dried octopus.
Roll to really add the fishify it, you know. Chick-fil-A sauce.
What? Chick-fil-A sauce?
Oh, yeah. Get that nice and cooked up. You want a close-up of the bacon, don't you? Of course you do. Look at all that sexiness.
It's a shame it's a shame that the pork was green before. Because honestly, this level of cook is looking like it's doing okay so far. It's meh.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of seasoning floating in that grease, but so far, not so bad. We'll see.
Pop it like it's hot. Pop it like the grease is hot.
Ignar Husky with the $5 just got off work, and I want to say I love reacting to your Cooking Mama segments on my streams because I'm a cook and I work in the food industry. They're great. Hey, that's awesome to hear. React to them as much as you want. That makes me really happy to hear. Thank you so much for supporting the show.
Yeah, that one's done. Would you eat that bacon?
No, I wouldn't eat that bacon. Obviously, it did not look good when it went into the pot. But honestly, this is not the worst cooked bacon. It's not actually burnt. It looks just a little bit foamy. If the bacon that went into the pan was fine, I might actually eat this bacon. But unfortunately, we know that it went into the pan in bad condition. So, yeah. No rotten bacon for me.
I'd eat that bacon. I'll call this piece. Nice catch, wanker. Fuck, that's hot. appreciate this sexiness, YouTube. Look at it. All that butter just dripping off with that grease.
Oh, God.
God, delicious. Melted country crock original bacon grease. We're going to utilize our bacon grease to cook our eggs and our Spam. See,
that is
that's
too
how
much.
You do that. Now we're making a big ass bowl of ramen noodles. We're going to add a bunch of ingredients to it. So we got bacon that's freshly cooked. And oh my God, Cobra's going to have to use the can opener. This is really going to blow your minds, people. We're going to take our loaf of Spam. We're going to form a patty with it. We're going to throw
Spam
our Spam.
patty?
We're going to fry it in our bacon grease. Do a light dust of our seasoning on each piece.
I'm just gonna say, first of all, that's a lot of this Cajun seasoning. Like a lot of this Cajun seasoning is going into this so far. I hope there's not salt mixed into the Cajun seasoning and that it's just the seasoning. Because if there's salt in there, this is going to be inedible. Bacon is already a cured salty meat unless you got uncured bacon, which I don't think that's what that was. Then he added all this to it and it's cooked in butter. And then he's also adding Spam, which is insanely salty, all to ramen, which is really salty. This is all salt.
There we are. I mean, look at that. Just fucking look at that, YouTube. Oh, so good. Yeah, you can eat Spam raw, but, you know.
These are being deep fried at this point. You don't get it. His digestive system is just built different. Well, clearly. I mean, we've seen his other videos. This one's getting there. This one's getting pretty questionable. To be fair, this one isn't like his cake that we watched, which was putrid. Let's see what happened. Let's see what happens.
Crisp it up a little bit. Add some texture to your ramen noodles. You know what I'm saying? Like, bruh. Oh, you want to be a naughty little piece, don't you? Yes. Come on, you fucking bastard. This one's crispy. This one's a little crispy.
Whoa, what happened? That bacon has dried the fuck out.
You know. Very good. Hi, Chihuahua. I splashed grease on my leg and my foot. That goddamn Spam looking like we fried her up good. Yeah, YouTube. Oh, YouTube. Oh, yeah. Look at that.
It looks like a flip-flop. It looks like a fucking flip-flop.
Golden goodness. I'm gonna set it in there with our bacon. We still got a little bit of grease left in our pan that's now been saturated with bacon and Spam. Like, oh my God, you guys, Cobra's actually smart enough to do these things? I am shocked. Lucraine, potato. Who gives a fuck how you pronounce it? Got large eggs. If you go into like mix ingredients with your shit.
No,
like
dude,
eggs,
no.
bacon,
Oh my God, cooking the eggs in the black, the black mess.
You. I don't want no fucking shell in there, you stupid wanker. There we are, kiss my ass because you fucking wanking bollocks. Using the G Fuel as a camera prop. There should be.
Oh no! Why would you? Oh my God! Why would you pour milk into the giant grease pit of burnt ass grease that's runoff from your burnt bacon, your burnt rotten bacon, and your Spam, and then you're mixing it? Is he gonna turn the whole thing into like a grease souffle?
I want to splash more of that country crock.
Wait, it's country crock? So he's not using butter. He's using country crock, which is margarine, which is vegetable oil, isn't it? So this is a giant bowl of hydrogenated vegetable oil with Spam runoff, about a half of a shaker of Cajun seasoning, burnt rotten bacon, and now eggs, milk, and more country crock. Oh man.
A little bit of buttermilk, a little bit of butter. Just like that.
Oh,
Focus,
no.
you bastard. Hold up.
That looks horrible.
Alright, just like that. Now to scramble up our eggs, we're gonna also we're gonna add our seasoning that we've been using, keeping it going with.
Okay, all of the seasoning is already in there. So this is going to be 3 cooking sessions worth of seasoning mixed into the egg and burnt oil souffle.
Delicious Cajun seasoning, just a sprinkle of that. Slapping that with some of that Wet Wizard hot sauce.
Hot sauce?
That's the last of my Wet Wizard hot sauce. Just for a little diverse heat. A little bit of honey butter.
I don't actually know how you can eat this and not get sick. Like, that is just, there is just so much crap in there. Maybe, all right, we'll see if he actually eats it. Usually he does. The thing about King Cobra, how you know he's real, is that you always see him eat it. And that's one of the things that's important. There's a lot of fakers, okay, you guys? There's a lot of fakers on the internet. There's a lot of fake bad cooks. People who intentionally make gross things for one reason or another. But King Cobra JFS, he eats this shit. He actually eats this shit. That's how you know he's the real deal.
Sweetness.
I can't imagine that you don't feel like sick for a day after eating this.
Craft. Look at that sexiness.
It is.
A mackerel can. A can of mackerel and brine. I like my
canned fish? Oh, God.
Canned fish. This is going to be spectacular, YouTube. King Cobra JFS uses a can opener. Comment down below, do you think I opened it? Or am I too fucking retarded to do anything?
Whoa, bro. Hey, cool it with the ableist language.
I think I got it open in the first shot, and my trolls are fucking stupid as shit. You didn't get it open, Cobra. You're too stupid to do anything. Really? Observe.
Cyrix2118 says, what in the fresh hell did I walk into? Cooking Mama, the part of the show where we watch the most disgusting cooking on the entire planet. And we try to find actual bad cooking and not fake bad cooking. And this guy is the king of real bad cooking.
Rockhead. Fuck you, Deborah. I love mackerel and canned fish. So let's add our fish. Fill in the fish for flavor.
Oh! No! Listen! Listen, everybody! My chat, listen! Listen closely!
Fill in the fish for flavor.
He fucking sucked. He slurped the fucking preservatives out of the canned fish. He fucking slurped the fucking... Oh my god!
Fill in the fish for flavor.
Oh!
Didn't want to waste any of that goodness. There's our mackerel. We're going to stir it around.
Oh my god! Did you see that?
Scrambled eggs. There's our mackerel.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It looks like a suicide photo from LiveLeak! Where's the LiveLeak logo when I need it? Oh my god! Oh no! Hold on. Hold on a second. Here we go. Give me a second here. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Give me just a second here. Oh, here we go.
We're going to stir it around with our scrambled eggs. Most of that grease is pretty much being soaked into the fish and the eggs.
I have seen, I am not even kidding you. I have seen a photo. I have seen photos from the Ukraine war that are less graphic than this. I'm not even fucking kidding you.
Delicious.
Oh my fucking god.
Maybe throw in some of these
no.
barbecue chips for a little crunch for those eggs.
Oh,
Sprinkling those barbecue chips on our eggs. Go on the
chips.
Ramen noodles.
Chips.
Just scrambled eggs. Much.
Oh god. I'm sorry. I need
Ramen
to see that again.
Noodles.
I want to note that he's been cooking these eggs so long with the mashed fish in there that remember what the oil looked like before? The oil has been absorbed into the fish, chips, and eggs that are, they have to be so overcooked. They have to be so overcooked. I love how it has this large bulbous like tumor here.
Scrambled eggs much? I'll scramble your eggs. Oh, I am not wasting any of this goodness, folks. No, sir.
This is what it looks like here. Looks like actual dog food.
3 eggs. Protein with the eggs and the fish. The fish cooked in there, it's already cooked, like I said. It's just this is gonna be just decadence.
That is not how I would describe this at all. I do not describe eating like regurgitated dog food as decadence.
I'm smearing most of that grease onto the eggs because I fucking can. And because the smell in my kitchen right now is fucking glorious. Take some of that fucking grease. Smear it all over this fucking Spam. Oh, this is so naughty, YouTube. This is cheat day and a half. I mean, is this excessive? Fucking A right it is. And that's why it's delicious. Oh, don't. Fuck, I'm getting fucking grease all over my fucking charging cable. Fucking fuck.
Chloe B says, I thought I was a bad cook, but this guy makes me realize that I'm not, and that scares me so much. Oh, yeah, you gotta understand, this guy, like, collectively raises the general cooking level of the planet, like, the average. He makes the average person, like, feel so much better. He tanks the overall planetary average. But what that means is that people who are otherwise bad cooks get to be considered good cooks now because this guy exists. Like, no joke. It's actually horrifying. Like, it looked like he was just dripping pus on top of his Spam. It looks disgusting. It's like this so-called grease, which is like congealed egg, burnt country crock, mixed with way too much seasoning, mixed with canned fish drippings.
People are just gonna be shocked that I was able to use the fucking can opener without making an ass of myself. Hot. Certainly do.
Good sign. Yeah, good sign, bro. Good sign.
Oh. They're tasty, but oh fuck, they're fresh. They're hot. Oh, oh man. Excuse me.
Ew!
Just the right amount.
Oh! Oh, God!
The heat for the spiciness of it, perfect. We got some chicken ramen noodles. And of course we have some Shin noodle soup. It is, I guess supposed to be, gourmet spicy.
Notice this is edited, and he decided to keep in the part where he fucking vomited in his mouth.
That's a spicy meatball, kiss my ass burgers. This next part's pretty much boring. It's watching the microwave melt the noodles. So I'm not sure what the fuck the prepared shredded squid. So it's shredded squid meat. What this is. The butter congealed the noodles, YouTube, but they're fully cooked.
Butter? The butter wait, he put butter in there?
This next part's pretty much boring. It's watching the microwave.
Did I miss something?
Melt the noodles. So I'm not sure what the fuck the microwave.
What butter? What butter? Oh my God, you can see it on the edge of the thing. He did put butter in there. He put butter in the bottom. Why? Why would you put butter in there? Why would he put country crock in the ramen? Why?
This next part's pretty much boring. It's watching the microwave melt the noodles. Squid is the butter congealed the noodles, YouTube, but they're fully cooked. Now we're gonna add our eggs, our Spam, and our seasoning, and our sauce, and all that goodies. Chick-fil-A sauce.
Huh?
Some Hidden Valley Bacon Ranch.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
Crumbling the bacon. Loaded the bacon. Take our fried Spam and we tear into chunks. You're going for eggs. Most of them, I might think. Eggs and fish. Mix all the eggs, the ramen, and everything together.
Yeah, dude, that looks great, man. You got your butter-dried ramen noodles with your incomprehensible, inhuman sodium souffle at top.
Now we garnish with shredded squid meat.
Danny Fallen says, this is like 10,000 calories of the most disgusting shit I've ever seen. How do people like this stay skinny? Do they just throw up all of it after they eat it? Unironically, I can't help but feel like this guy probably has like chronic diarrhea, or perhaps like if he's eating this type of shit on a regular basis or on a semi-regular basis, I can't imagine that his bowels are absorbing much anymore. Like, this is genuinely out of control. It's like the type of thing where your body will purge it. There is like toxic levels of sodium.
So basically calamari jerky. Check it out. I've already had a couple bites. I've been picking at it. There's that calamari. And them noodles. Bacon, spam.
Okay, we've been mocking a lot of this, but let me just say the texture of this must be the worst part. A heinous affront to God, okay? The texture of this, it's gotta be like eating, like, I don't know, like eating a giant, like, loogie. Like a giant just fucking hawked a loogie on your face and you just decide to eat it.
Calamari.
I mean, you guys saw those noodles, right? Those noodles weren't cooked in water. They were boiled in country crock. They were fucking boiled in country crock. And look at him. This is why we say he's the real deal. He eats that garbage. He eats that right out of the fucking toilet.
YouTube. Bacon, spam, eggs, fish, calamari. This is tasty. Very rich in flavor. The calamari's got a sweetness and saltiness to it. You want to call it slop?
Oh yeah, wait. It was mixed in with, let's just remember, about a half of a bottle of Chick-fil-A sauce and a half a bottle of bacon-flavored Hidden Valley Ranch. Just remember that. That was the final touch on it. So you've got country crock boiled noodles with the oil souffle on top, mixed together with two of the gloppiest, most vegetable oil, soy oil based sauces you can imagine.
But that's a good slop, man.
Now, you all might think that I'm ready to turn in after that, and I almost am, but I'm not quite, because I have to do something kind for once in my life, which is, now that we've watched King Cobra, I'm going to be very, very kind, and I'm going to watch a Dave's cooking show after. Remember how I said that King Cobra, JFS, brings up the quality of bad cooks? Watching Dave's cooking after King Cobra is actually incredibly kind to Dave, because after watching that, there is nothing that Dave can cook. We've never seen Dave make anything that bad. So, look at me. I'm being so nice. Aren't I great? Aren't I wonderful? Let's check in with Dave and see what he's got since the last time we did this. Ooh. Curry cheese ball. The Good Springs burger. The feminist poetry. What? What? We got the sweet sausaged baked ziti. We got egg muffins. We get the parsley pesto linguine. Cranberry apple chicken salad. The 4th of July special. Oh, it's on the grill. 4th of July special. 4th of July special. 4th of July special. Let's do this. We get to see the grill. We get to do a grill check. Wait, real quick. Let's see what the view counts on this are. Ooh, above average, 263 views over the course of 2 weeks, and 11 likes. Look at that. I'm gonna give him 1 extra like. Look at that. Look at how nice I am. It contributed a 12th of his overall viewership. Let's do this.
Welcome to Dave's Cooking Show, and for you today, we have my 4th of July spectacular. So happy 4th to everyone. And we got a lot of stuff to cook today. So.
Ooh, we've never seen him wearing the green bag before. It looks like he's upgraded. Has he upgraded completely to, oh, I can turn off the, hold on, I should get rid of the, we don't need the live leak for this anymore. No, I don't want to keep live leak up. We don't want to. Has I think he's finally upgraded to just like wearing a single, like, extra large shirt as his life. I want to see. Can we get a pants check? Is he wearing pants?
First thing we're going to do is start off with a barbecue sauce. This is going to be the sauce for my smoked brats.
Yeah, normally he wears this like, grease-stained Pac-Man shirt.
Ribs and the burgers we're going to be making. I'm making a double version of this recipe. I'll give you the single version because it should be more than enough. What you want to do is start off with a cup of brown sugar.
Okay.
And then a cup and a half of ketchup. And then you want to add a half a cup of water, followed by a 1/4 cup of apple cider vinegar.
Okay, all right.
Followed by a tablespoon of Worcestershire sauce, Worcester sauce, however the fuck you pronounce that stupid shit. And
does he live in Connecticut? Or Massachusetts? Because the Worcester is, that's a Massachusetts thing. Saying that like Worcester is a Mass thing.
And then you want to add about a tablespoon of molasses. Like I said, I'm doubling this recipe, so that was a little bit more than a tablespoon. And then you want to add about a teaspoon of salt, freshly ground black pepper, and then you want to add a half a teaspoon of onion powder, a 1/4 teaspoon of mustard powder, and
okay.
a 1/4 teaspoon of paprika.
Huh.
And that's pretty much it. Now, this next step is optional if you're...
All right, this is not offensive so far. This is totally fine.
...averse to alcohol or you're under 21. But I like to add a shot of bourbon to the sauce. Like I said, it's completely optional. You can leave it out if you don't want to do it for whatever reason. Then you just want to grab a whisk and stir this around till everything is mixed together and incorporated. And then you want to put it over a low heat and simmer this for 45 minutes. Of course, like with all sauces, taste throughout the cooking process to adjust seasonings if you need to. This was turned...
Hey, he got a new... Wait a minute. He got a new pot. Look at this. This is not his old dirty pot. This is a new one. He got a new pot. Dave, I'm impressed.
Not a touch too sweet for my liking, so I ended up adding about a teaspoon, 2 teaspoons of hot sauce, and another round of black pepper. And that evened it out. All right, let's get on to cooking. All right, let's start on...
A new mixing bowl? Okay, his counter's still dirty. There's still stuff on his counter, but it's not as bad as usual.
On the coleslaw. First, we got to make the...
A clean new bowl.
Dressing. So, first thing you want to do is add about a half a cup of mayonnaise.
Oh my god! That's a new measuring cup too! Right? We've not seen him use these measuring cups before.
Followed by a tablespoon of lemon juice. Followed by a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar. And finally, a tablespoon of, maybe a little bit more, of a nice spicy mustard. Then you want to add 2 teaspoons of sugar for a little bit of sweetness. A teaspoon of onion powder. And then about a half a teaspoon of celery seeds. And then, of course, the last thing we add is salt and pepper to taste. Then just want to grab a little spoon and mix this up until everything is well incorporated. And got our coleslaw mix there, just some cabbage and carrots.
Pre-made coleslaw mix. Judging just a little bit. Judging just a little bit. Come on, chop up your own. This is clearly like a, you can even tell by how dried out the carrots are. This is one of those pre-made bags that you get at Walmart. All right.
And you
I can't expect
try
too
your
much.
best to get every single drop of this dressing out. There isn't a lot, but it does go a long way. Then you just want to grab a spoon and work this coleslaw around till all the cabbage and carrots are coated in the dressing. Pop the top on our little Tupperware thing here. Of course, do a taste test. And put it in the fridge until you're ready to use it.
I'm not gonna lie. This is not an offensive slaw. So far, so good. But we haven't seen the grill yet. We haven't seen the grill yet.
This can be done the night before, by the way. Okay, let's get our ribs prepared. The first thing, and I know this is controversial. Some people don't do this. Some people swear by this. I like doing it. We got to remove the silver skin from the ribs. So just grab a paper towel, make a little cut, and it should come off easy like
I
that.
thought most people remove the silver skin. Don't they? Don't most people... Isn't removing the silver skin what you're supposed to do? Yeah, I was pretty sure that that's like what you're like. I was pretty sure that was like uncontroversially what you're supposed to do.
The second rack, I don't know if the silver skin got removed or what, but it did not have any silver skin on it, so I just left it as is. By the way, both racks ended up tasting damn near identical. And now we start the process of getting...
It's not an edible, but it tastes like shit. Yeah, that's what I was always under the.
Our
I always was
rib
under the
rub
impression that you're
on the
supposed to
ribs.
take it off, like unequivocally.
Now, obviously, you can make your own spice blend, rub blend, but my local grocery store, I've said this many times, has several in-house spice blends they do themselves, and I think they work out pretty good. So
Totally reasonable. If you got a local grocery chain that does their own in-house spice blends, no judgment. That's reasonable. That's appreciating local artisanship is what that is.
excuse me. I just went with one of them. So just heavily season the hell out of these ribs. And, you know, pound the spice mix in, pack it in there. And then we're going to put these on the smoker at about 225, 250. Took me, I think, 5 hours to cook these, if I remember correctly. Use a meat thermometer. Again, you can pick up a meat thermometer at any Target, Walmart, grocery store. Really important tool to have in the kitchen. All right, let's go out to the smoker. All right, got our ribs.
Oh, no. Oh, no, Dave. Oh, Dave, that smoker's dirty as shit. That smoker is dirty as fuck, man. Clean it off, bro. That is filthy. Oh, man, it's even on the handles. Oh, look at down there. Look at that. Oh, we got the sewer shot down here. Ooh, man. No, don't use a metal brush, little Morphine Annie. Here's an educational moment. The more you know. Don't use a metal brush. Reason being that those metal brushes sometimes shed the metal. And when you put food on there, the little pieces of metal can get jammed in the food and they can poke your mouth. Just scrape them. Scrape them. Use a scraper. You can just scrape it right off. And if you really need to get into the middle, wash it. Take it away. Use some scrubbing, some salt on there. Scrub the shit out of it. Be careful with those metal brushes. They are convenient, but if you get a piece of metal brush in your food, you're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it. Or you can of course regularly burn off the excess stuff, but sometimes you're gonna have to scrape it. They make brushes with looped bristles that won't fall off now. That's definitely a better option, but still, be careful.
On and got our brats on, and if you've never had a smoked brat, you are really missing something out of your life.
Man,
if you haven't,
ooh, yikes! I gotta be honest. This is a pretty dirty grill condition, Dave.
A smoker, smoke your brats. All right, and if you're wondering, I used apple wood for this. Oh, I put the brats on about 40 minutes after I put the ribs on, but they got done at about the same time. Okay, now it's time for our barbecue pasta salad. Already in the bowl, I have a pound of medium shells. And with pasta salad, it's the one time you want to break the rule of not rinsing your pasta. Pasta salad, you have to blast it with cold water to stop the cooking process. And pasta salads are cold salads, so it's the one time where I break that rule. But in the bowl already, we have.
I really don't like the idea of a barbecue pasta salad. I'm just gonna be completely honest. And I don't know. I guess it's not intrinsically bad. I can't really ding him for it, but that's definitely not that is not the flavor profile I like. Barbecue pasta, nope, not for me.
A cup and a third of
not for me.
Mayonnaise, a half a cup of that barbecue sauce that we made, about 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar, about a teaspoon of hot sauce. Actually, it's probably closer to 2 teaspoons of the hot sauce. I got kind of
hot sauce
liberal with it. I liked it. I wanted it a little spicy. A little bit of cayenne pepper.
Whoa. Fresh red peppers? Fresh celery? Fresh green onions? Oh!
A little bit of about a teaspoon of chili powder and about a 1/4 teaspoon garlic powder. I previously already chopped up the veggies. I'll get to them in a minute. Right now we're just salt and peppering to taste. But you'll want to chop up 1 red bell pepper, 1 celery rib, and about 4 green onions. Just slice them thin. And I think that's pretty much everything that goes into this wonderful dish. Oh, one other ingredient. We'll get to it in a second. It is optional, but I chopped up about a half a cup of Monterey Jack cheese, but I figured we'll give this a little bit of a stir.
I don't know about
and,
this. I don't know about this flavor profile, but the fresh vegetables, thinly cut, those thinly diced, fresh vegetables. My God. My God.
Basically, you just want to stir this.
I'm unironically impressed.
All the noodles are evenly coated, and then I'll pop it into that, into one of those bowls that I put the coleslaw in, and put it down in the fridge. Again, this can be done the night before, if you want to get a little ahead. All right, let's move on. Let's move on right into a booze break. I think we need a cocktail for this. Come on, it's the 4th of July. We all need a cocktail.
Uh-oh. Is it gonna go downhill? Oh, no.
Anyway, there's the cheese. All right, we're going to make a Kentucky Mule. First thing you want to do to a cocktail glass is add about 2.5 ounces of bourbon.
We're hitting it hard. We're hitting it hard right off the gate.
And then you want to add
2 very tall shot glasses right off the gate. Oh!
Add the juice of a freshly squeezed lime. If you're worried about the seeds, just, cup your hand. This lime didn't really have much for seeds, so just did it like that. Add some ice to our whiskey lime mix. And then top off with some ginger beer.
Oh, an actual ginger beer. That looks like an actual ginger beer. That doesn't look like that's not some ginger ale crap. Huh.
And that's it. That's the Kentucky Mule. And that's the cocktail for the 4th of July Spectacular. All right, booze break is over. Back to cooking. Okay, the glorious meat is done on the smoke.
I'm not gonna lie. Those ribs look pretty decent. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, a couple of these brats look a little dried out. But those ribs look decent.
We got a few quick things to do.
It looks like there's a little bit much of the leftover crusted seasoning. Like, I feel like biting in right here might get you like a sandy mouth because of how much seasoning is there. But let's see.
So what I'm going to do is put this in the oven at about 150 just to keep it warm. And we're going to grill up some corn.
Oh, there's the grill. Oh, man, the grill is in grim condition. Oh, man, it's bad. It's only gotten worse. Look at this over here. Look at just how much crust. Look at it. It's like dripping off. Look at it there. There's like a stalactite dropping down. Man, that's bad.
This corn has been soaking in cold water for about 4 hours, I think is when I put it in. And we're just going to grill it on the grill. Again, I don't shuck my...
Oh, God, look at that. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, Dave. You got to clean that grill, man. Oh, what the fuck is this? What even is that? Is that like a dead slug? What the fuck is that?
My corn, one of the biggest mistakes people make and why their corn turns out like shit is they shuck their corn at the store. I never shuck my corn at the store. You just go by feel. It'll be fine. All right, we'll give this about 20 minutes on the grill and we should be good to go. Okay, now...
Trans Girl Lily says maybe him leaving the corn unshucked improves the food safety of this recipe. Yeah, well, burgers, though, answered that question real quick, didn't it?
Time to make the burgers. These are pretty much just simple quarter pound.
Ooh, God, this grill is in grim condition.
Patties that I'm going to season up with a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, And then
Zach Miller says, this is a gas grill. Why does it have so much soot on it like you dropped old charcoal on it? That's because he's never cleaned this grill. We've been watching Dave for like 2 years on my show. And I know he's been doing this show for a lot longer than that. And we've never seen this grill get cleaned. There was a time where we were able to track a single piece of putrefacted fat between episodes. That's how bad it is. There was like a glob of charcoal, brick, like rock, what's the right, petrified. That's the word I'm looking for. Petrified fat that was just there between episodes.
just grill them up. Quarter-pound patties, 3, maybe 4 minutes aside. And obviously, when you get done laying them all down, season the other side. All right. See you back when they're done. Alrighty, thanks to the magic of cooking show editing, these burgers are done. And
this one looks real dried out. The other ones look okay, except for the fact that they're sitting on this disgusting grill. That is unironically makes these totally unappetizing. They look like they're cooked just fine. They look like this. Besides this one, this one's way overdone. But sometimes you fuck up one of your burgers. The grill though makes these a no-go. The burgers are a no-go.
And just put the only cheese appropriate for a cheeseburger on our nation's birthday, American. All right, we'll give this a minute to melt up and bring them on in the house. Okay, let's start cutting these ribs up. They're still fairly hot. And you just want to try to get in between the bone.
Okay.
And boom. Good smoke ring on these things. And they're falling apart like butter.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He did it. He did the ribs. He did the ribs. Yeah. He did it.
Got our smoked sausage. We're going to start chopping them in. Got a good bit of smoke. I know the meat looks pink, but that's from the smoking process. It's unavoidable. Again, it can't be done on the outside or done in the middle and raw on the outside. That's impossible. So I know they look pink. Trust me, I checked them. They hit 165. But you can kind of see all that.
I mean, wait, he's correct about that the smoking process tends to leave the meat more pink in appearance. But I don't know what he was saying. What was he trying to say with it can't be done on the inside and raw on the outside? But they're not raw on the outside. They're like really cooked on the outside. What was he trying to say? Whatever.
That juice that was still in those brats. All right, let's plate it up. Okay, let's plate this.
Now, I'm quite sure those bratwursts are safe.
Up. First thing we want to do, take some of our smoked sausage and put that right there. Then we got a nice toasted bun.
Bun looks good. Little burnt here, but overall, bun looks good.
Add some iceberg lettuce to the bottom bun. And then because we made quarter-pound patties, let's do a double cheeseburger here.
We got to give him a no-go on that.
Of course,
one.
We need bacon.
Fresh bacon. He actually made bacon. He didn't use bacon bits this time.
Because I'm not making a burger without bacon. Fuck that. Then we want to take some of that barbecue sauce we made, slather it on both the burger and the brats. Right. Top bun.
I'm not going to lie. The brats look good. The brats just look good with the homemade barbecue sauce. I don't know. I think Dave might have finally, barring the grill, the grill was fucked, but I think Dave might have actually made something edible.
All right, burger done. Then you take some of that corn that's been steamed in its own.
Corn's looking a little underdone, not gonna lie. That's looking a little underdone. I don't know. That corn's looking mighty underdone.
Own cob. Again, this is why I never shuck my corn. Add some of those ribs. Slather that shit in sauce. Want to add some of our barbecue macaroni salad.
Okay.
And then, of course, we cannot forget about the coleslaw. So add some coleslaw. And that's pretty much it. That is a perfect 4th of July cookout plate with all the fixins and all the trimmings. So, from everyone at Dave's Cooking Show to everyone watching this, happy 4th of July, everybody.
All right. Okay. Dave. Oh, Dave. All right. You know, a round of applause. This is improvement. The grill condition is, of course, terrible, but that's been a problem forever. Dave, if you see this segment, please, for the love of God, take some time and clean your grill. You will thank yourself. Your food will taste better, and you will live just a little bit longer. Otherwise, though, besides the filthy grill, the smoked meats looked just fine. The pasta salad had fresh cut vegetables in it. He made his own sauces at home. He didn't buy pre-made stuff. This was a cooking video. Dave made a cooking video. I'm impressed. I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm actually impressed. Dave, improvement. Sepleton says, hey, DramaMama, just joining the stream, and I'm curious, what does this video have to do with communism? Nothing? Was it supposed to have anything to do with communism? Was it supposed to? Where did you... I'm sorry, I'm confused. What's the communism? Where'd the communism come in? This is my Cooking Mama segment. Anyway, my lovely imps, if you enjoyed these Cooking Mama segments, please smack that subscribe button down below, press like, and show some love to DramaMama, okay? My lovely imps, it's time. It's time that I wrap for the night. I had a really fun stream with you all today. We got a lot of people who tuned in today, and I think we had a lot of fun. I want to thank you all for being here and watching my show and for supporting me. I'm going to go get some rest now, and I'm going to go eat that other taco that I didn't get to eat before. Tune in next time. I'm going to aim to have at least one more stream before I go on my vacation. So I'll see you all very soon. Much, much love. And remember, do not fucking die. See you all very soon, okay? Good night. Bye for now.